Alright. It should be live now? A bit late, I just got out of the shower. Like, I actually just stepped out. Let me get everything else I need in place. We got a lot of stuff to look through, as I can see, because what, beginning of the month? Meaning new PvP stuff to look at?
Awaiting command.
So that'll be fun. Right? It's gonna be the usual funny monthly PvP stuff to look at. We'll do that shortly. We'll get the dailies out of the way first. I'll get the BGM playing. Alright, let me get my alt account logged in. I believe we also have our monthly reset stuff in the mail.
Eliminated.
Oh, when did I do the race again? I somehow got Meroria race something. Rewards for something. I don't even remember doing the Meroria race. Oh well. Okay.
Awaiting command.
Oh yeah, we got our supply run, dread cache, whatever. What else is here? Okay. And let me get my alt logged in. What else we got here? Oh yeah, the sign-in thingy. Did I miss a day of that? I might have. Because it's like so buried to find it. I don't think there's anything in here, right? Okay.
Awaiting command.
Oh, that's just the regular bot thing. That's just telling me it's working. Let me just claim the exploration on my ult.
Target eliminated.
It is nice though being able to AFK explore everything. It is so nice. Alright, let me go on my main. Let me claim this. Roommates. Yeah, let me invite you. Yeah, I'm gonna collect the exoskeleton stuff. Okay. Oh yeah, I have to go claim that. Oh yeah, what's the dailies? Daily bounties are... Let me go grab them on my ult as well. So I have to kill the armed defense force of my ult, patrol droids, and medium barons. And then I have to do this stuff. Medium barons on both, combat mechas, and all the other stuff. I guess patrol droids are like anywhere. Let me bring my ult over first. And then just AoE the mobs right here, then I go into the underground part. Okay.
Target eliminated.
Alright, hi there, horror man. How you doing and welcome. Alright, let's go kill what's around here. Yep, that thing is dead. Cool, I killed my rift drones. Now I don't have to worry about those later. That's one of my dailies done. Alright, let me just go back to the charging station. Do, 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 do. What the hell's the highest rewards reached for? Eh, whatever. We need to go indoor zone. I need to go all the way over there. God damn it. Why does it have to be in the most annoying location, man? And then I have to go over there. Yeah, the questline is pretty good. The network questline is quite nice. I just wish the presentation wasn't super scuffed. I'm doing fine. How you doing? But yeah, the network questline is great. It's just super scuffed, the presentation. But what else is new? Right. They've never had good presentation. Unfortunately. Oh yeah, vending machines are attacking me now. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to like go to that special zone at some point, right? Oh god damn it. I hate these like random freaking corridors that just lock me up. And it's just like, yup, go kill the things in here. It gets quite annoying. Yeah, it's not Oscar nominated, but it is quite interesting at least. At least it's not something that's gonna make you like hate it and want to just immediately skip out. Though it could definitely use better presentation. Like it definitely could use better presentation, but we all know that they operate on a non-existent budget at this point. It is what it is. Alright, how do I get there again? This map will just never not be confusing, man. This map will never not be confusing. Wait, that means we should have a new Void Abyss. Oh wait, wrong way. Which way is it? How do we get there again? Is it this way? Oh, this map is so confusing. They went way too hard on this. They went way too hard on this, man. Like, it's cool that they came up with this map, but man, they really shouldn't have sometimes. Yeah, she definitely said you could get lost in here. She's not wrong. You definitely do get lost down here. Though this is a lot more than just the metro, man. It's a lot more than that. There are so many ways to enter and exit out of this place too. There are so many ways to enter and exit out of here. So there's so many different ways you can get lost. So many different ways. Oh look, we have Zenmeister here. I see a Zenmeister. I know exactly what I see. Oh, the confounding one? The confusing location? Yeah, and then you have this map. What about inners, man? The water area. Can't forget about the water area. Can't forget about that. Right, there's also the water area there. Alright, let me go warp my ult over here. Nice, I'm done with my join. Oh, no, my join ups. The dailies. They take only a little bit longer, but it's still annoying. Now I have to go through the freaking network maze. It takes a few extra minutes. Hey, at least now you don't have to go look for them anymore. Very chill location, but at least, hey, now you don't have to look for them anymore. The game will look for them for you. All the older maps, the game will do it for you, right? Very nice feature. Very nice, very useful feature. You just send the characters to do it for you. 24 hours, they'll get something from Vera. They'll find something for me. Wherever that is. Inners, they'll do it for me too. Right, I just let them chill and go and do their thing. Eventually they'll find stuff for me. That way I don't have to do it. Even better when you don't have to. Oh, don't worry, there's a lot of stuff we're gonna look for. Don't worry. New month means new content to look for. Don't worry, we're definitely gonna look at the new stuff from them. We're definitely gonna check that out shortly. Right? New month means new content to look for. Right? They're gonna do their usual funny gacha PvP cope stuff. Like, already guaranteed that we're gonna look for it. Don't worry. Right? It's just something we have to do, man. We gotta see them break down further. Right, new month means new chance of more stuff there. More content from them. Free content. Yeah, you especially laughed when you saw red pebbles from Shirley. During the late days, yeah. Yeah, but yeah. Oh yeah, the red the rest. Lots of stuff, man. And then now we don't even have to bother looking to export ourselves. Game will do it for us. somehow I can still do that in under a minute and a half. Even with all that. Man, these are nice with just how fast these are. I just go in, get the thing done, get out, and do it again. Very nice. Wait, let me see if I can find that clip. Where was it? Oh yeah. Pleasant note, you were looking for a long time something to, someone talking for the sake of it? 100% Maria and Ganano brought it to you. Yeah, now you can finally get 100% in every map. It's only going to take you a couple of days per claim at after some point, but eventually you'll get it done. Right, eventually. Yeah, it's so nice because now you don't have to worry about it. It's like, oh, I don't know where it is, and I kind of don't feel like doing it. Just be patient; it'll do it for you. It's very nice. Eventually, it'll get done for you. I quite like it. It pays to be lazy. It pays to be lazy. Right? Being lazy paid off. Being lazy paid off. Hold on. I think that was my fastest clear through this yet. Gotta love how quick that is. Not true, you're not lazy. You've just been looking for who you need to talk to with interactively. Fair enough? Fair enough? Okay, we don't need the stuff here. I wonder though if, like, when we eventually get the Auto Explorer network, if we can use it to farm Norns. AFK Norns. Because we can get AFK Dominium now. So I send a bunch of my stuff to Domain 9. Oh wait, what's this? Stick's probably in denial. He added Genja, Wuwa, HSR, ZZZ numbers are fake. I mean, here's the thing. You know what? Sticks is right. Those numbers are fake. Because the real number is lower. The numbers here they're looking at is gross. And that's why they're fake. Because they're gross. So he's not wrong. The real number is much lower. The number he's looking at is gross. AFK, like, yeah, AFK Norins and hack ATM. Exactly! I'm gonna eventually do that. Like, once we get 5.0, we're doing that, man. You put everyone in the, you put all that's left over, everyone who isn't in domain 9, you put them there. Right, you hack the ATM, get all your Norns. Gotta get your Norns. Oh yeah, new month. What do you want now? Do we want to sell anything? Okay, I'll sell that. And we don't sell anything else yet. But yeah. It is nice though that we have like a new source of AFK Dominium. I don't have to like worry about the other thing anymore because I can just get them to go farm Dominium for me every week. I mean, they get pretty creative with stuff, so some of the stuff here gets pretty interesting. We basically have like a lighter MMO here, right? Hi Tayo. You ready to look at the funny reacts later, man? We're gonna do a bunch of reacts later. Because, you know, it's that time of the month. It's the time of the month, man. Yeah, that means. Sure, but eventually we'll get there. At least they always try to stay on track. They don't really get distracted too much, which is nice. It is quite nice how they at least try to stay on track. Alright, we gotta do the thingy here. Oh yeah, I have to see what mount we get. I almost forgot to check what mount we can get. Trapping. Right, our monthly pet box. Is that a new dolphin? Oh wait, no, I think I have that one. Rip, I think I already have that one. Why is it even called Crimson? Man, what the hell do I even do with these? I can't do anything with the dupes. They won't let me sell them or anything, they're just stuck in my inventory. Koi Pepega, man. Alright, let me just get Mr. Balloon on my alt account. Which is still quite easy. Alright, now I have to go over there. Okay, here you go. Time for the best. We need to get over there, so time for the best way to get there. Let's go. Insert game here could never. Right, insert game name here could never. Right, insert game name here could never let me do that. Right, very nice and easy. Like random cat we can pet there. Okay. Just gonna quickly warp my alt into the... What was it? Oh yeah, the gachapon. I'm gonna warp my alt to the gachapon machine. Let's see what's up over there. What the hell? I was pinged somewhere? Okay. What can we do here? What are the events we have? How do I even get points for this other than that? When does like the other shit open, man? The other parts of that event? Cause like I don't wanna like grind the freaking weird quest there. What else we got here? Nope. Don't need to do that. 20 Blue Planet Prestige. Yeah, I don't know where I'm gonna get the freaking Blue Planet Prestige. Doo-doo-doo-doo. I think I just realized I opened the wrong machine. I got to put on the wrong machine on my ult. Oh well, I mean, eventually it'll just clean out everything anyways. It depends, man. There's a lot of cool stuff. Is there a robot dog around here? I have some Verons I want to dump. I have way too many Verons. Is there a robot doggo here? I wish there was like a way to track the robot doggo. I need the robot doggo. Oh, here's one. Yeah, here, take my Verons. I got no use for them. And it gave me useless crap. God damn it. Oh wait, let me... Do I have that equipped on my ult? I do. What did I even get from that? Oh, just random crap. That's unfortunate. Nothing from there. Okay, here's something that's funny, man. Where is it? Where's that item? Where are my radar detectors? I have 54 of these radar detectors now that are just never gonna get used. I have so many radar detectors, but they don't matter. They don't have a use anymore. Because AFK exploration, if I need to go grab something, I'll just do it. I'll just AFK explore in the older maps. And the newer shit has like a built-in interactive map anyways. The newer stuff. What was that thing I was gonna look at? Oh yeah, we have a new VA, right? New VA season. Oh, bosses. Weaver, and then all the way to Xingqiang. Oh, this VA is gonna be a bit annoying, because we have Xingqiang at the end. We got Tao Tai and Xingqiang at the end. When is your banner end? Oh, so that means we get Grey Fox this month. So we can still get Grey Fox during the thing. So that's nice. We still have Grey Fox later this month. So we can at least still expect to have Grey Fox for by the end of the month for VA. So that's neat at least. Oh, I can get my dark crystals there. favorite location? I don't know, man. I have never thought about it. Like, there's a lot of cool maps. I don't know. I honestly don't really have a favorite location, because, like... Well, the maps look pretty cool and all. They're not really... They're not, like, some crazy stuff that I would always, like... would really want to just keep going back to. They got some nice things in a lot of them, though. Like Lyra, Meow, Shirley, fair enough, Anka. I wonder what they're gonna make for the CN anniversary. Because after Grey Fox, we're probably gonna get Claudia. A new version of Claudia. And then, hi Darkside. And then after Claudia banner on CN, I think that it's gonna be anniversary. Who knows, maybe we'll get a new version of Nemesis for the anniversary on CN. Yeah, at the end of December. I'm doing fine, how you doing? Is this the right one to get the speed buff again? Always fun to get the random speed buffs. Man. That is interesting what I'm just looking at there. The Asperia Maroi. Which Asperia? The new one or the old one? Network Asperia or the other Asperia? Fair enough. Right, where is my at ease buff? Come on, give me my buff. I know you can give me the toilet buff. There we go. Yeah, the future cyberpunk city. Wait. Oh, what else can we get? Let me get my other speed buff. Was it this one that I wanted? Bucket dance. It's interesting though how this thing like slows down when you jump. If you notice, it's like... I don't know why jumping is slow on the bike. Meanwhile, look how fast I'm now. Alright, let's catch up with the train. You can't dodge or do whatever in here. A lot of your stuff is just locked. But hey, I'm in the train now. Not anymore. Alright, you just... Not anymore. I was in the train before, but not anymore. Oh yeah, let me just check something on my bygone list. Did anyone get caught up with me? No, they did not get caught up. So at least I win this bygone bracket, not like it matters. Easy stuff. I need to eventually finish Origin of War. For this season. And then we have the event stuff, right? Wait, I wonder if I can just like queue for the event on both of my accounts. Can you like AFK Maze of Dread? I have to check that out. Okay, both of them are in the same game, so... I wonder what happens if I just AFK in there. How many points do you get for AFK? Thanks to the follow as well, Unpopular Cat, and welcome. Okay. Let me lower that first. Who's the ghost? What's he doing? All I know is I'm following him. He's making it very easy to follow him. I don't even know if my ult got 5 points. It did like absolutely nothing. Oh, you still get some points if you AFK in here. Data rate, love rate. Okay, then, yeah, cool. Nice. Oh, you like was it Go Cheer? Was it? Oh, you mean Go Chaser? Why did I read it as cheer? Oh, because the freaking thing got cut off when on my freaking prompter that I read off of. What was Go Chaser again? That one was the... Wait, Go Chaser was from which map again? That was when they released Inners, right? That one was from Inners, I think?
Target eliminated.
Was it this one? No, it was an anniversary song. I think this was around when they had Inners released, right? Or no, that was first anniversary. Never mind. Wait, what the fuck is this? You know what? Wait. I want to show you guys something. I just looked up the song. This is gonna make you laugh. This. I'm really curious on what the hell this guy did. You guys have been around the internet enough to know who Silva Gunner is, right? What the fuck did he do here? Oh my god! is definitely something, man. That shit is hilarious.
Faith has gone the well astray. No more believing, just deceiving.
This is quite something.
Daylight on the edge, but
Definitely not what I was expecting.
fall back into the
Oh yeah. Wait, he made a playlist. What the fuck? Oh wait, no, just one. He gotta do more. Sofa Gunner has to do more, man. The Great Wanderer. Okay. Wait, what? No, that's not the right song. This is definitely something. The Tower of the Great Wanderer, what? This is quite something. Bit late, such a great riff combo. Even the title Great Wanderer fits phenomenally. Top players labeled as Wanderers. We definitely gotta see them do freaking chocolate or something. Like, actually, what the fuck?
target eliminated.
I think this is the second to last riff before ROM hack and mod day. This is definitely something, man. What happened to Go Chaser? Well, that was something. I definitely was not expecting that. I'd be like, oh wait, freaking Silva Gunner, I gotta see what the hell he did. And then I hear that. Right here, we'll put Go Chaser. We'll put the actual Go Chaser for you. Here we go, we'll have actual Go Chaser here. With Tata over there. Yeah, Miroria. Yeah, and the racing stuff there. Alright. Wait, they're the actual subs. I don't think I've ever actually seen the video. I've heard the song in game, but never actually seen the video.
목표물 발견. 식별 중.
The rainy drops to wash out all the mess. I take a breath and
Oh yeah,
ready for exploration.
Oh, this one, they did this. This guy made this for global. Okay,
So clear.
these are global dates.
Gonna take my first step. Go
Yeah, these are global dates.
wait for you. And the hill inside the stars are so nearby.
This is stuff for global. Yeah.
One who will see your dream
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. You got your goat chaser. Yeah, they did that for... I didn't even realize this guy made something like this. It's like nobody saw that video. The Vstreamer, okay. Alright, we got stuff that we're gonna react to anyways. Here, we got Gacha Enjoyer, guys. You guys ready? Gacha Enjoyer's here. Gacha Enjoyer, guys.
Hello. I'm sure all of you have seen the latest revenues and are shocked by the numbers, but get the fuck off with the fake mobile revenue and let's look at numbers that include PC too. That's right, the poll tracker. This video will dive into Genshin, HSR, ZZZ, and Wuwa because I can only find data on these games. But before that, a word from today's sponsor, Pure
Triple down.
Ugandan copium
This
is
is
sourced from a clean...
this is the Gacha Enjoyer here. Pure Ugandan copium, guys. Ships from Wait, how the hell is this in Canada? I don't know.
renewable farm and is focused on effectively giving you high-quality delusions to escape from reality. Get yours today through my associate link in the description. Now back to the poll tracker. I will only show the banners that have ended, and here are the results from Genshin, HSR, ZZZ, and Wuwa for the entire banner. This obviously does not make sense because Shorekeeper is a broken character, must pull, hype trailer, flashes her boobs, marketing is unreal on top of that.
Yeah.
Many people skipped the nerd girl and saved up hundreds of polls from the free dude, so there should be many polls saved for such a huge hype character, right?
Nope.
Don't worry, I have an explanation. This statistic only includes players who have submitted their polls, and only the hardcore players who are invested in the game will go through the effort of doing so. Since Wuwa is a very casual game, it makes sense that majority of its players are casual players who don't even know this exists. That is why the number is lower.
Yep.
Also, casual gamers don't own a PC, and so most of them are on PlayStation. As you can see, Wuwa is top seller in every region. Therefore, the actual number of polls is much higher for Wuwa.
Wait, what are they covering for Wuwa, man? What are they covering?
Much higher for Wuwa.
What game are they covering?
The number of polls is much
I wonder what game they're actually covering, because it's hilarious.
higher for Wuwa. Next, let's take a look at interest based on fan arts on
Fortnite?
Pixar. Here are the number of fan arts in the past month from 25th of September to
They wish they were playing Fortnite.
25th of October for Genshin, HSR, ZZZ, and Wuwa. Now, the reason...
Yep. Damn, 5-1 for ZZZ to Wuwa. 3-1 for the dot.
why Wuwa has so little fan arts is because of the very casual fan
Artist last day, you exit looking out at her weapon and get her out, yeah. One
base
pulls.
who don't take the game seriously at all. But maybe they are trying to appeal to six with how they sexualize their characters.
Nope.
In that case, let's check the R34 art. As you can see, Wuwa have such a large player base, but nobody liked the character designs at all.
Yep.
Wuwa also has the most toxic community in the world. For the amount of shit they spew out of their mouths, you would think they have a large community, right?
You'd think.
Well, unsurprisingly, on social media sites such as Reddit, they are quite small because nobody wants to join a group full of toxicity. Even their NSFW group is pretty much dead. For such hyped game, and a loud community sucking up to it, they sure have some pathetic numbers, huh? Should Kuro Games just release straight-up naked characters to salvage their situation? Leave your comments below.
This is just funny, man. But wasn't what did? He was just doing his homework. Video sponsor. Wait for Camellia. We will dethrone Tears of Temis next month. No, they won't. Excellent analysis and hashtags. Favorite gacha YouTuber. As a week-one WoW player and looked up the WoW content daily, the toxicity got too much. It got so bad to the point the WoW community would spread misinfo on how Hoyo VAs can't voice Referral games, or how ZZZ contract drama was fake. They constantly shit on Genshin players, as well as tribes of ZZZ and stuff when it launched, even though when they would try to revise history saying Genshin had a horrible launch, which it did not. Sorry, no. You hope the next gacha won't be toxic. WoW fans will probably move there and try to hope it's the next Genshin killer. Why the fuck you want a Genshin killer, man? You'd be surprised, man. You'd be surprised. They're freaking out, like, you have not seen.
Target eliminated.
You have not seen how, like, crazy some of those people are, man. You have not seen. And I don't know about opening stuff in my DMs to show you guys, but, because if stuff was sent to my DMs, I'd like to keep that stuff private.
Awaiting
But I've seen things sent to me. And I generally don't want to show private stuff. I've been preparing for this performance for so long. Honestly, it's just funny to go just watch this happen, man. Well, CCs are KSI, and you mean the Genshin Impact is damaged? Yeah. You know, they might as well be. I don't know what the fuck KSI was on when he was trying to fight the shit going on, man. You know what's funny is the more KSI does that stuff, right? Does what he was doing. It's only just making it worse for him. But at the same time, hey, you know what? The freaking hit. At least his song got memed enough to be pushed in the top 100, the Billboard top 100, right? At least KSI got that. So it's not all bad news for him. At least he got his music on a freaking chart. All right, on a really special chart there, his song. Whatever, like it or not. Well, I can't even get that, man. They can't even get that. They can't holy shit, you took a break, but then you cooked their asses. More like Copid, I'm not expecting someone without a life to see that. Okay, I mean, he's gonna get those views, man. Woo is perfect, Genshin Impact is trash. Stop comparing both games. 100% different game, oh boy. 60 views, 40 minutes, looks so dead. Sure. Woo is so dead, no players to defend it. Another PGR game will be forgotten, but alas, it was inevitable. Yeah. In the future, it will not be worth any more to trash but when people forget it. Even Sticks Bait using ToF for years has more response than this. That's probably true. Wait, we gotta see that. What the hell is this worst power creep? Do we want to watch that later? Maybe we'll save that there. We probably have to watch that later anyways. I'm pretty sure that was linked to me. So we'll look at that later.
command.
Let's see. Let's see his channel for his bait stuff.
Hey, you.
He's talking about what's releasing. Yeah, look at the three things. How the fire burns, the water flows, and every year someone tries to kill it. Why bother, man? You look at what's in Genshin, why bother being another Genshin? There's a reason why it's not working. There's a good reason why. And I feel like these guys really, really don't understand. They really, really don't. But sure. Sure. Like, sure. Oh, hey, you know what? He looked at the revenue, guys. Here you go.
Don't trust Sensor Tower. That's it. Sensor Tower has proven to be wrong repeatedly. Time and time again, Sensor Tower has proven to be highly inaccurate.
Yeah, because they're looking at gross numbers. Like, yeah, no shit. The real number is lower. They're looking at gross numbers for mobile.
eliminated.
Yeah, of course. But if you told him the truth, he'd probably get mad.
Ridiculously inaccurate. Speaking of,
No, what's funny though is what's funny though is like the reaction I'm talking about this stuff being inaccurate and everything. This only started happening after Wilwa. You go back like a year ago, right? You never saw this type of crap. But you know now you see it all the time. It's quite funny when you really think about it.
we're gonna go ahead and cover the revenue. I'm not gonna upload this to my main Sticks channel because I think it's too early to do this. I think that
He did anyways.
typically after the first week or so, rates are adjusted, and I think it is disingenuous to do a video prematurely like this. I think that these are
Yeah, it's as if companies have conspired in trying to kill each other with their games every month. Really, the whole world is a stage, yeah. Hi Zenmeister, how you
preliminary
doing?
numbers, and they are also likely
doing
to
our funny
change
reacts
over the
now.
course of the next week or so. Thus, I don't want to give it too much attention being on the main channel. I'd rather do an updated video after these numbers have been corrected. I think that right now, genuinely, that there are too many members of different gacha communities. There are too many content creators out there that just milk the drama, that stroke the flames within these respective communities. I think all
Like
of these-
you say too many, but then he does the exact same thing.
people
This
cause
man.
friction between communities, and I think it's genuinely sad because there is an enormous amount of hate.
As if
The
he's
communities
not
have
one of
become
them.
so fractured, and I think that there's just like
The
more
lack of
than
self-awareness,
is
man.
necessary in the genre right now. Thus, I don't want to add to it. I'd rather just wait until everything is complete and then be like, okay, so these are up-to-date numbers that are, again, like as always, completely speculative, but at least have been finalized and are not going to change after release, or after the release of the numbers that are made public and available. Now, if this is your first time here, consider subscribing to the channel, hitting the little bell notification. That way you remain up to date with every single thing that I post, and I post daily. Do not miss out. The numbers last month, as an example here, like this is what I mean. They listed initially Wuthering Waves at 6 million, and they listed Zenless at 34 million. If we look at the altered numbers, Zenless went from 34, was boosted to 35. That was an increase of $1 million after the fact. Therefore, it was underreported. Honkai Star Rail was initially 67, boosted to 69. Love and Deep Space was 62, remained 62. Genshin Impact was 45, boosted to 46. Again, Wuthering Waves was what? 6.7, ended up being boosted to 11.5. So evidently these numbers are subject to drastic change. Reporting on these numbers on the first
I just
day
realized, like,
of
this
any
is
month
AFK
is
the
being
event.
disingenuous to your community and to all of the communities involved, because they are significantly underreported on for all of these games, not any game in specific. But we're gonna go ahead and look at the numbers as they are currently available as of, the 1st of October. See roughly how they're doing comparatively to what they were the previous month. Before we go any further, let me take a moment here to thank my incredible patrons over on Patreon.
Yeah, hand on the heart, you played Nikkei and experienced burnout after a week. It's too stuffy. Honestly, I guess you don't understand something. Some of these things I get why.
And my 67 million. Honkai Star Rail.
Hey, some things will take you a week. Some things you'll get it immediately.
Deals like this every single day. You guys are phenomenal, and I can't thank you all enough for the support. Now let's keep talking. So get Honkai Star Rail had 67 million. Honkai Star Rail is now at 43 million. So there was evidently a decline. 43 million is still absolutely phenomenal. Genshin Impact was 45 million, boosted to 52 million. That is a nice boost. Love and Deep Space was 62 million, dropped to 39 million. That is absolutely fine, no problem. Let's go with number 4. AFK Journey was at 34 million. AFK Journey dropped to 16. That is a steep decline, but I think that's due to the fact that Chinese players are now no longer like necessarily spending as much in it. Let's see. And number 5 last month was Zenless Zone Zero, which made 34 million. Zenless Zone Zero is 15 million. Okay, that is, that's a significant drop. But at the same time, making $15 million is still an incredible number. People mocked Wuwa when Wuwa made 15 million, and they are no doubt mocking Zenless for making 15 million. But what they don't understand is you need, a tenth, maybe 2/10 of this, 1/5 of this total revenue to be significantly profitable and run the game successfully, continue to push out,
What the fuck are you talking about, Sticks? Not every company is the same. Not every company is the same. And not everything has the same finances. Here's the thing, what this guy is saying doesn't make much sense either. Because he's saying you need this much to do this. But then he doesn't realize there are probably other expenses and stuff involved other than just operational costs. There's a lot more going on behind the scenes. And yeah, the actual amount of money they actually get to keep from this, it's probably 1/5. A quarter or 1/5 of what they actually see here. Because this is gross. The numbers you see on these charts, it's always gross. Well, what's funny is, like, this guy should understand the difference as well. Like, this guy has a fucking Patreon. Like, you can go donate to him, right? He has a Patreon here. If you understand how much money you actually get to keep from this, like if you pay someone through this, right? Or like a donation link, or if you're just trying to like we have other stuff to look at after, but with the money there, like there's a lot more involved in there that he should at least have a basic understanding in. You have gross revenue, but that's not the same as net revenue. That's not the same as being profitable either. There's a lot more involved. Yeah, the ArcNet story and lore is good. The game though, yeah. This is very clear an example of one of the best. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, what the hell? Am I not getting into the queue for the Halloween event? Is like there's no one doing this stupid Halloween Maze of Dread event? Because I know you can AFK in there.
High quality content. So 15 million is still a lot of money, but nevertheless, it is Hoyo's lowest earning of the 3, major games, Genshin, Honkai, Star Rail, and Zenless. I will note here that Genshin, Honkai Star Rail, Zenless Zone Zero, Wuthering Waves, Tower of Fantasy, they all make at least double whatever you see here also on PC. And in the case of Tower of Fantasy, Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, and Zenless, they are also released on console, which means it might make double on console as well. So you're seeing 15 million for Zenless, and people are gonna be like, oh, they're 15 million, Zenless, dead game. The reality is, if you factor in PC and you factor in console, it's making over 50 million. And that is only speculation. So speculatively, it is still making significantly more than anyone will ever make over the course of the next millennium. Let's see, what was next? Dokkan Battle from 33 million. Dokkan Battle is now 8 million. All right, a drop from 33 to 8. That is significant, but not at all alarming. Then was Naruto Mobile at 24. Naruto Mobile is, top 5. Nice. At 27. Okay. So from 24 million to 27. Here's another example, chat. Naruto Mobile was classified as being at 24.8 million, but after being adjusted, boosted to 27 million. This is why you have to wait. Uma Musume was at 23 million, dropped to 7 million. That's actually surprising. That, I've never seen Uma Musume like under what? I think 15 million. So that is genuinely surprising.
Did your Nikkei and your ZZZ?
I don't know. 22 million, Monster Strike at 32 million.
Here, we have this chart. Alright, this is the gross revenue chart. You know that there's a difference between gross and net and all that stuff. Here you go. Hi Kusanagi, how you doing? Here's your ZZZ gross revenue chart for October. There you go. Nikkei is... Wait, is this... This is global. Well, let's go find Nikkei. Here you go. There's your Nikkei down here. Right? There you go. There's your Nikkei. And there's your ZZZ was up here. Right? There you go. Alright, let's go back here. We'll look more at the copium.
Oh, here's another example. Monster Hunter or Monster Strike was reported being 22 million. Monster Strike, after being updated, was then changed to 26 million. Again, this is, you can't trust this. You genuinely cannot trust these. You know what? I might actually upload this to the main channel just so I can show you,
like the presentation,
just so I can show
plot?
everyone
Fair
how
enough.
little you should trust this. It's ridiculous. It is genuinely insane that people are seeing these numbers on day one and being like, ha, those are the official number. No. Shut the fuck up. You're an idiot. Fake Grand Order, 21 million. 21 million still. Great. That was actually rounded down. Let's see. Let's just go through then. Let's stop comparing. We've compared all these games and shown how inaccurate they all are. Let's just go down and see what everything's making now. Zenless 15. Dragon Ball Legends 10.4. Blue Archive 10.3. That is a honestly very good. Hatsune Miku, so Project Sakai is at 10.1, Summoner's War 10 million, Idolmaster 10 million, Wuthering Waves 9 million. If you recall, last month Wuthering Waves was in at 6 million, was readjusted to 11 million. I'm curious where Wuthering Waves, since it is currently at 9.7 million, is going to end up a week from now, if it's going to boost to 12, 14, or 15 million.
No.
One Piece Bounty Rush 9.7,
They're on
Arc Knights
Copium.
8.6. I heard a lot of people complaining that Arc Knight's revenue had dropped by a significant margin, but at the same time, like,
I know. We know.
almost $10 million.
We know.
Minimum.
We know
How is
this
that
guy's a
bad?
clown.
It does not include PC or console revenue. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. Like, if you factor in all the big games that have more than one single platform, then you're doubling, tripling, quadrupling. Nikkei 8 million. I'm gonna guess that did not factor in the 100 polls I just did on stream. Beyond the World, that's a new Husbando game at almost 10 million. Ooh, Light and Night's also a Husbando game at 5 million. I think Light and Night was also adjusted, right? Light and Night said it made 8.2. No, it wasn't. Okay. I wonder, I forget which one was adjusted. There was another gacha game out there that was a Husbando game that was also adjusted up. Memento Mori, up 5 million, Epic 7. Solo Leveling Arise, 4 million. Reverse 1999, 3.8. 7 Deadly Sins of Grand Cross, 3.8. Snowbreak, 3.2. That's definitely gonna decline with the censorship that's been going on, 100%. Punishing Graven up to 2 million. Nice. Cat Fantasy already in the negative. Let's see. Ether Gazer up from 700k to 1 million. Nice. Tower Fantasy down again to 700k. But again, Tower Fantasy also released onto console and PC. So we're probably looking at, for Tower Fantasy, at least like 2 million. Arkland 10k. Higan Erethel still managing to make the same amount every day for the last like year. But I mean, this is also proof as to why you can't trust Sensor Tower, because look at this number down here, 23.
He acts like this now, which is funny.
23,800.
It's funny how they only act like this after Woo, man.
23,800 for how long? Like, look at this, 23. Like, look at these numbers. They're like exactly the same. Higan Erethel is listed as making.
Where's my Raid Shadow Legends on the list?
About in China. Like, look at this.
Everyone talks about it. Where's
that? You
that?
can't trust something that's like 14, 14, 14, 14, 14, 14, 14, 14. Like, are you serious? Like, anyone that is taking this seriously now has some serious issues, is all I'm gonna say, because like you can't take this website seriously. Hey you, where do you think?
Oh yeah, here's the Gacha Enjoyer video. Wait, where is it?
Hello. I'm sure all of you have seen the
Here,
latest
Gacha
reports
Enjoyer
shocked by
again.
the numbers. But get the fuck off with the fake mobile revenue and let's look at numbers that include PC
With the
too.
AI voice.
That's right, the poll tracker. This video will dive into Genshin, HSR, ZZZ, and WoA,
Hi,
because I
Hero.
can only find data on these games. But before that, a word from today's sponsor, Pure Ugandan Copium. Ugandan copium is sourced from a clean, renewable farm and is focused on effectively giving you high-quality delusions to escape from reality.
Nice.
Get yours today through my associate link in the description. Now back to the poll
Wait,
tracker.
that's serious?
I will
Okay.
only show the banners that have ended, and here are the results from Genshin, HSR, ZZZ, and Wuwa for the entire banner. This obviously does not make sense because Shorekeeper is a broken character, must pull, hype trailer, flashes her boobs, marketing is unreal on top of that. Many people skipped the nerd girl and saved up hundreds of polls from the free dude, so there should be many polls saved for such a huge hype character, right?
You're gonna
Don't worry, I
fell
have an
apart April because
explanation.
they ran out of ideas.
This statistic only
I
includes
see.
players who have submitted their polls,
Fair
and
enough.
only the hardcore players who are invested in the game will go through the effort of doing so. Since Wuwa is a very casual game, it makes sense that majority of its players are casual players who don't even know this exists. That is why the number is lower. Also,
This is
casual
hilarious.
gamers don't own a PC, and so most of them are on PlayStation. As you can see, Wuwa is top seller in every region. Therefore, the actual number of polls is
And they're covering Fortnite for this. Yeah, here's the thing. You know, because of that, that's the biggest problem with Wuwa. Why the fuck would you want to play Wuwa? Like, actually, why? You wanted Genshin again? Is that what you wanted? Was Genshin again exactly what they wanted? Did they actually honestly want Genshin again? Was that exactly what they wanted? Because, yeah, no wonder. They probably have enough to break even for operational costs, but not their investors, man. I remember a couple of months back, this was when Hero Games sent their investment report. They had at least 120 million invested into Kuro Games that they basically lost all of, and that was one of their investors. So let's just say they're probably in a bunch of debt. They have to pay it back. They have to pay their investors, but they have barely enough to basically keep afloat now. At the same time, keep in mind, when you look at those revenue charts, you're looking at gross revenue, not net. So the real number, from the mobile chart, is actually a lot lower. It's a lot lower. At the same time, there's a huge difference between someone spending $1 and someone spending $100. Even if you have 100 people spend $1 versus one person spending $100, the person spending one person spending 100 is basically worth more money than 300 people spending $1. But you're still going to see you're still going to have it shown not in the correct way, because that is exactly like how the stuff works. You have to deal with transaction fees. You have to deal with licensing fees. You have to deal with platform fees. There's a lot of fees and other stuff involved, and middlemen involved, in order to get your money. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't think Alpha will do anything, man. I don't think it will matter. I think people just keep moving the goalpost. They keep moving the goalpost. You think you're playing Crisis City from Sonic Generations' classic Sonic, where you actually have the goalpost move. I am not joking. There is a Sonic level where the goalpost literally gets moved right in front of you, and you have to go chase down the goalpost.
much higher for Wuwa. Next, let's take a look at interest based on fan arts on Pixiv. Here are the number of fan arts in the past month from 25th of September to 25th of October for Genshin, HSR, ZZZ, and Wuwa. Now, the reason why Wuwa has so little fan arts is because of the very casual fan base who don't take the game seriously at all. But maybe they are trying to appeal to Six with how they sexualize their characters. In that case, let's check the R34 art. As you can see, Wuwa have such a large player base, but nobody liked the character designs at all. Wuwa also has the most toxic community in the world. For the amount of shit they spew out of their mouths, you would think they have a large community, right? Well, unsurprisingly, on social media sites such as Reddit, they are quite small because nobody wants to join a group full of toxicity. Even their NSFW group is pretty much dead. For such hyped game, and a loud community sucking up to it, they sure have some pathetic numbers, huh? Should Kuro Games just release straight-up naked...
You know, here's the thing, Kusanagi. You know those scenes that look cool in Wuthering Waves? You know there's actually zero gameplay there? You know there's less gameplay in those scenes than there is in freaking Sonic Forces, where on like some of the stages where you can literally beat the stage with only one hand. Like some really Pepega shit there, and it's even worse than that. Like actually worse. Like yeah. I don't know. I never played The Last of Us, but maybe. There's no
Characters to
actual
salvage your
game.
situation? Leave your comments below.
Here, let me pull it up. Let me show you. There are examples of automation. The automation that they have is quite excessive. They have quite excessive amounts of automation. Let me find one of them for you. Here. Here, look at this. This is probably zoomed in enough, right?
The wind rises.
Truly good gameplay here, guys. Truly. There's so much automation here. This is like all automated, man. Yeah. Yeah, no wonder why it sucks. Why the fuck would you want another one?
At your disposal.
Right, and if that's all they're gonna do, why don't you might as well just keep playing Genshin? I know. It is quite sad. There's no actual gameplay here. We're just... Look at all this automation. This is just all automated. The worst part is the open world only makes it worse. Here we go here. We go has a video. What else we got from him? Oh wait, not that one. That one's just a game breaking. Here, new gameplay mode in WoWa here, guys.
In war with time.
I'd rather play neither. Like, the answer is neither, but hey, at least I have characters in Genshin that I could use on my account. That's like nothing. What the fuck is that there? He's just going up and down. The freaking parkour event in WoWa is garbo, man. Why the fuck you play that? Go play an actual game. Here's this one. This is also automated. He's just playing around with the camera. Because he doesn't have to move. The game will do it for him. He just moves around the camera. The game will still try to adjust for him. Or this one. Look at this. The level of automation. You touch the thing, it'll do it for you. The panel will do it for you as soon as you touch it. Nice gameplay here, right? There's no fucking gameplay. Like, what the fuck is that? What the hell are people talking about in here? Oh, this is Top General. What, did they talk about anything else new here? There's Desai doing their own weird shit. Investor reports. Can forget about that. But yeah, I Fanta. But like, yeah, imagine. Wait, you really like freaking WoWa parkour event? Man, you want some parkouring? Go play an actual real game, man. What the hell is... Oh, wait, freaking... Why is the freaking Brave saving that video? Like, I don't know. You want some parkour? Let's see. What's that stage? I think it was. What was that? Was it the stage? Here you go. Here's some parkour. They got wall running, or rather, building wall running in this stage. I know. The Paradise stage. Go play a Sonic game to get high-speed parkour, man. You get high-speed parkour with robots to kill. On massive maps, because you run so fast. They have to make the maps massive. Because you're gonna run through them so quickly. Right, you got stuff like this. I'm not gonna show freaking Eggman though, that's like 20 minutes long. Like the hard challenge, yep.
Feeling good.
They need a re-release Unleashed, man. They need a re-release Unleashed. Yeah, I wonder why. Yeah, I wonder why, man. I wonder why. And in this one, you gotta, to kill those things, you have to slam the enemies into the thing there. You gotta slam them into them. This is a PS3 Xbox 360 game you're looking at here, by the way. Right, this is an older Sonic game. Look, they got wall running here, guys! Wall running! Wall running, man! Actual wall running! Okay. Right, actual wall running, man. Here, you sent me something? No hit? Didn't someone beat the freaking thingy blind? Or something? Okay. So we got flashy animations. Of course they are. They really should have, man. Any posts? Oh yeah, we'll look at them later. They definitely should have just kept doing what they do with PGR, man. Like, this is just left click spam simulator we're looking at and then tapping the 2 buttons off cooldown. Okay, he's just occasionally dodging something. But the reality is everything you see here is just spam left click. Right? He's just spamming left click. Look at the big health sponge, guys. You know what? You could probably fool someone if you didn't tell anyone what this game was. You could they probably wouldn't know this is an open world game. They probably wouldn't think this is supposed to be an open world game if they didn't know what this game was. As well. Like, they're just in a flat, stupid circle. There's a timer in the middle too. Eh? It feels he sees every step. I don't know. I don't know. Oh yeah, what was the other thing we were looking at? Wait, was that here? And then you have like shit like what that I was talking about there. The PGR, I don't know, it's just like I don't want to go do some of the other crap in there. Like, it's cool to use the characters and stuff, I just don't want to keep up with it anymore. For the other stuff. I don't know. What was it? Wait, no, like, wait. Again, like, you can look at freaking, I like to use this as a freaking example here. As well, like, level design, man. Right, you got Crisis City here. Right? Everyone knows Sonic 06, bad game. The content in PGR is super boring. And the content in Lua is even worse. There's no, like, actual anything going on. You look at freaking Lua's world. This is a bad game from 2006. Right? You look around, everyone will agree that Sonic 06 was bad. It was a horrible game. But again, I like to use this as an example here. Right? This was like a rushed PS3, Xbox 360 game. Right? Just look at what the hell you're looking at here, right? You compare it to like that burning city part in freaking it's supposed to be burning in Wuwa. You look at what's going on here. How come they can do all this stuff? And keep in mind, the actual area of Crisis City, the actual map size, is enormous because you're freaking Sonic and you're running through it. you have to like account for the speed. So the map here is much larger than the area there. Yeah, they got stuff figured out here. This is from Sonic 06, man. Right, what you're looking at here. Right, this is from Sonic 06. Someone made a fan-made remake port thing of just the stages you can play and download on your computer. You can go play it on your own if you want. It's called Project 06.
To move to an adjacent rail, jump while using the left analog stick.
Oh, here's the funny part too. There's like, look, you can actually go on the rails over there. I don't know if you ever noticed, you can take a path here, you can go take a different ring dash ring on the side, and you can go down this rail here. There's freaking more exploration to be had here. If you've ever actually played some of these games, there are multiple ways you can beat some of the stages. If you pay attention, you can see like multiple different hidden paths that will end up like converging and like separating again. That's just like how things typically work in their games. If you ever like actually played them, they have tons of branching pathways. Some are gonna be faster than others, some are gonna be slower, some will be easier, some will be harder. Right, it's typical for the type of level design they have. But like you can even kind of see here, like even though like they're moving really quickly through up. Like, oh yeah, you could go there and go, there's another path there. There's another thing there, you can even see it. There's like other options you can take, other paths. You can see it like just thrown right in front of you. This ain't an open world game, mind you. Yet they somehow have all of that in here. Because they actually have at least good level design here. Of course, it's also selling you on a freaking broken city on fire. Which we could not do. Like a freaking abandoned city that's like being destroyed, the whole thing's on fire or whatever. And they actually do like to show you, oh, you could go to here, you can go there. You can go in different locations, different spots. You can find shortcuts or whatever. They like to show it to you. In a lot of these stages, if you pay attention.
Maybe I can swing on it.
Right? I like to just use this as an example. Because like you know, people used to talk shit about this game back in the day. And rightfully so.
It looks like I can jump from there.
But even this, we can cook fucking level design.
That tornado's carrying a car.
Right? Oh, this is the end of the level. He's gonna get to the gold ring. This level ends with you just running away.
Here comes a billboard. Jump.
I don't know how an explosion stopped a tornado, but yeah, there you go. Right? Like, I like to use that as an example. Yeah, imagine, that'd be something. Hey, with loops in the cities, you can kind of see it working, right? Like what's another example here? Oh wait, no. Alright, let's say we look at Sunset Heights. Again, like a city that's like being attacked and destroyed. Right, like you can see again, level design here. You can see the city's in ruins, the freaking thing's falling apart. Right, like you can see, oh shit, the freaking thing is being destroyed. Maybe? What's up with this video? Why is there artifacting in this guy's video? I don't know why this video has artifacting. It'd be better to look at a different one. This shows an example. But like you can kind of see. Yeah, if you're wondering, you can go up there. Like you can go up to a higher spot. Then like you can find things on these stages. Like there's another thing over here, right? I don't know if he's gonna take it. But you can go up there.
This is the ultimate power.
Oh, he's gonna go up there. Or you can go on the bottom path. Again, it goes different way. Right, that's just typical to how these games work. Even the newer ones. What do you mean he flew so fast? No, it loaded properly. No, it's loading properly. Now into the rag gameplay. You could go up to that hole in the wall over there too. Like there was a hole in the wall earlier, you could actually go up there too. You have to do something specific to get there, but like... You can even go up higher with that one when you kick up the monster there.
Let's do this. Chaos control! Alright. This is the ultimate power.
But yeah, stuff like this. And then the stage transforms here. Because it likes to send you to Radical Highway.
This will stop me?
Right, like it goes there. Like you can go up there on that building too. It is different if you go there. But eventually you can unlock the ability to kind of fly through this. And the stages play differently if you use that. Oh yeah, they got cool stuff here. But yeah, and then you have like that. Then he got hit by, he hit the purple thing. Alright, that's the end of the stage. But yeah, actual level design, man. Alright, so where were we again? I think we finished that one. We got Where's Power Creep? We got the other we got this revenue one. You guys sent me other videos as well. Let's see. We already looked at the Gacha Enjoyer one. We got the Gamba thing. We'll look through other ones. I think they already are. You know, they already are. They're just not admitting it. They already are.
Alright, Jack.
Which video was it again?
Content is dead.
Oh wait, not this one. Where was that again? Oh, here.
Very long time. I think the last.
We literally have a bunch of content creators talking about having people play the game for them. Because they can't be bothered. Because they don't want to, they don't like it, and they'd rather someone else do all the shit for them. They literally have a video where they spend the entire introduction there, and then they talk for a bit more if you watch this video. It's 2 hours long where they talk about that. But they do have a video on that, I know. Let's see. M-Tash got called out hard, okay. Asmon Gold getting banned again? The fuck? Alright, there's this one. Alright, you got your Woowa stuff. And then we scroll over. HSR has more views. Alright, the Hoya stuff have more views. Alright, Genshin Impact, double the view count. Woowa right here, half the view count. Gacha revenue report stuff. Right, like the NTE reaction video has more views than his Woowa stuff. Right, the current state, whatever. Oh, he didn't react to the Meigi video. I kind of realized that. He never reacted to the Meigi video. Someone should have sent him the Meigi video. But yeah. Alright, you can definitely see the Genshin ones definitely got more views. The free 5-star not even getting that many. Because not many people care. I haven't really thought about it. Depends on the genre. Alright, we have that one, we have this one. We'll look through more of the React stuff. But yeah, this was just funny, this
Skip the nerd girl and saved up hundreds of polls from the free dude.
Yeah, they skipped.
So there should be many polls saved for such a huge hype character, right?
Many polls,
Don't
right?
worry, I have an explanation.
Yeah,
This
one
statistic only includes players who have submitted their polls, and only the hardcore players who are invested in the game will go through the effort of doing so. Since WoW is a very casual game, it makes sense that majority of its players are casual players who don't even know this exists. That is why the number is lower. Also, casual gamers don't own a PC, and so most of them are on PlayStation. As you can see, WoW is top seller in every region. Therefore, the actual number of polls is much higher.
You gotta love
for
how
WoW.
he's covering Fortnite.
Next, let's take a look at interest based on fan arts on Pixiv. Here are the number of fan arts in the past month from 25th of September to 25th of October for Genshin, HSR, ZZZ, and WoW. Now, the reason why WoW has so little fan arts is because of the very casual fan base who don't take the game seriously at all.
Yeah,
But maybe
clearly.
they're trying to appeal to Six with how they sexualize their characters. In that case, let's check the R34 art.
Rule
As you can see,
34.
WoW
Nice.
has such a large player base, but nobody liked the character designs at all. WoW also has the most toxic community in the world. For the amount of shit they spew out of their mouths, you would think they have a large community, right?
Nope.
Well, unsurprisingly, on social media sites such as Reddit, they are quite small because nobody wants to join a group full of toxicity. Even their NSFW group is pretty much dead. For such hyped game, and a loud community sucking up to it, they sure have some pathetic numbers, huh? Should Kuro Games just release straight up naked characters to salvage their situation?
Damn, naked characters.
Leave your comments below.
That would be funny. Alright, God is back. Right. Blood wasn't dead, he was just doing his homework. Excellent analysis and hashtags, yep. They got so bad that they would spread misinfo. Exactly. You got people fighting with each other. This is funny, man. It is just funny. Okay. Here, we'll go look at this one first. The Gamba AJ.
Oh, YouTube. What's going on? AJ here. Back at it again with another video. And in today's video, it's early, guys. It's 5:15 in the morning, but we finally got one of the most controversial videos.
Like, he woke up at 5 in the morning just to look at the freaking revenue chart? What the fuck, man? He goes and checks it at 5 in the morning. God damn.
That we always got to do at the start of every month. It is the gacha revenue. We're going to show off how Wuthering Waves did. We're going to talk about it, what our opinions are, and we're also going to talk about what the top gacha is. A spoiler alert, somehow still this gacha, Love in Deep Space, and it's in the red. But yeah, but before we get into the video, please leave a like, comment, and
here's something. You know why they're red? You know why the number is red? Because the game hasn't been out for that long. After they've been out for long enough, they turn from red to green. The green just indicates they've been operating for a couple years. Otherwise, they're gonna stay red. I think it's at least 2 years or something for them to turn green or something. I'm not sure. 2 or 3 years.
subscribe. Thank you guys so much for the support. We're trying to be the top Wuthering Waves creator in the space. We're trying to get to 10K. Thank you guys for supporting me and keeping the lights on this channel. Without further ado, let's get into the video. Alright, so first off, let's start talking about love.
Wait, speaking of, didn't they have that contest for the best CC or something? Or whatever it was called? I wonder if I can find data on like what the thing is there, because I know Maggie apparently got second place, and first place was some guy glazing them.
Deep Space
and like,
being
yeah,
still the top gacha on the market with the most amount of money made. What's interesting is Love in Deep Space pretty much went from 55 million to 33 million, but is still holding the top spot, which is pretty damn crazy to me. Somehow we have Monster Strike, Naruto mobiles.
That's something you don't understand. That when did it become mainstream?
So still remaining
I don't
the
know.
same. Genshin and
I don't know, man.
CN side. Honkai is always going to be doing solid. I don't ever see Honkai, even though I had a dip. The next banner for them is going to be crazy after Rappo. If you've seen the drip market already. But then we go down to Wuthering Waves. How did our beloved Wuthering Waves actually do? And look at that. Wuthering Waves, guys, went from 6 million to 7 million from just basically the end of this month. Now that's finally where they're capping it off. Now, one thing I do want to keep in mind, last time when we did the gacha revenue video, guys, you have to remember that the numbers were changed. And if you don't remember, when I did this video right away, for some reason when they had updated it, they were missing a couple million, and then they added it after later. So I don't know if that's gonna happen again.
No,
if they do, probably one of the bigger channels like Tectone or something like that, one of his chat members will probably link him or just tell him, hey, it's changed. But for right now, Wuthering Waves improved by 1 million. And I want to talk about the Wuthering Waves sales and what's impacting Wuthering Waves, why they didn't go up in the double digits in the month of October. So
they're not gonna go up.
WUA has had a real good benefit. It's a good thing going on for the game and the community and the players, is that there really is a lack of FOMO currently in the game.
Lack of FOMO, huh? Lack of FOMO. How much do their characters cost again? Does he also realize people don't play the game like a fucking full-time job? Right? Like, where was that thing we pulled the other day? Who was it from? Right, like, what was it? They like to show the stupid infographic. Oh, I know. I'm just gonna, I'll go open it in MS Paint. This stupid thing. Right? You guys can see it, right? So here's what's actually in there from the game then. Right? Assuming we're gonna get rid of dailies. Not everyone's gonna be doing that, right? This stuff we can remove. I think you only get 5 if we adjust this properly. This shouldn't be this should become 5 from login, right? Because it's like they only give like 5. Because they're assuming you got everything else too, but realistically that's not gonna happen, so that should be a 5. I'll be nice and give them 5 there. Right, this one you're not realistically gonna grab either, that's not free. Oh wait, it's the wrong one that I changed to 5. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I think you can just log in and claim the update reward. This one is when you buy it from the shop thing. This one includes when you buy it from the shop, otherwise it's only 5. 5 plus 7, that's how you get the 12. That's assuming you had a bunch of excess currency to go and buy something. You only actually have 5. If we're gonna update it for what's actually there to expect, right? Instead of just counting every goddamn thing. Obviously this shit don't matter. Trial tutorial, tower adversity. Again, we remove that. Events. You have to 100% make sure you do all the events to get this. If you don't, we can erase this too, but we'll be nice, we'll keep that here. Keep in mind this stuff and this stuff over here, these things here will get removed eventually. So I'm just gonna move that away. Technically, the 5 radiant tides also is temporary, and will eventually you won't be able to grab those. So the actual content itself, if you 100% the content, you get 900 plus 55 plus 320 plus 2100, right? You divide that by 160, that is only 21 pulls, right? That's assuming you 100% that. Now, we can go add 5 more pulls if you got the daily login thing. And then, oh yeah, logging in for the update gave you another 600 divided by 160. Right, which is 3 pulls. And then the events. If you do every single event and get all the rewards in them, and you don't miss a single one, then yes, now you get 3640. Divide that by 160, and there you go. You're not going to have enough. This is 51 pulls. You are not going to have enough. Right? Like, if we actually adjust it for what the numbers actually are, right? This is what they're actually giving you. And this still assumes you 100% all the events and everything. Right, we removed all the paid stuff. This is just what you're guaranteed for free, assuming you do everything. Alright, you can just do simple math there from their stupid infographic. Because there are people who pay enough to really calculate and cope on every single last thing. Which is just kind of silly and sad. You compare it to ToF, it's just its own funny joke, man. Right? Because, like, nobody even thinks to count all that stuff in there. And in ToF, like, we already know what the event calendar has for us. We don't bother to calculate everything else because we don't even care. We can't be bothered to, like, figure that shit out. Would they give us some exploration and everything? Where was the event calendar? You can find it here. This is your login event. You get a 10 pull. That's right here. 10 pull. There's another red nucleus there. There's another limited pull there. There's another 1,000 dark crystals there. So that's almost another 10 pull right there. That's like almost 20. There's another one here. That's so we got like what 21, 22 pulls there. There's 5 more pulls here. So at 27. Right, this is just our events. This is just events. Log in, do the event. 27 there, that's just the normal thing. Right, we're not even including this stuff. This stuff is not even counted here. Right, 300 dark crystal, 100 dark crystal, another whatever. There's a limited pull right there. Version delivery, there's a limited pull right here. I think that was like 2 or 3. That's 400 dark crystals, that's another 200 dark crystals. Right, and we're still not even counting exploration from the map. I'm pretty sure like the next upgrade I have for my terminal gives me 4 limited pulls. And I don't remember how much I got from the map. Again, like, nobody bothers to count because it's kind of stupid. Oh yeah, that's right. You can have the map explore itself for you. All the older maps will explore themselves. You can just get your character and be like, yeah, go explore the map for me because I can't be bothered. Right? Like, here's the thing, right? You know, when they put limited pulls in ToF, like, from exploration, they give you a whole fucking pull. They don't give you the weird Pepega crap. Right? That's the funny part there. You look at there. Yeah, free is free, exactly. The point is, it's funny when like they talk about that stuff, we don't even bother counting. Cause there's no point. There's no point, but then you look at them freaking coping with their counting and counting like every single last thing as if they 100%ed everything. As if everyone's gonna do that. At least with ToF, eventually you will 100% everything. Just tell the game to do it for you, because you can't be bothered to 100% it.
The reason I say that is because we are not getting 2 5-stars per patch. We only have...
But again, it's like the amount of pulls you're getting there is not enough to guarantee what you need. Like, to even get 1, let alone 2. The other thing, too, is you don't log in to Wuwa, you're not gonna get anything. You don't log into ToF, they're still gonna mail you your weekly rewards. You still get mailed your weekly freaking Bygone every week, even if you don't play. You just log in and you wonder why the hell you have like 1,000,000 things in the mail.
Had Shorekeeper, right? And then we had a Gion rerun. Now, one of the things with Shorekeeper is that a lot of people had Astrites saved up, but even if you're a whale spending, or let's say you lost a 50-50, right? And then you put a little bit of a money in your light spender on the game, you got your Shorekeeper copy, but even if you didn't, there were so many events during the period and Astrites that you could have got Shorekeeper regardless. Now, the thing is that another thing that goes along with these gacha characters and revenue and spending is the weapons. There's no 50-50 on weapons. The weapons are guaranteed, but the biggest thing for Shorekeeper was, if you guys remember, is a lot of
The gacha I played first. The gacha I played first for an extended period of time would have been, how many years ago was Fire Emblem Heroes? Was that like 2016, 2017, whenever that came out? I played it for a couple of months, and then I stopped for a bit. I played King's Raid for like a couple of years. I was even in the best, the rank 1 guild globally, in King's Raid for a bit. And then I kind of stopped for a bit. I played Genshin for a bit over for almost 2 years. But that second half of that almost 2 years was just like pure copium. I just hoping they would eventually make what was good again, which was when they freaking tried to make a Zelda clone. And then, like, I completely gave up on it after going through the Samiro stuff, because it only got worse over time, not better. Right? And then, like, that same year, we had the ToF beta for, like, back in April of that year, beforehand. I played that, and then eventually played ToF on release. And that was kind of the only thing until, what was it, a year later? When I picked up Snowbreak and PGR. I dropped PGR entirely. I tried stuff like HSR. Really wish I was just playing a different, good, actual turn-based game instead. At the end of that year, I think it was Reverse 1999 came out. One of my viewers just kept talking about it. So I tried it, and then I gave up on the game because it's like, it was just really boring. And like I would just log in, just auto-click stuff and get off, whatever. Didn't really do anything in there. And then now basically the only thing I actually still play is just ToF and Snowbreak. Right, I tried ZZZ when it came out. I did play Wuwa during its closed beta. The beta was awful. The release was still bad. Because I was already instantly burnt out when I played WoWa. Because it just reminded me of everything that sucked on Genshin. But worse. In some ways. They'll use different things to trick you into thinking there's something there, but there never was anything there, and there never will be if things keep up the way they are. The combat is nowhere near the level they had in PGR as well. Like, if I was gonna play it purely for combat, I would rather go play PGR again. Oh yeah, then a couple months ago I did pick up the cat game. That one is just like, I go in, collect all the cats, and then whatever, right? I do the cafe side mode thing, and then just collect the cats. I got that $30 infinite permanent monthly card thing, where they'll just give me a gacha pull every single day forever, and a bunch of stuff. And that's kind of it. I still log into it, and I'll do, to do my dailies or check on the cafe thingy there, but, you know, not much else. I do the event stuff in there, but yeah. The cat game, at least, the PvP in the thing there was a bit interesting. The problem is, it's a gacha PvP, and it's basically just a whale game, so it's like, yeah, fuck it. I'll just do my entries in the arena, but I don't care about winning or whatever in there, you know? Because it's like, yeah, it's not worth it. And then, of course, I did try the Infinity Nikki during its closed beta last month. The beta was great. Obviously, you can tell there's a lot of bugs and weird things. Like, ray tracing in Infinity Nikki's beta broke water entirely. It made the water just not work properly at all. But the game itself was overall pretty fun, so I'll probably play Infinity Nikki when that comes out. I applied to a special playtest for NTE. Maybe I'll be able to play it next month, or this month, whenever that beta is. It's a 50-50 shot, I think. Hopefully I can play it and make content on that for you guys. But we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see.
Creators were even saying that you should probably skip Shorekeeper's weapon because there is a 4-star cost, you know,
yeah, AFK farming is out, yeah.
That you can acquire.
The AFK farming has been out for a couple of days in ToF. You can now do your AFK exploration. It's great. You never have to do exploration of the old areas again. The game will do it for you if you don't want to do it. Honestly, it's great when they know about that they're gonna do this, because going forward, they'll actually have to think about what they're doing for exploration, instead of just putting random crap everywhere. Your first gacha game is Kinder, and then in Pokemon stuff, the Pokemon. Oh, fair enough. Then the Spider-Man card game, and then Genshin, Snowbreak. Okay, fair enough.
That you don't need to waste so many astrites on getting her weapon that gets the job done for the character.
Yeah, but calling it saying the free-to-plays can actually do it is mad cope. Unless they were doing nothing, then they're not gonna get it. Unless they were either doing nothing, or they got a ton of stuff. Or they got a ton of stuff saved up because they were doing nothing, or they freaking spent on it or whatever. At the same time, you don't log in, you'll have nothing.
With that, a lot of people had probably skipped Shorekeeper's weapon, knowing that they just want the character Shorekeeper herself. She's busted and have a solid option. So that's what prevents that.
Oh, you mean the Mira? I don't know if you can get the Mira from exploration. I know in Domain 9, if you send characters to AFK Explore in Domain 9, they will get Dominium for you. They will also get what's it called? They can get Dominium and Field Energy for you, on top of the exploration stuff. They will pick up whatever you can get from exploration in there. Whatever it is, though, it's all random. Purely random of what you can get. Unless you 100% cleared the map. I think you can get Mira from it if you have the Vera map exploration 100% complete. Otherwise, it'll just give you... it will just find a random exploration point or do a random exploration point for you. The game will literally do all the exploration stuff that's tracked for you. You don't have to do anything, which is nice. It's actually quite nice.
I would say a little couple, maybe even 2 million or 1 million that whales or anybody else or even the light spenders that could attribute to that revenue sale, right, from going up higher. The other aspect of this patch and this, you know,
I think Verons is only if they open a supply pod. If they don't open a supply pod, you're not gonna get Verons. Because the Verons are only in the supply pods. I've gotten Verons. I have gotten Verons because they open supply pods in my AFK exploration. But keep in mind, there's a lot of exploration stuff without supply pods. You got elemental rocks. Did you complete all your Vera exploration? That's why?
Just the second half of this 1.3 is a Gion rerun, and most people, I would say, in the Wuthering Waves community already have Gion. He was the first character. A lot of people grabbed him. He was super broken. There were so many benefits talking about what's it called, how Gion is great in this way and how he's just a monster character you can't pass on, that a lot of people had gotten Gion and his weapon. And I think a little bit of the revenue for the end of October is towards Gion. Now the thing is, we still have about 12 days left on Gion's banner, so we're not going to know how much Gion really made. That's going to be counted towards, I believe, this
as if
next,
people care.
what's it called, month.
Yeah, I
So
guess
they're
you
gonna
can't
do
get
right
either.
now,
Yeah.
wherever this month is, November, they're probably gonna
Yep,
do this
just in
September,
time. You
November
missed
thing,
the
or
gacha
is it November,
enjoyer
December,
one.
guys, whichever months.
We
you know,
looked at
in
it
the next
earlier.
2 months, and we'll see what Gion's does, and then they'll probably put in Camilla's there too. There's a lot of hype around
Yeah,
Camilla.
Copium is
I definitely
real.
do think it's gonna do really well in terms of sales,
It's
right?
just that
Very
there's a video in my
anticipated
React
character that the
thing, but
community
like,
really wants. But all in all, what do I think about Wuthering?
it was funny. The gacha enjoyer was like, surely, you know, the Copium is true, surely. And then he goes and pulls up everything. It's like, oh yeah, look at the non-existent fan art. Look at the non-existent Rule 34 stuff. Right? But yeah. Mechanic dog Verons fly in cargo drones. Oh yeah, those ones you have to open yourself. They won't loot those for you, unfortunately. You gotta do those yourself.
Waves jumping from 6 to 7 mil in the green. They did jump up in revenue. They are doing good for themselves, guys. One of the things that I will think Wuthering Waves will go back to, and we'll start
No,
seeing
not
the
November. What do you
double-digit
mean? I
revenue
like
sales,
nuts.
guys,
Don't you
is
guys like
eventually,
nuts?
I do think Wuthering Waves is going to be going back to eventually 2 5-stars. You know what I mean? I do think that they've slowly given everybody like a little bit of like, hey, you know, new players, we understand that are still coming into the game. Old players, these are really anticipated characters and a lot of people need them. They were lacking on 4 stars, so they kind of gave the community, you know what I mean, kind of like a breathing space, some breathing room to acquire these characters that have come out, the shorekeepers.
I wouldn't call it breathing
And go
room.
get the Camillas. I think the Camilla banner and the Camilla revenue, it will be higher than the shorekeeper one, but I would probably say maybe about 2 mil more. I don't see Camilla's banner going into double digits just yet, because I think a lot of us right now, and if you are a Wuthering Waves player, then you understand you probably have a lot of astrites saved up because of the events and because Kuro really does.
Oh yeah, you clearly do, right? Because the events clearly have a lot, right? They clearly have a lot, even though we went over what you get if you 100%ed it. 100% do everything and no life it. No, you don't. They're acting as if you have a lot, but reality is you don't.
Let's take care of their community, and it's free to play friendly. Now I know the other aspect of this video right now, there are going to be Genshin haters, excuse me guys, in the comments section. Some of them will come saying, oh, I can't wait to see Wuwa fail, this and that. So hopefully guys, if you see them down there, you know, I mean, go ahead, fight back against them. I mean, you know, I already knew what type of video this is when we talk about gacha revenue in the space, especially when we talk about Wuthering Waves, a competitor to Genshin Impact, you know what I mean? But as long as Wuwa is doing good, which it did go up in revenue, it's doing good. The game had one of its best launch patches, you know what I mean? Not launch patches, but 1.3 is a great patch. 1.4, we have an anticipated character, and a lot of us, if you guys have been seeing on Twitter, are getting hungry for the drip market, you know what I mean? So Wuthering Waves and Kuro Games is doing a good job staying afloat, and remember, that's what their development team said. As long as they can stay afloat, right, they're happy with that they can make some money back for a project that they're passionate about.
That depends on how long the investors will
And
let
trust
them
me,
stay
guys,
that way.
They're doing the 1 5-star, 1 4-star thing when we see them do 2 5-stars, which I do think they will go back to, these numbers I think will go back to the double digits. Now, do I think Wuthering Waves will get into the top 5 or something like that? It's really tough to say. I mean, you never know how things can change in the gacha space. It's very difficult, guys, because
Yeah, that's enough of that copium there. Does he have anything else, any other copium for us to look at, or do we just look at the next thing? Alright, we got more. There was this one, the worst power creep in gacha games.
Members for supporting my channel.
It's dead.
Hello there. I want to talk about power creep today. So if you're one of
Okay.
those Star Rail players that can't accept criticism towards your game because it can do no wrong, then this might be the time for you to maybe watch a different video. I'm aware most of the Star Rail players are decent human beings, but I'd be lying if I tried to sit here and tell you that most of the Star Rail community aren't, how do I word this nicely? You know what? Doesn't matter. I had planned to let there be this like secret silent opening where I didn't really name drop the game until a minute in, but then I realized that if you just look at the thumbnail, it's very obvious which of the 3 games I'm talking about. So hi, we're gonna talk about power creep and Star Rail. So I need to make a few things clear. One thing I always hear from Star Rail defenders is whenever you criticize their game, they get on to you because, oh, you don't understand the game. And I know I don't talk about Star Rail a lot, so I'll just go ahead and say this. I've been playing since day 1 and I full cleared all the in-game modes, which means I don't want to see any comments that are like, well, actually, when you get to the in-game, shut the fuck up. No, we're not gonna do that. Because the fact of the matter is, power creep at this point in Star Rail is absolutely undeniable. And I know it's pretty bad because in one of my more recent videos I talked about power creep in Genshin. I mostly talked about how a lot of the in-game content in Genshin Impact isn't really that hard, and you can full clear it with a lot of 4-star characters and it'll be super easy. It would actually take around the same, if not less investment than it would take for you to go in there with a full team of 5 stars. And it's been this way ever since.
You stop it, you cannot play games with no skip button. Yep. If you can't skip the animations or fast forward them like enough, it just sucks, man. It does suck.
The game came out, and I talked about how at the end of the day it doesn't really matter what you do because, you know, you're gonna be able to full clear all the content anyway, so just pull the characters you want. Hi, Editor Soul here. I'm editing at 3 o'clock in the morning because I just got back from my job, and I just was looking through the top comments, and this was the top comment on that video, which is pretty fucking funny to me. Figured I'd share with the class, so yeah. As it currently stands, Star Rail is not the same. When I hear people talk about defenses for power creep in Star Rail is either 1, flat denying that it doesn't exist, or the second point they bring up is actually it's really easy to full clear all of the in-game content with 4 stars. All you need to do is do XYZ. And while it is true, yeah, you can full clear with all the characters that are just 4 stars. A lot of the people that say this are content creators, and they're not really taking into consideration the time. Here's a good example. This is a YouTuber named...
Time is something you have to factor in. You have to factor in time. People don't realize the absurd amount of time and stuff they'll put in here.
IO. IO makes a lot of Star Rail content, and just so you know in advance, I'm not bullying IO. I've talked to him in person. He's pretty cool. Matter of fact, if you like Star Rail, go support IO. He's pretty chill. But IO made a video recently where he went over a lot of the in-game content in Star Rail, and he made his case for why power creep isn't a thing, because he was able to fully clear all of the in-game content using only 2 5-stars per team while using 4 stars, and he was able to get the highest score possible in the in-game mode. Actually, I think he used 5 5-stars, but one of them is ratio, so I don't really count that. Anyway, the point is, his conclusion...
I don't think you can get that guy for free anymore, though. Right.
Was that IO, since he was able to fully clear the in-game content with these limited characters, that means that there's really no power creep. And I told IO this when I talked to him, that's fucking stupid. That doesn't make any sense, and here's why. First things first, IO has been playing Star Rail for a very long time, and he's also spent a decent amount of money on the game.
Yep.
So automatically, this person has access to more resources than a new player. On top of that, it's undeniable that the power creep in Star Rail has resulted in the ceiling for DPS and MOC and all the other in-game content being pushed significantly. And this is a trend that is not going to slow down. As more 5-stars come out that push forward the DPS ceiling, we are seeing the MOC and APOC Shadow getting more and more difficult. They are increasing their health pools. You need to look no further than Akron, who on her release made sure that a lot of the in-game modes had significantly more powerful enemies to keep up with her, and now, with the release release of characters like Firefly and Fei Zhao that take significantly less investment that are able to do significantly more damage, Acheron has been demoted from T0 to T.5, and in my opinion, she should have been demoted from that a while ago. When Fei Zhao and Firefly released, they increased the difficulty of the in-game mode to make sure that these new powerful
because they
characters
felt like
weren't
they've been
solving the
betrayed.
difficulty, and we're
Man, it's funny. It's like, how are they not surprised, man? It's the same problem. Yeah, they're locked behind everything. Wua has the same problem. Wua has the same problem. Sure, you can skip the story, but you cannot skip the portions to get to where you need to go still.
watching other premium
Yeah,
limited
this farm of things is exhausting. You just went in, you got the you just went in, got the characters you were interested in, but in the plot, but you told yourself that the whole plot comes out, then you'll watch it. Yeah, exactly.
5 stars, a lot of which are better than pretty much every 4-star in the game, getting pushed out of the meta. It is an undeniable fact that Jingliu is no longer in the top 3 DPSs anymore, and if you want to sit here and say, actually she is, that's okay, because you can just be wrong, and there's no point arguing with that. The same can be said for a lot of other DPSs in the game. Hell, Blade, who's one of my favorite characters in the game, is essentially as good as a standard 5-star at this point. If I received Blade for free in the mail right now, I probably wouldn't even consider building him just because it's not worth the investment. And you need to keep in mind that it has only been a year. We'll be generous and say it only took Io a year to build his account. His characters, when he full cleared the current in-game mode, were only barely able to do it. Now sit here for a second and think, if I started playing the game right now, in a year from now, if I tried to use the exact same team
if you did whatever they did in a year from now, you won't be able to do it.
He used and did the exact same level of investment over the course of a year, would I be able to full clear the in-game mode? No, because the enemies would have significantly more HP than they do now. And that is a fact. And do you want to know what that's called? Power creep. I know, surprising, right? So do you see now why that is a very dumb argument? And another thing, it's not just dumb, it's misleading, because you're pushing these people into spending these absorbent amount of resources on characters that aren't even that good, just because you can't say, yeah, shit, there's power creep. And it's as simple as that. I feel like, yeah, future characters are getting better. This is an undeniable fact of the game, and yeah, there have been a couple of stinkers lately, okay, I'm not gonna say names, but it doesn't matter, because even if there's just one character that is power creeping another character, then that's power creep. And power creep has been getting especially bad in Star Rail lately. I've made this comparison before, but there's a character named March 7th who puts a shield over a character. When an enemy attacks that shield, she retaliates for damage. There's another character in the game named Jerpard who puts a shield over the whole team with an ultimate. Aventurine, a character that came out little over a year later, gives you a full bar shield with a tap of his skill that does the reflection attack that March 7th does after so many hits that also applies a debuff. And yes, I know that Aventurine has to have his light cone in order to get the debuff, but here's the thing.
You don't like skipping, you seriously want to give it a chance, but maybe try it, but then you thought, what the hell, you skipped almost all of it. Adventure good unit, he's like Zhangli. But yeah, but then they said, like, yeah, freaking power creep right there.
Everybody's gonna judge Acheron based off her power with her light cone, but we're gonna do the same thing for every other character. Might as well keep it stock standard, huh? Another good example of a character who is just immensely more powerful is Yoon Lee, who is essentially just Clara's kit, but with way more numbers and modifiers in it. And then people will see this, look at it, and then be like, yeah, no, there's not power creep in this game. No, it doesn't exist. Hell, do y'all remember a year ago when people got Dr. Ratio for free? And everybody was talking about how, oh my god, the developers are so generous. They're so generous for giving us this character that literally would have sold like shit and nobody would have fucking pulled on him. He released right after Raw May and right before Penacony. You know shit, they gave him you for free. And now here we are 7 months later and he just got directly power crept by Fei Zhao, which is just insane. Which I guess is another thing I want to talk about. I feel like the people that play Star Rail talk about how the power creep isn't that big of a deal because they get enough gems every patch in order to pull characters in the future. They talk about how the game is super generous all the time, and I'm gonna pop your bubble real quick. The rate at which Star Rail releases its characters and the rate at which you get gems completely nullifies the generosity that you are perceiving. Star Rail players like to compare it to Genshin a lot, so I'm gonna do the same. Star Rail has been out for a year. Genshin has been out for a little over 4. Genshin has 80-something characters now. Don't know the exact number, but it's over 80. Star Rail has been out for a year, and it has over 50. I think 55 5 now, which means on average, you are getting roughly 44% of the currency in correlation to the characters that are releasing. And here's another thing. Like I said earlier, when people talk about calcs for Star Rail, a lot of people, including Pridewin, like to consider characters on the tier list based on if they have their light cone or not. Though I will admit, it does seem very pick and choosy on who has their light cone and who doesn't, because I'm sorry, there's no reason why Acheron should have been in T0 with Fei Zhao at any point if she didn't have her light cone, and there's absolutely no reason why Fu Xuan should have been on the same tier as Avengerine for a while if she didn't have her light cone. That's just ridiculous. But that's irrelevant. The point is, a lot of the tier list and a lot of the character calculators assume you have light cone, which means not only are you going to have to pull the character every patch when you're getting 44% of the currency that you would get in correlation to another game that releases characters slower, you're also expected to pull the weapon for characters. And sometimes at characters of a specific class that makes it to where all their other weapon options are so much worse than the light cone. I mentioned this earlier, but Acheron, if she doesn't have her light cone, her second best option is a significant downgrade. Boot Hill is another example I'd point to, with his second best weapon being a fucking 3-star because the light cones in this game are so tailor-made for a character. A lot of them feel like their kits are not complete unless they have the light cone. I also like to point to support light cones a lot of the time. For example, Robin's light cone makes her rotations a lot smoother, basically giving her 100% uptime on her ultimate, which is a significant buff considering how powerful her ultimate attack is. Ron May's light cone does so much for her kit it's actually insane, and Sunday's light cone turns his rotation from a 4 to a 3, which means he's easily going to be able to get his really powerful buffs off every single time off cooldown, which is, again, insane. And like I said earlier in the video, a lot of characters that come out in Star Rail nowadays expect you to have their light cone. So then you'll have these characters that come out that are really good. For example, one that really bothers me a lot is hyper carry teams, or of course, DOT teams, which when I came back to the game in version 2.0, those were like really overpowered teams and everybody said they were good. So I started pulling for the things that I needed to build these teams, and by the time I had everything I needed with my free-to-play shit, they were fucking useless. DOT isn't even talked about anymore unless it's as a joke, because it has—
Hey, you can hear just how bad things are getting though. You won't say that you don't like the game? No, you just decided one day that it's not for you.
Hasn't been touched in so long, and yeah, I know, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty fucking good if you have the signature light cone on all of the characters on the team, and you're playing with, I don't know, a year of investment, which new players won't have. But then you'll have people like, oh yeah, there's no power creep because you could just use these 4-stars with a year worth of investment.
It's too tedious, man.
Okay, what's gonna happen in a year?
Also, again, like, you guys know my stance on auto modes in games too. If I can just put the thing on auto, why the fuck am I even playing it? Right? Like, my stance on having an auto button, just give me a skip button entirely. Fuck auto mode.
When they finally get that team built and the HP modifiers increase on everything, are we still gonna sit here and deny power creep? Fuck no, because it exists! I don't understand why y'all are so adamant and vehemently defending that there is not power creep in Star Rail. It's right there. It is very probable that you can pull a character in one patch and then the next patch they get power crept, okay? Boot Hill is one that a lot of people point to, and even though he's a little bit better now, you are capping if you're trying to sit here and tell me that Boot Hill did not get just fucking shitted on by Firefly as soon as she released, because that was ridiculous. And I like Boot Hill. With that all being said, like, comment, subscribe. See ya.
Okay. What else we got here? Right, we have that. But yeah, Panaconia, the way they approached her stream, what happens, beautiful, okay. The auto mode is stupid, man. Just have the whole thing just skip entirely. Why the fuck you make me do this shit and just sit here and wait? Just have the fucking thing do it, like, automatically skip it. Why is this guy here? Fuck off. We remove him. Remove the jello guy. Denuvo! Denuvo's in trouble. Ooh, I actually want to see that. Yes, please!
Velgard will not have Denuvo on PC, we trust you. I don't know about you, but that statement was not on my 2024 EA Games bingo, and it's something said by the executive producer of Vanguard, Mike Gamble, just
No
before
de
the launch.
nouveau?
And what it represents is a bit of a different attitude towards risk, them making a different business decision, and I would say not actually them trusting you. Now, of course, everybody, EA included, knows that de nouveau has a bad name. De nouveau also know they have a bad name, and for de nouveau, this is all quite terrible. Their bad rep could actually be getting in the way of their business. So, they know they're behind, and what they've tried to do now is to respond to the situation. So that you're up to speed, de nouveau is an anti-piracy solution for PC games that's not just a simple phone home to a server to authenticate that a game is legitimate sort of thing. What it does is it works at runtime using virtualization and other obfuscation techniques to prevent tampering with game code, right? Now, there are times where this has had a barely noticeable impact on game performance, but not always. There are well-publicized instances of de nouveau protected versions of games running pretty damn badly, and clearly documented cases where a cracked version of a game that removes de nouveau will significantly outperform the legally purchased de nouveau counterpart. Now, de nouveau had always held the line that that's not what's going on and that it's not their fault, but at the very least, what their pitch would be, right, is that, look, your game is going to be cracked at some stage, but the point of de nouveau is they will make it take so long for your game to be cracked that your launch window at full RRP will be protected. And as for de nouveau examples recently, well, we've got Black Myth Wukong, that had de nouveau, and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which confirmed that it would have de nouveau on launch on PC, meaning that Steam Forum users were not best pleased. So that's the thing, de nouveau gets hate, their partners get hate. Now EA have left them out and they know they have a bad reputation. And to solve all this, they've decided that it's time to start talking directly to us and to the press. And to support our work in stories like this, I've partnered with today's sponsor, where I found a grimly funny trio of AI stories: hospital AI failing, gun checking AI failing, and Nvidia blowing past Apple as the world's most valuable company. You see, I use ground.news. It's where I go to stay in the loop in the things I care about. And you can get 40% off at ground.news/bellular. And all those three stories, it really stuck out to me. The researchers investigating OpenAI Whisper being implemented.
But you wanted to buy the remake of Silent Hill 2 price tag, and then you're like, and then you look at the bottom of the ROM, and then you think de nouveau had problems. Sonic and Shadow Generations has problems with de nouveau too. If you watched my stream if you watched the VOD when I played it on stream, or you were there, when I played through all of Shadow Generations, I encountered a lot of performance issues. They were in fact CPU bound. And here's the thing. My CPU is a 7950X 3D. Last I checked, the Ryzen 9000X 3D CPUs have not come out yet. So it's literally the fastest CPU you can have. And it's like decrypting the game on the fly, because you're moving so fast through the stages, it has to load the stuff even faster, because that's typical for how, like, the Sonic games are, right? Specifically, Shadow Generations has performance issues. I had to, like, run the game at, like, reduced resolution. I think it was, like, a 50% resolution and turn down things when I didn't need to, when I shouldn't need to. And it's because of de nouveau. Even that game had problems. Right? But yeah.
Implemented in medical centers just found wild inaccuracies and hallucinations. Like, one researcher said he found hallucinations in 8 out of the 10 transcripts that he checked, which is kinda wild. And with Ground, I can, in this story, actually see consensus, which is good for trust. I can see 45 sources, 10 are leaning to the left, 6 are leaning to the right, others are in the center, and those are all ratings that come from 3 independent news monitors. I can see their corporate ownership, I can see factuality ratings, which is so helpful. Now, where Ground gets powerful and honestly a little bit fun is headline comparison. In this story, the sides are great. Very much unlike this story of the Washington Post not endorsing a presidential candidate. CNN ran with Washington Post won't endorse candidate in 2024 presidential election after Bezos' decision. Outkick went with, sorry Kamala, Washington Post chooses not to endorse presidential candidate for first time in 36 years. So you can probably tell which one's leading left and which one's leading right there. And that's the power of Ground. You can see all of the stories, top level and see all of the spin consolidated in one place. And that means that I've got the tools to see the whole picture, so I'm not misinformed, and I'm actually, it's in the name, well grounded. You can join me at ground.news/Bellular, and with that, you can get 40% off the Vantage plan, which is what I use. So check them out down below. And with that said, let's get into the video. Denuvo opened a public Discord, which of course was immediately a shit show. So they made it read-only, and then they re-enabled it, but with far tighter moderation. Then, after all that fun went down, they talked to the press, most notably to Rock Paper Shotgun, who got an interview with a product manager at Denuvo. There's plenty to the interview, so here's the TLDR of what Denuvo said. They are no longer willing to let what they say are hostile, toxic, and untrue comments be unchallenged on topics like destroying SSDs and impacting game performance.
Except they do destroy SSDs. Because they're forcing extra read and write cycles, they do make your SSD wear out faster with their DRM. That is not false. It does happen.
They say that they know people don't trust them, and that's why they've got a public Discord, and they think there are two reasons for their bad rap, right? Which are their software actually working, which annoys pirates, so pirates have got an incentive to be angry at Denuvo, and that there
Except it also hurts people who are legitimately paying customers.
is no immediate benefit to consumers with Denuvo Anti-Tamper, unlike Denuvo Anti-Cheat, where no cheaters is going to be a good thing for a customer. Though long-term, in the interview, they say that they are in the customer's best interest because they increase revenue, which they say can be the difference between a game getting a sequel greenlit or not, and most notably, they admit that the constant negativity does actually impact their business, which of course, with Electronic Arts, we can directly see. There's no Denuvo, and that means the Denuvo will not be paid. Now, there is a simple question that we all sort of throw back, which is, why don't you release the benchmarks? Well, Denuvo basically responds to that. First, they say that partners can, but they don't, and the Denuvo do have benchmarks, but they can't release those benchmarks without partner approval, and even if they did release benchmarks, nobody would trust them. And
yeah, because the thing is, here's the problem. If you're a developer, right? You put Denuvo in your game and you do benchmarks with or without Denuvo, and people can see what the hell is going on, people are going to be pissed. And if you put Denuvo in your game and they can see that, oh yeah, it's tanking performance, they're going to be really, really fucking mad at you. And they might not buy your game. So of course they're not gonna do that.
And they then said they would like to have media, like say Digital Foundry, do third-party tests, but that would need to be partner approved and would need to be on site in their Austrian facility. And as for performance, well, they recognize problems, but they give examples of basically it not being Denuvo's fault, it being developers implementing Denuvo incorrectly. One example of that, they say, is Tekken 7. So their messaging overall here is fairly clear and consistent, but it still is a bit of a strange interview. As an example, they use an Entertainment Computing / University of North Carolina journal to argue that they earn publishers a mean of 15% more revenue and a median of 20% more revenue, which does sound really good, but then they say the survey lacks data on long-term revenue, which, you know, does kind of seem like it's the main point. Anyway, the guy interviewed also says this banging line, "I am a gamer myself, and therefore I know what I'm talking about." Which might be true, but it does come off as a bit of a bizarre off-topic defense. At least so far, that is Denuvo's foray into trying to get their image just a little bit repaired. One thing is for sure though, a Discord existing and an interview, that cannot undo a decade of bad PR, so here's why their reputation is so bad, and why there's a likely cold business reason why, quite simply, EA just weren't bothered, but also how EA definitely don't trust you. Argument one against Denuvo is that it only hurts legitimate players. The idea is that a game is going to be cracked anyway, so what's the point? You're only hurting real customers. Well, if we're going to say 2016 and then a few years after, yeah, Denuvo would sometimes even be broken before release. But actually, when you look at recent years, like 2023 and 2024, that's actually not really the case anymore. Denuvo does appear to be significantly more resilient than it was in the past. In 2024, just one game has been bypassed, Yeah, one game, and that's Metaphor ReFantasio, but the reason why it was bypassed is because the demo they released didn't have Denuvo. So because people had access to the demo, they were able to build a workaround. Now, looking back at 2023, you do see that more Denuvo games were actually not cracked than were cracked, which is definitely their technology getting more effective.
The irony of the
Denuvo
demo
essentially used to be anti-piracy hopium, or just a bit of a delaying tactic. But nowadays, well, yeah, it has actually got stronger, and that does mean that Denuvo hits piracy a bit harder than it used to. But that's not to say that Denuvo stays forever. As an example, loads of EA single-player games that launched with Denuvo no longer have it. And that's really because most companies seem to find that the anti-piracy measures aren't worth the cost or the effort after the launch window of their game. Basically, Denuvo is not a pay-once thing. I'll get into their payment later on, and it does have ongoing costs, so as soon as the expected cost-benefit analysis flips, most companies just choose to no longer use Denuvo.
Yeah,
so, argument
get rid
one
of
then, that it only impacts legitimate customers, that was very, very true back in 2016 when Denuvo was routinely cracked. Nowadays, at least going by the numbers, it does seem that Denuvo is significantly more effective and that it is less crackable. And that means that yes, it does actually impact illegitimate use. Argument 2, though, is the one that people have really felt, and that is the issue of performance. And this is actually where things, they get more interesting and nuanced than I thought going into this story. So for years, we've all been pretty adamant that Denuvo does impact performance, and that was helped by continual examples of the cracked game running way better than the Denuvo counterpart. But throughout all of this, Denuvo have constantly held the line that they don't impact performance, and that just felt like gaslighting, which, wasn't really fun. It's probably one of the reasons why they ended up being so hated. And what they basically say is that if it does happen, it's not their fault. And we can take the examples of Resident Evil Village and Devil May Cry 5. Mostly Village, though. So both games had cracked versions that ran significantly better, and Digital Foundry's testing did actually confirm that. But then Capcom realized that they made mistakes when implementing Denuvo. In one of those cases, we specifically know that Village had its Denuvo implementation fixed, and that both games did see performance improvements. Another example is actually Assassin's Creed Origins, where their implementation of VM Protect pushed up CPU usage, which was obviously pretty bad because Origins was a very CPU-bound game in many cases. Now, where things get a bit more interesting is actually examples
thanks
from
for the $10 tip.
One of them is Durante, who you may remember. Basically, he's the guy.
$10. This for you, Naya.
Oh, thanks, man. Thanks. But yeah, it's just crazy with the freaking Denuvo stuff. Right? It's just crazy.
That fixed Dark Souls and PC. So he found that FF15 had increased load times with Denuvo, but essentially identical in-game performance. Another example is Morris Human, who bypassed Denuvo on Hogwarts Legacy, and he posted this, and I'm just going to read it verbatim so I get it across exactly. Looking at FPS and measuring drops is going to yield either two scenarios. There are no drops at all, which means everything is super optimized, or there are FPS drops. In the case of FPS drops, the results are going to be inconclusive, as it could mean Denuvo is bad, the game is bad, or the most likely scenario, my hooks are bad. Essentially that what he would be doing would be causing some of those FPS drops. So at the very least, it was interesting to hear from him. I think the ultimate solution here is third-party testing actually happening. That's going to be challenging because you're going to have to pay Digital Foundry or some other group to actually go out there, and then you're going to have partners actually greenlight that, which could be a challenging thing. Ultimately, though, third-party benchmarks are the only gold standard way to actually have this happen. And I suppose if there are often problems where a company will implement Denuvo in a way that will have a performance impact, well, one thing is Denuvo say they're trying to make that better and easier, but the other one is, how about we don't ram things into games just before launch where there clearly is not enough time to implement them well? That's something, which again is not exactly how a lot of AAA games end up being released. And ultimately with this, it's just complex. Benchmarking highly technical stuff is very challenging, and it's not just Denuvo, it's Denuvo and how a developer implements Denuvo, which basically means there are loads of different variables. Personally, I think there are likely times where Denuvo has been a problem. I think there's likely times where a developer's implementation has been a problem. It's probably both. But there's a reason why, at the end of the day, that doesn't matter. As far as an end user has been concerned, Denuvo was in their game, and their game ran worse. Does it matter
Yeah.
if it's the software engineers at a developer implementing Denuvo and that
No,
causing
it does
the
not
problem,
matter.
or Denuvo itself?
It
Not
is.
really, because at the end of the day, all you know is you bought a game legally, it has anti-piracy protection that doesn't have an immediate positive benefit to you, and your game now runs worse. Pretty
Exactly.
obviously bad. Now there is then the other problem. Denuvo games must be connected to the internet. This is the one that I think is actually the worst.
Yeah,
If you're not connected to the
definitely
internet,
is.
then yeah, they'll just refuse to activate. This is
And that's the other point too. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The thing is, the people who are pirating the games, they were never going to be a customer in the first place. You have a good night, Zenmeister. Right? If you're pirating the thing, you were never going to be a customer in the first place. I buy a lot of games on a regular basis that do not have Denuvo in them, and I'll play them. I'll go get them on GOG, I'll get them on Steam, whatever. I've done it a lot. Being able to pirate the thing has not really been a thing that got in my way. But Denuvo has definitely gotten in the way and just made things annoying. It also makes it worse if I want to play stuff portably, because sometimes I want to take out my Steam Deck, I want to play a game out, and I don't have an internet connection. And if I didn't log into that game before I traveled and I want to, I decide, I want to go play this game at this time, I can't do that. Because then Denuvo will pop up saying, it can't do the verification, and I'm stuck. I've had that happen so many times when wanting to play a couple of games of mine that do have Denuvo in them, and it annoys the fuck out of me. I really hate it when that shows up. Yeah, people will buy games regardless. The reality is, if it's more convenient to have the thing in there, people are going to buy it. More often than not, it's a service issue, piracy. Right? If the thing is more convenient in a specific way, people are going to do it. Some people let's say like me, right? I play games on my computer, and now I want to play on my Steam Deck or another machine. Okay, well if I have the paid version, I can just sync up my save via cloud and play it on a different machine later, right? And take it with me. I can do that all the time, and I like doing that. It's great. But sometimes when I intend to do that, I'm usually not going to have internet access to play the game the way I would like to, right? So I would play them, I would like to be able to still at least play the game. But if I can't access the internet so the thing can phone home and let Denuvo do its thing, I can't play the game. And it's happened to me so many times. It's happened to me so many times, and it's really annoying.
obviously anti-consumer and anti-preservation. And of course, DRM generally is that. It's basically balancing us against piracy. And when I say us, I mean legitimate people who want to buy a game normally. And as much as Gabe says, piracy is a service problem, that is true, but Steam does not sell DRM-free games. You do accept Steam DRM on every single Steam game, and while offline play is an option there, it is not one, without considerations and things you've got to do on your account. And so with Denuvo and the Always Online component, there are examples of this impacting players. I mean, number one, you just not having internet, right? So there is that, but also, for 6 hours in May of this year, you couldn't play Persona 5 Royale. Denuvo denied it was them, but players found a workaround, basically launching the game with no internet services, and they were able to get it working. Now, 2021 had a similar issue. A Denuvo domain expired, and that meant that people lost access to Tomb Raider, Mortal Kombat 11, Total War Warhammer, Guardians of the Galaxy, and Planet Zoo, and at least in that case, Denuvo did confirm that the problem was them. Now, at least for consumers, there is a bright side here, and that is that games actually keep Denuvo around for less and less long these days. But I think for most of us, it's the principle that matters. It's that we buy a game legitimately that has got anti-tamper software in it, where that does restrict our ability to access the game and at least causes a risk of decreased performance. And all of this leaves Denuvo in a strange position. They cannot prove that they don't cause the performance problems.
Yeah, they can't prove it.
I'm sure they would love to. They certainly seem to say they have benchmarks that prove that, but their partners, they say, won't let them release the benchmarks. So the best they can do is trust me, bro, which obviously people are not going to buy. Denuvo have lost the narrative, so now the best they can do is try to argue that the problem that they solve matters. And that's why they said that game margins are getting tighter and that they can increase revenue by a median of 20%. But it is that direct value of your launch window sales that Denuvo exists to protect. That's why it costs money, and there are two sources on how much Denuvo costs. First, there are Crytek leaks from a few years back. Those suggested €140,000 for 12 months of protection, €2,000 a month after that, an extra $60K for games with over 500,000 unique activations in 30 days, and then 40 cents per activation on WeGame, which is a Chinese platform, and 10K per storefront. So there's that from a few years ago, but then there's this, which is an AWS marketplace listing. Now, it says that for a 1-month contract, it's 25K USD, right? 1 month, 1 game. But the bit that's interesting is plus 50 cents per activation. Now, let's say that your game gets 1 million activations. That's going to be 500 grand plus the 25K. And that means we've got potentially millions of dollars on the line. So yes, looking at the pricing, no doubt EA will want to save money, but very notably, whenever Mike Gamble said, "We trust you," that's not fully true. Now, I'm sure Mike does actually trust people, but EA overall, less so. You see, Veilguard had no pre-install period on PC. That means they are happy to say that they trust players, and they want to use a lack of Denuvo as a marketing beat for their game. But that doesn't mean that they're going to let their code get into the wild early to give crackers a head start. EA are just gambling that the lack of Denuvo ends up earning them more in sales and saving them enough money to make up for how cracking the game will technically be a bit easier. But they want to sort of hedge themselves, protect themselves against that by having no preload period. That's really what's going on. Now, if we're going to take this to a larger place, the question will be, will this pay off for Electronic Arts? Because if it does pay off, and they basically realize that they didn't really need Denuvo that much anyway, then Denuvo is really going to be in a pickle. Because if a big AAA company with a big new expensive game decides that even they don't need Denuvo, well, you probably don't need Denuvo either. And for Denuvo, that's going to be a problem. And speaking of problems, there's the Concord story. It's not just the developer being gone, it's how much Sony basically ended up holding the bag and the degree to which it's an almost unprecedented level of failure in our industry. Check it out next.
Okay, let's see what else we got here. That's crazy though, the Denuvo one. Apparently MTash is working on a gacha game. What happened with MTash?
So dudes, it's your boy
This one was
Tuber.
sent to me.
Recently I had a guy ask me in my stream if I was gonna play this game that MTash said he was working on, an upcoming game called Godforge. I knew that MTash had made a video about it before on his YouTube channel, but I didn't watch it then, so I decided to go check it out now that some of my own chats brought it up to me. And after watching that and a demo video for Godforge that the developers of the game put out on their own YouTube channel, I have a few things to say about him, or to put it more bluntly, I'm gonna talk a whole bunch of shit about the game, and more specifically, MTash's involvement with it. First, I should clarify right now that I don't know MTash personally or anything, right? I never even talked to the guy. We might have been on the same Gacha Cast episode that Tectone hosts that one time I was on it, but the point is that he sure as fuck doesn't know me. I don't watch his content regularly, and before I watched his Godforge promo video, the most I knew about him was that he's the guy who keeps saying he's gonna quit this or that MiHoYo game, but doesn't because he doesn't want to have to go back to making Diablo or Destiny 2 videos that get half or less the views that his gacha videos do.
Exactly,
At least that's what I assume. That, and I have a chip in my shoulder when it comes to the gacha content creation community as a whole, not just MTash, because honestly, I think a lot of y'all are fucking fake as shit, and shouldn't even be considered gacha YouTubers or streamers if the only gacha games you play are MiHoYo and or Wuthering Waves. And no, getting sponsored to play a smaller gacha for like a day or two, and then never touching again afterwards ain't good enough. If you want to know more about why I feel this way, or if you're just wondering who the fuck this weeb is with all these anime body pillows hung up on the wall
that's a lot.
talking shit, go watch these 2 previous videos of.
Should we go watch these later then? Because like someone sent me this one about MTash. Real Gacha Addiction and then God of Gacha. Oh
It'll
boy.
explain where I'm coming from better than I will here. Links in the description. Now that you have this context, and having watched Mtash's Godforge video and the 2.0 developer demo video so that you guys don't have to, let me break down all the problems that I have with the game and Mtash's involvement with it. First problem, in no particular order by the way, Mtash says that the graphics in this game look, quote, incredible, unquote. I'm not a 3D animator or anything, so I can't tell you how good the models are.
Yeah, why not?
Maybe the 3D models themselves are actually quite high fidelity, so I hesitate to comment on the graphics themselves specifically. At the
Is
very
this
least,
the
I don't personally
turn-based
have an
slop?
issue with them. What I do have a problem with
Oh,
is the
boy.
presentation. Like, there's nothing about this game that intrigues me in particular. Like, I'm not captivated or impressed by what I'm seeing. The character designs are nothing special. The
let's
animations
take
are
a deep
bland
dive
and
in the
lack
rabbit hole.
impact. Like, what the hell is
For
this
sure.
animation supposed to be? I assume the characters have voice lines, but I couldn't hear any of them, or at least not well, in either Mtash's video or the demo to get a sense of how the units themselves are characterized, so that doesn't help. I mean, this is their gacha summoning animation, for God's sake. Like, I don't give a shit that this is supposed to be like a pre-alpha build or whatever the fuck. You're out here asking for beta signups, and you don't even have a fucking summoning animation done yet? One of the most important aspects of a gacha game is the presentation, whether it's the graphics themselves or the animations or whatever else. There needs to be something visual about the game that stands out
Yeah,
to potential
morning,
players
Megumi.
to give them a reason to
How
come
you
try your
doing?
game, to hook them in so that you then have a chance to show them what the rest of the game's really made of.
Yeah, you
and
have
then
to
turn
hook
them
them
into
first.
a regular player who will then stick with your
But
game
they're not
and
doing
keep
that.
playing it. At least for
They're
a
not gonna
while.
do that,
But judging
yeah.
from what I've seen so far, Godforge doesn't really have much of that visual hook that I'm looking for. I guess maybe
Yeah.
the only thing that I can think of is its whole aesthetic. Like, if you're a big fan of ancient mythologies from around the world and seeing them all together in the same universe and interacting with each other, but you're not a filthy weeb or anything, and you prefer a more, let's just say, Western art style, then
They're probably gonna
maybe
go
you'd
play
give this
Raid
game a
instead.
try. And even if the graphics were what people consider to be good, that doesn't mean shit to me, because the game itself looks boring. Again, it doesn't give me a compelling enough reason for me to go try it. So at the end of the day, why would I bother with this game when I already play a game like Honkai Star Rail? Speaking of Star Rail, the second problem that I have is with the gameplay itself. And I'm going off of the gameplay that was in, like I said earlier, the Godforge 2.0 demo video that the Fateless devs themselves put up on their YouTube channel. The best way that I can describe this is Raid Shadow Legends had an unwanted bastard child with Star Rail, and this is what you get. You have the Raid aesthetic or art style that's combined with the Star Rail UI. The turn order is in the top left, your character icons that display their
Why does he keep saying Star Rail UI? It's not like as if Star Rail is the first game to do this. Lots of turn-based games have this UI thing.
health and other information along the bottom left, the third-person over-the-shoulder camera angle for your units, buttons for auto and pause, and other stuff on
I'm
the
trying
bottom
to
right,
farm the
and
hacker
action
points right
buttons
now
like
on my
basic attack
account.
and skill on the bottom right. Hell, your character's
I'm doing the
status
AFK
effects like
point
buffs
farming
and
right now.
debuffs are even shown underneath their health bars, and enemies have their own HPs and whatever that yellow bar is supposed to be displayed right over them, just like in Star Rail. Given that Mtash said that he's a consultant for this game, it sounded like, and is helping out with QA and design work, I believe, I don't think any of this is a coincidence. Maybe some things are taken from Raid Shadow Legends instead. I wouldn't know, I don't play Raid, but as someone who's played Star Rail since launch and am still playing it, when I look at this battle UI, I know exactly where it comes from. But if it were only the UI design that got copy-pasted from Star Rail, then I wouldn't really care that much. After all, you can argue that, Wuthering Waves copy-pasted their UI from Genshin, and no one seems to have a problem with that, right? No, what makes this an actual problem for me is that it really looks like they just straight up copied Star Rail's core gameplay too. Every character in this game looks like they have a basic attack, skill, and ultimate. They also have a faction they belong to, an element, or whatever the equivalent of that is in this game, and a class. Your teams have 4 characters who fight one by one when their turn comes up, and they can only use either their basic or skill unless they have their ultimate, in which
that is just like nothing.
case it seems like they can pop it whenever they want, just like in Star Rail. Again, this isn't necessarily
Though that is also from Trails. Mtash making a game, Yeah, how fast will he quit his own game? Exactly, Kumaki. How you doing?
An issue on its own. You can have games that are clearly inspired by others, and to use the Wuwa example again, Wuthering Waves has pretty similar gameplay to Genshin, at least on the surface. But the more you play Wuwa, the more you realize it's not quite the same as Genshin.
Yeah, exactly.
Because Genshin is much more about, you know, team building and elemental reactions and stuff like that, whereas Wuwa is a lot more dodge this, bitch. I hope the same goes for Godforge, where it's at least a little more than just, you know, a Western take on Star Rail. Maybe this game has additional mechanics that differentiates gameplay enough from Star Rail to make it feel more like its own game once you've been playing it enough. But all this leads up to my biggest issue when it comes to the gameplay. It's using Star Rail as its inspiration. Of all the games it could have copied its gameplay from, for whatever godforsaken reason, they chose Star Rail. And I just want to ask,
why?
Why? Mtash says in his promo video that he wants Godforge to be a knowledge-based game. And in the context of turn-based games, knowledge is more or less skill, because the more you know about how a turn-based game works, as in its mechanics and such, the better you'll play, obviously. Since it's not like, you know, mechanical skill like aim or dodging is a thing in this genre.
Yep.
So for all intents and purposes, I'm gonna have to assume that Mtash wants Godforge to be a skill-based game. But I don't know if he's aware, but Star Rail is far from a skill-based game.
It is very far.
It's an extremely simple game as far as turn-based games go.
It is.
Star Rail's gameplay boils down to countering enemy elements and rolling gacha so you can use the latest and greatest limited 5-star character to then go destroy any of the endgame modes with them, because the enemies you face there, and the extra battle conditions there, favor you having that latest character. Like, the most complicated mechanics that I can think of in Star Rail are things like speed thresholds, where your units gain more actions per cycle at specific speed stats, and Yunli's ult, which surprisingly requires you to have pretty extensive knowledge of enemy attacks and good situational awareness, so you don't end up wasting it and having it do a lot less damage because Yunli didn't parry an enemy attack properly. And no, before you ask, I don't think zero cycling in Star Rail is all that impressive, because all they boil down to are Eidolons and luck-sacking the fuck out of your relics. Go try doing an FGOTA, and then we'll talk. So if Star Rail is a very simple game mechanically, and Godforge is basing its gameplay on that, how skill-based is Godforge gonna be?
Like, here's the thing as well, like, from a turn-based game, right? Pokemon is, like, significantly more complex, too. If you've ever actually seen how shit goes competitively. Like, it is insane. Like, let's say we open up, let's say, Smogon. You know what? Chiyu, look at Chiyu, right? Like, look at the information that's just thrown right in front of you for Chiyu. Let's say we look at, I don't know, let's say VGC Regulation F. We'll have example builds, movesets here. Right, we'll have this one, right? What choice item do you want? What item do you want? They're gonna give it either choice specs or scarf. Here, look at the freaking stat investments here. Okay, we got 212 in HP because they want to live a very specific attack with 4 defense, 4 special defense. Because again, they want to freaking live a very specific attack from a very specific Pokemon with 52 in special attacks, so they can do a bit of damage. They need to make sure it has a specific set of speed, of course, right? And then, like, yeah, this moveset. This is one example. You can go pick up any Pokemon, whatever. Let's say, I don't know, you want, I don't know. Right? Like, this shit gets absurd. Just any Pokemon you can think of. I don't know, let's say you want Raichu, I don't know. Raichu gets used in VGC, I'm pretty sure. Do they not have it here? Maybe Sword Shield VGC? Do we have? I know, like, he's won tournaments and he got usage there. Like, freaking Raichu gets stuff. But, like, I don't know. Like, you can pick any Pokemon here. If they're bad enough, then yeah. Like, oh yeah, VGC 2018. Like, you can hold this specific item, this specific nature. You have this specific defensive spread. You know, they'll have stuff like that, like different types of utility stuff. Even like on a bad Pokemon. Right? Shit goes crazy. It's probably like one of the deepest RPGs there, because just because like you're limited to 4 moves. And there are hundreds of moves you can choose from. Not every Pokemon will have all those moves, mind you. But like, there are a lot of different things you have to think of and consider when you're trying to like put things in a team. Especially because you have a lot of restrictions. You can't just get everything. You can't. You have to pick and choose, and you have to put them together with your other mons, and you have to make sure like they all work together.
Exactly. Again, I assume that the developers will add more mechanics to differentiate its gameplay from Star Rail at least a little bit, but I have some very real doubts at the moment as to how much knowledge you'll really need to have to play this game. And to make matters worse, Mtash also said that Godforge will have PvP. And it seems like he wants it, or at least a part of it, to be as fair and balanced as possible, where gear and whaling for gacha characters won't be a factor and it'll be more about how good you are at the game. And that sounds good and all, sure, but if Godforge ends up not being that much more mechanically dense than Star Rail
You're
is,
promoting Jog.
then
Fair
again,
enough. Have a nice
how
day. You have a
much
nice day,
skill
man.
is there really gonna be? I also question his credentials when it comes to the kind of work that he's done for Godforge. In his video, Mtash says that he's consulted on things like clan boss design, PvP, and monetization. And after seeing the actual gameplay, it's quite easy to assume that he also probably told the Fateless devs to go look at Star Rail for some inspiration. But how much does he know about these things, really? Like, some gameplay aspects I'm sure he knows a thing or two about, like boss fight design perhaps, since he comes from a Diablo and Destiny background, judging from his previous non-gacha content, so I won't judge him there. But PvP? If you want to design a gacha PvP, then I would hope that you have extensive experience playing other gachas that have PvP to understand what makes them work or not. Because a PvP experience in a gacha game is quite a bit different than what you'll find in other normal games. And again,
it's way
looking
different.
at his YouTube content, I don't see very many non-MiHoYo gachas that he's made videos for that weren't, sponsored videos, most likely. In my eyes, he's just another generic gacha content creator who rode the initial Genshin popularity wave back in 2020 and still makes his daily bread from MiHoYo games, and that's it. And given that I've been told that he doesn't even like gacha games all that much, he doesn't particularly strike me as the kind of dude who plays other gacha games off camera. I know very little about game development, and usually I don't, go out of my way to criticize someone in a field that I don't feel qualified to speak in. But in this case, I would like to think that if you're being hired as a consultant for something, you should at least have a lot of experience in regards to the field that the project you're working on is in. Maybe Mtash has a lot of experience in some areas that the Fateless devs find very valuable, and all credit to him if that's the case. And I actually fully agree with what Mtash says in his video about how gacha games need to be played as actual games, that playing the game itself needs to be treated as a priority, so I think he's at least got the right mindset to work on Godforge. But considering the game they're working on is a gacha, and gacha games are quite a bit different from normal games, I would expect Mtash to also have a lot of experience with gacha games specifically. But at the moment, with what I know about him and what I've seen, I don't think he does. And perhaps my biggest problem with Mtash's video is this: he doesn't call Godforge a gacha. Not once in his entire video does he label it as a gacha game.
Yeah,
the wording he specifically uses to describe it is a hero collector turn-based RPG.
It is a turn-based RPG. It is a hero collector. There's lots of gear. There's lots of factions. It is a game that is essentially next-gen Raid Shadow Legends, if you want to call it that.
Or something like that. And because I watched his video first, before looking at the developer gameplay video, I was like, okay, I assume Godforge isn't a gacha then.
Yeah, you'd assume so.
Apparently doesn't like gachas that much, so like, why would he work on one, right? But lo and behold, this developer gameplay video clearly shows a gacha screen. They even show their unfinished summoning animation, which hopefully they've got one now that's actually finished. So clearly, Godforge is a gacha game. So then, why the fuck did Mtash not just call it that in his video? Was he trying to hide it so that, he can get more people to play it? Because he's afraid that some people won't play it if they find out that it's a gacha? Or maybe the devs themselves told him not to call it a gacha in his video?
Yeah,
Whatever
raid like it is.
Personally, I find it very suspicious that he's working on a gacha game, but in his promotional video for it, he doesn't call it as such.
Yep.
Maybe to the average viewer, this isn't really that big of a deal, but for someone like me, who made a whole ass video inflating my own fucking ego to enviosity levels, calling himself the god of gacha games, it absolutely is. And the reason why is because, as I alluded to before,
He has less
gacha
bugs
games
than
are
Toff,
very
right?
distinct from other genres.
Has it got less
So much
bugs? I don't know.
that we call any game with like an RNG system of distributing playable characters and weapons and other content that you can spend both free and premium currency on, a gacha, right? Even though gacha games themselves can have wildly different gameplay genres, from things like, you know, turn-based and tower defense to real-time arena combat and even shooters. Think of it this way.
Yep.
When you talk about
Even that.
Genshin Impact, for example, if someone asks you what Genshin is, the first thing that most people would say is that it's a gacha game. Most people wouldn't call it an open world action RPG as like the first thing that comes to mind.
Wouldn't.
Right? Maybe as the second thing to describe what kind of gacha game it is, but certainly not the first. If you play a gacha, you're calling it a gacha because the whole gacha element and the gameplay loop associated with it are such predominant features of these
Pretend it's
kinds
a
of
killer,
games.
true.
That's why I believe that Mtash not explicitly calling it a gacha in his promo video is an intentional decision made on either his part or the developers. And regardless of who made it, to me, this comes off as misleading, borderline deceptive even. So now that I have this impression, why the fuck would I ever bother playing this whack-ass Raid Shadow Legends ripoff? Let me give you a case study on another gacha game for comparison's sake, and it's a game that I mentioned briefly in the middle of this video. This game is called FGO, or Fate Grand Order for short. This is the very first gacha game I ever played, and it's what got me into gacha games as a whole back in 2017. FGO, like Star Rail, is also a turn-based game, but unlike in Star Rail, there are a lot of mechanics that you have to keep track of if you want to play it optimally. In Star Rail, attacking is pretty simple. When it's your character's turn, you can either select a basic attack or a skill, and when they have their ultimate ready, you can use it at any time so long as that character isn't immobilized somehow, or if it's not currently an enemy's turn. In FGO, on the other hand, your characters, called servants, attack when you select 3 cards out of the 5 that you're dealt at the start of your turn on the bottom right of your screen. Every servant has a particular deck of 5 cards out of a possible total of 6 different deck types, and every deck always has 3 types or colors of cards: Quick, Arts, and Buster. Each type of card is designed to do different things. Quick cards generate crit stars that give your attacks on the next turn a chance to crit. Arts
I'm gonna
cards
show you
generate
guys something
charge
cool
to help
after
servants
this.
build up their noble
After
phantasms,
this video,
or
though.
MPs for short, or in other words,
You guys
their
gonna see
ultimates.
something cool
And Buster
after.
cards do the most damage. You with me so far? When selecting cards to attack, your lead-off card, or your card that you pick first, affects the rest of your card chain depending on its type. A quick lead-off increases both the star generation rate and crit rate of the whole chain by 20%, an arts lead-off increases the MP generation rate of the whole chain by 100%, and a buster lead-off increases the damage of the chain by 50%.
Don't worry.
There are also card combos that have similar effects. A quick chain, or 3 quick cards, instantly produces 20
Yeah, I know
stars
it's
for your
all
next
void.
turn, separate from all the stars that the quick cards themselves will also produce on that turn. An arts chain, or 3 arts cards, instantly gives every servant who contributed a card to that chain 20% MP charge, and a buster chain, or 3 buster cards, further increases the damage of that chain by another 20%. There's the brave chain,
Profile
which happens
picture?
when you pick 3 cards from the same
Wait, what
servant,
happened to your
and
profile?
this gives that servant a bonus 4th attack that's called the extra attack.
That is
There's
so
also the mighty
cursed.
chain, which requires 1 card of each color,
That is
and it
so
combines the
cursed.
lead-off effects of all 3 colors. And lastly, depending on the servant,
That
you
is
can
so
get chains
cursed.
that combine card type combos with brave chains. So if, for example, a servant has 3 quick cards available and you select all of them, that's called a quick brave chain. 3 arts cards from the same servant is called an arts brave chain. 3 buster cards from the same servant is a buster brave chain. And if you get 3 cards from the same servant and they're all different colors, that's called a mighty brave chain. Did you get all that? This will be on the test. And you have to keep all that in mind just to figure out which cards you want to use on any given turn, which means that everything we just covered is basic entry-level information. We haven't even
Basic.
talked about how each servant in the game also has 3 skills and a noble phantasm that you have to keep track of. And we haven't even gotten into things like the counterclass system, the attribute system, the random 10% damage window, super effective mods, looping and reloading, and card counting, among other things. And that's before we get to the part where there are over 400 playable characters in the game. Speaking of servants, let's take a look at a few of them. FGO features both characters who are based on famous figures throughout history, both real and fictional, and their own original characters who have the power to fight alongside these famous figures, not unlike how Mtash described the premise of Godforge in his video. And in the Godforge developer footage, I noticed that Musashi and Heracles are both playable characters in that game. So here's how they look in FGO. Each servant has 3 different skins by default that you can unlock by ascending them, with their 4th and final ascension giving them a special.
Hey, I mean... Oh, you like? Do you like this one instead? Or do you like the other one?
How Mtash described the premise of Godforge in his
We'll
video.
go back.
And in the
Look at the
Godforge
comparison.
developer footage, I noticed that Musashi and Heracles.
Hey, do you like the Musashi guy here?
In the Godforge developer footage, I noticed that Musashi and
Do you like this guy? Would you like this guy, or would you
Heracles
want?
are both playable characters in that game. So here's how they look.
Or would you like
in
Berserk
FGO.
Car?
Each
You like this one, or do you like this better?
servant has 3 different skins by default that you can unlock.
Or this
by
one?
ascending
I know
them
you guys
with their
want this one. Right? You'd rather have this one, right? Of course you're gonna want to have this one. Of course you are.
4th and final ascension giving
And I can't blame you. She looks nice.
them a special artwork featuring them in one of those skins. And yes, before you ask, Musashi is a waifu in this game, and for some reason she has a summer variant where she wears an American
What the fuck? What the fuck? Her summer swimsuit version is just wearing a fucking American flag with the. That is hilarious.
flag bikini. Don't ask why, it's complicated. Anyways.
Of all the things, how American do you want? Yes.
Let's compare their animations. These are their animations in Godforge.
Okay. What the fuck is that animation, man?
And these are their animations in FGO.
Okay. Oh. Okay. I hear Berserk Car.
Even if you don't like the anime aesthetic that FGO has,
Yeah,
I
you
think
definitely
there's no
can see.
question that the animations in FGO are much more impactful than anything you'll see in Godforge so far. Also, Godforge's character design is pretty generic to me when I'm used to seeing shit like this. Let me end the video by saying this, right? I'm sure Fateless and Mtash 2, for that matter, have worked hard on Godforge. Even if I know nothing about game development, I do know that it's not easy, especially these days. But what I do know is gacha. And unlike Mtash, I have a lot of experience, perhaps a little too much, with it.
Yeah,
I've
it sounds
played
like
lots
he
of
does.
different gacha games. I still play most of them that I picked up over the years.
Damn,
and
I can't
most
be
of all,
bothered to go
I
that
actually
much, man.
like playing them, instead of bitching about how I'm about to quit one every other goddamn week. I'm not saying that the Fateless devs should have hired me instead of Mtash or anything. Again, I'm sure that they had the reasons for bringing him on board, and it's not like Mtash doesn't know anything about gacha. He has been playing MiHoYo games for the past 3 years, even if it's just on and off, and that's not nothing. But what I am saying is that if the developers of Godforge truly care about giving their game the best chance of success, they should consider looking for another consultant or two who have some actual gacha experience and not just Honkai Star Rail. Oh, and also have him call it a gacha game next time, because that's a pretty important detail y'all left out. And that'll do it for my rant about Mtash and his involvement in Godforge. If you liked what I had to say here, make sure to like the video and subscribe. I have more videos like this on the channel and more to come. I got a Patreon in case.
Okay. He had the other ones, right? When he played more? Let's see them. How does Wuthering Waves hold up to Genjin? Oh boy. He's the god of gacha. Alright, we can go look at that one. Where was he mentioned another one. Do we? You know, we'll forget about the other one. We'll just look at him being the god.
Hey, how's it going? It's your boy Asian
Because
Psycho,
he's the
aka
god.
Sniper 98, but you can just call me Tuhu. And I am the god of gacha games.
Oh boy. He calls himself God, guys. He's apparently the god.
In case you couldn't tell by that montage just now, I'm a big fan of gacha games. Quite a few of them in fact, and 11 of them to be precise. Those are in chronological order of when I started playing them: FGO, Girls Frontline 1, Azure Lane, Arc Knights, Genshin Impact, Blue Archive, Nikke, Star Rail, Ether Gazer, Snowbreak, and most recently, Wuthering Waves. And that's not even all of them either technically. I tried out Magie Record and Toho Lost Word back in the day, and I plan to pick up Z3 when it comes out. Hell, by the time you see this video, it'll probably already be out, and I've got my eyes on 4 more.
He waited so long to upload this video. What the fuck? This was only uploaded 2 weeks ago. What the fuck?
More, in no particular order: Girls Frontline 2, Arc Knights Enfield, Project Mugen, and Azure Permilia. Quick addendum, I recently found out about Magia Record Exedra, which from the screenshots we have so Frontline 2, Arc Knights Enfield comes out. Hell, by the time you see this video, it'll probably already be out, and I've got my eyes on 4 more, in no particular order: Girls Frontline 2, Arc Knights Enfield, Project Mugen, and Azure Permilia. Quick addendum, I recently found out about Magia Record Exedra, which from the screenshots we have so far, seems to basically be Star Rail, but with Maguka characters and a 5-character team instead of 4. So out of morbid curiosity, I'll try that out once it comes out later this year. Second addendum, I'll also be trying out NTE when that game comes out. Here's to hoping it'll do better than Tower of Fantasy, and hopefully Hotta Studio hasn't stolen even more assets from MiHoYo. Some of y'all might hear this and go, yeah, sure, whatever, buddy. There are people on Twitter who show off how many gachas they play, and they got so many more on their phones.
Before he does, yeah.
Oh, don't you worry. I know about those tweets too. And sure, the sheer number of gachas they got looks impressive until you realize that usually more than half their games haven't even been updated in months. Nah, little bro, that ain't shit. Cause you know why? Any little dipshit can download a whole bunch of gacha games and tweet a picture of their phone saying that they're addicted to gacha games. Your name can be Lakari, and you can scream all you want about how you're the Lord of Gacha or whatever, whenever you're not pissing yourself in League or Epic 7 PvP. My question is, how many gacha games do you actually play? As in, not even just logging in, I mean keeping up with the content, like doing your dailies, rolling for new characters on a regular basis, unless you're saving for a future character, of course, completing events, etc. Because that's exactly what I've done with almost all my gachas for the past 7 years.
I can't imagine doing that, man. This guy hates himself, man. I can't. Okay. Yeah, respect the hustle, man. He playing the slop and he likes it, I guess.
Why does that matter?
He's proud of it.
Remember how I said earlier that any random motherfucker can pretend like they have a gacha addiction, right? Well, ever since Genshin Impact came out and made the gacha genre
why is the frame rate of this video so borked?
Explode into mainstream popularity, I've seen a lot of new.
I don't know why, the frame rate of this video just looks really, really off. Is it just me or does like the frame rate look off? Here, let me look at something else just to confirm it. Why does the frame rate of that look off? He edited the video. It just looks off. Right, it looks off. You know what, here, we'll look at something from me, as a good benchmark. Oh, this is a bad run. Okay, the frame rate there looks fine. Yeah, okay. I thought YouTube was broken for a second. So I'm like, yeah, let me go look at something from me. Here, we'll just double check. Let's look at here. Alright, this is 1080p. Oh, and we have 4K. Nope, this looks fine. If I go click on a random part, I go click around here, yeah, that looks fine. It's his fucking video is Papega. I'm like, yeah, I'll just use my own video as a benchmark, and it's like, oh yeah, it looks fine. His recording stuff is borked. Whatever he's using, whatever his camera is, it's borked.
You people enter the scene, both normal players and content creators alike. And holy fucking shit, the sheer amount of cluelessness people have when it comes to gacha games is mind-blowing, dude. Granted, a lot of these newcomers have never played gacha games before. Hell, most of them probably didn't even know what a gacha game was before Genshin Impact showed up. So, of course, there was always going to be some dumb shit, sure. But that doesn't make the fact that, you know, some, more like a lot, of takes and interactions I see out there on Twitter and other social media platforms any less fucking brain dead. And as a gacha CC myself, I see a lot of these so-called gacha content creators, even though the only gacha games that they actually play are Hoyoverse games and Wuwa. Gee, I wonder why that is.
Good thing I'm not one of them, right? I'm not one of them. We can at least say that confidently.
And the only other content that's related to gacha that they consume are either from sponsors or trailers that they watch for easy React Andy content. Your name can be Asmongold, and you can shit all over Zenless Zone Zero, and yet still think it's a good idea for some reason to spend enough money for E6 Daniel Alter and Honkai Star Rail? Jesus, I guess MiHoYo sponsorship money really does hit different, huh? How about you stick to talking about MMOs and doing your best moist critical impression, talking about whatever the hot topic of the internet is at the moment, Zach. So unfortunately for the gacha game community as a whole, most of the streamers or YouTubers you know or even watch can only really talk about gacha games through the lens of a big name one like Genshin, Star Rail, or now most recently Wuwa. And while those are some of the biggest gacha games out there, sure, they're by no means the only ones. Like, would you believe it when I tell you that gacha games as a whole are so much more than just Hoyoverse and Kuro Game? Even for the content creators who have a history with gacha games of their own, even before Genshin Impact was a thing, I'd like to ask, how many of them still play their old gachas now? For example, I knew Tectone back when he still made Arknights content. He doesn't anymore, obviously, but hell, it wasn't that long ago that he played Nikke, and Shift Up even sent him some kind of like swag box or something, if I recall correctly. And when was the last time he played Nikke on stream? I know Fobmaster's played gachas for even longer than I have technically, but as far as I'm aware, the only ones he actually keeps up with now are, you guessed it, Hoyoverse and Wuwa. I'm aware Mr. Pokey came from gachas like Counterside before he made a name for himself in Star Rail, but again, does he keep up with his older games, or has he ditched them completely now that he gets thousands of people watch him play the more popular ones? For the record, my intention isn't to like go after anyone in particular. Again, I'm just using the ones that I mentioned so far as examples. But even if they do keep up with their older gacha games, then let me ask, how many of them do they still play? Is it as autistic as my own gacha count, where it's now devolved into like the double digits? Oh, and by the way, their job is to be a content creator, by the way.
That's their job.
I'm currently stuck in a shitty 9-to-5 that takes me out of the house for almost half the day. Because I don't know about them, but FGO is my oldest gacha game, the very first one I started 7 years ago at this point, and I'm still playing that shit. Archetype Earth and Proto Merlin are right around the corner after all, so I can't stop now. Matter of fact, I made a whole ass video detailing my personal history with all the gacha games that I play and where I'm at with those games today, if you want to check that that out, link in the description or at the end of the video. So naturally, I got a lot to yap about when it comes to gacha, and not only do I come at them from a different angle than most of the gacha CCs you know, but also I ain't afraid to talk about shit that most others simply won't. Some of the things I've talked about—
Guys, he's lost. He's married one of the gacha wives. He might already announce it behind her back. His family had to participate. Oh,
on
rip.
stream before or in videos on this channel are how to improve Genshin Impact as a game, why Arknights is the best gacha game you can play right now, the differences between old school and new age gacha games, what direction I want gacha games to go in, my thoughts on Wuthering Waves as a Genshin clone, why meta in gacha games is overblown as fuck, and why I think
Yeah, dead game for sure. Then with the 150k revenue, surely.
Akani's story in Star Rail was painfully mid. The Hoyoverse fanboys aren't gonna like that last one, are they? I think that the single biggest thing that you should take away from this video is the fact that I've played so many gacha games for so long that I basically have no choice but to be real with you when it comes to anything gacha. It's to the point where I've never taken a sponsor to play a gacha game before, and I probably never will, because gacha games can be bullshit, and I don't want people out here making the same mistakes that I have over the years, besides making the biggest mistake of picking up gacha games to begin with, of course. The vast majority of other gacha game CCs out there either have contracts with gacha game developers in some way, like through sponsored streams or voice acting work, or they simply don't have the same breadth of knowledge and experience as I do, not for now at least. So it's almost like an obligation of sorts to me at this point that I start making videos like these. As we all know, Genshin Impact was what truly made gacha mainstream, but Genshin was such a huge runaway success that it caused the gacha genre to escape their usual audience, and to this day you'll still get a ton of people out there whose only or one of the only gacha games that they play is still Genshin Impact. So my goal is to try to be a bridge of sorts to connect the Hoyoverse and now the WUA audience to the rest of the gacha genre. The big gachas are so big that they're pretty much outliers as far as, like, you know, gacha games go, in terms of how much popularity they have and how much social media attention that they get compared to, you know, most other gacha games, which means that you get some really weird takes and dumb shit that come crawling out of the woodwork. To be fair, you're always gonna get weird shit whenever a community for anything online gets to be big enough, but hey, I've sat back for long enough watching enough people put out enough brain-dead takes on social media, so it's about time I did something about it myself.
To look at it, because the frame rate just is not
right. Nobody else out there who's better qualified to put out some hot gacha takes than me, and I'm not trying to be a dick, I'm just being real. That, and given all the somewhat recent content creator drama that's been going down for about the past half a year, this community needs some actual halfway decent content creators ASAP. You know what? Fuck it. Us gacha CCs seem to love farming drama. I mean, just go look at Techie's YouTube channel, for God's sake. And I ain't so above it all myself. Hey, I got Sniper in my name after all, so let me take a few shots too. Mtash constantly saying that he's gonna quit a gacha game, especially after he loses a fucking coin flip. Channels with names like Gacha Gamer, and yet 99% of the content is nothing but Hoyoverse and or WUA. Streamers playing a whole bunch of different gacha games for a month each, or hell, even just a day, and then thinking they know enough about them to somehow make a whole ass tier list out of them. Fobmaster trying to play FGO, Envy having an inflated ass ego all because he doesn't spend money on a fucking phone game like that's supposed to be some kind of achievement.
I should be the only mother getting praise in the Genshin community because I don't spend money on Genshin Impact.
Tectone attempting to not soyjack in every other thumbnail of his YouTube videos, challenge impossible. And Lakari having the most brain-dead takes about gacha, such as how Wuthering Waves is dead just because Genazad isn't playing it, because roasting Lakari's ass once already clearly wasn't enough. And these are the kinds of people you watch for gacha content? Jesus fucking Christ, no wonder people shit on gacha games so damn much. But I think you get the point, so now it's time for me to terrorize the gacha community from here on out and show all you Hoyotards what the real gacha experience is like. And hopefully it'll be better than whatever bullshit y'all have had to deal with for the past 4 years. So if you want to come along for the ride, make sure to subscribe to the channel down below. I'll have videos coming out.
Whatever he's doing though, he needs to fix his camera settings. Hi, One Spirit. Alright, we'll change the color palette. His shirt turned white, man. He was really active. He was really hardcore with his gacha gaming that his shirt turned white. I wonder what that white stuff is. I mean, you can probably figure out from what he has in the background of his video.
shortly talking about a variety of gacha stuff, and hey, maybe y'all can even suggest stuff for me to talk about in future videos down in the comments below. I also dual stream to both YouTube and Twitch, so that way you guys can watch me wherever you want. Tuhu on YouTube and ToSniper98 on Twitch. So stop by if you guys got anything you want to ask me in regards to gacha, or if you think I'm just a fraud and you want to talk shit, that's fine too. I enjoy roasting dumbasses in my chat whenever they show up, so it works out. Speaking of streaming, I'll be starting a subathon tomorrow from when this video goes live on October 14th. So I hope to see y'all there so that you guys can see.
You waited all the way until October. Okay. Fair enough. He called himself the god of gacha, though. He called himself the god of gacha. His video is so borked, I had to use my own video just to confirm the fact that it was working properly. YouTube was playing videos properly. That's how Pepega his video stuff is there. Hey, Cool Edge Day. I kind of want to listen to that. This guy made a remix of Cool Edge Day. Alright, here. Mimi Gumi wanted me to show you guys something. Look where we are. Is this solid? I probably don't want to fall there. Yeah, that's definitely Cool Edge Day. Everything that's not transparent is solid? Okay. Right, we're outside. Where is the PvP zone? That's over here, right? Observation deck? Observation deck? Oh, this is the ultimate AFK spot. This is where you want to AFK then. I made one on my ult. I don't have another free portal though. I don't have another free portal. That's the problem. I don't have another free portal. I have one portal there. I have one portal out of bounds up here. And then my other portal is on the top of the tower. I need more portals, man. I need more. I need more portals. Well, that's a good AFK spot. There's no need for interactive map. The game will just do it for you. Yeah, orbit and auto exploration is just way better, man. Who needs an interactive map? The game has one for you. They're like, fuck it. We're gonna give you your own interactive map, and you are going to like it. You get your own interactive map built in. That's a good mix of Cool Edge Day, though. If you want, like, for reference, let's see if we can listen to the original Cool Edge Day. Do we have that here? Oh, wait, right here. This is what the song is supposed to sound like. Right, so you would just like AFK, right? I guess this spot. And then to get your points, you just need to go over the green barrier. Or something. Right, because you can just AFK here with the hacker. Oh wait, I guess you could walk over that spot. You would just walk over here, and then back. This spot right here. Ultimate AFK spot. You would want to AFK here. This spot right here, you AFK. You will slowly get points with the hacker thing. Right, and then when you want to just claim your points, you just walk over the barrier there. Just spot everyone going to the toilet. True. You can watch people in the toilet. How would you even get out here out of bounds? How would you even get out of bounds here? What the hell is the trick, man? I need to figure this out. At some point. This song though was nice. Right, so like we go claim it. Oh wait, I guess it doesn't work if we're too high? Maybe we have to crouch? Wait. Let's use a short character. Oh wait, that's still Verona. Who's very short that we can use? Ganano. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't give me the points. Maybe we're too high. Oh shit, now I'm stuck. We need to find like a good spot to get the points. Maybe there's another better spot. There's the area over here. There's another area, maybe. Wait. This might be better then, right? The green zone? How big is it? No. We're under it, but we're not high enough? Interesting. Because I know you need to pass the green zone to collect your points. But it doesn't seem to be working out here. It doesn't seem to be working. Let me try to find a different area. Maybe over here? Oh? Wait, maybe? Okay, we have to see if maybe this specific spot we can walk through the barrier. I actually don't know. We know Saint Tontas is in denial. We know the only one who isn't in denial is Maggie. Maggie for Saint Tontas. Who's the other one that's also in denial? The Foxhole dude's in denial. You can see it. He was trying to say something, but he's still in denial. You can tell. Kazehana's in denial for sure. Those like the main ones we end up looking through. I don't know, man. Okay. When will we get to 50 points? Come on, we need to get to 50 points so I can test Kaijo TV. I don't think we've seen this stuff. I don't think we've seen Kaijo TV. Yeah, the pixels and trees in that one. Okay. Alright, if we go here. Oh! We did it, boys! We did it! We found a spot to AFK farm! This is the best spot to AFK farm! This is the best spot to AFK farm, right here. This spot in the map, we found it. You just need to walk through this part right here after you get points. You just walk through this spot right here. There's a, like, on this tile, you just gotta walk through this specific tile. So when you get to 50 or something, you AFK on this tile right here. No one can get you here. You're completely immune. You're completely safe. Right here. Right here. This is where you AFK. Test to make sure your portal works after you put it in. It's this spot right here. So we have 50, we just walk through here and we'll get it. So you just need to walk through, but you have to make sure you don't go inside the room there. You gotta make sure you don't go inside the room. There's like a specific tile you have to walk through. If you're not careful, you won't get points. You have to make sure you pass through while it's in the building, but not in the building. This specific tile right here you have to pass through. The tile I'm standing on, you have to walk forward from here, and then you can come back in. You get your points? You have to make sure it says the reward here. The reward is up. The number has to go up. But we got the ultimate AFK spot. Right here. Now if you want to get the rewards from the thing, yeah, you can just do it from here. Yeah, let me go on my ult. Actually, let me get on my ult and move its portal over here. Because it's like the perfect spot to AFK now. Man, we need more Nonyan portals, man. I need more Nonyan portals. I need more Nonyan portals. They're so useful. We don't get nearly enough. 3 is not enough. 3 is not enough portals. 3 is not enough. I don't know why you didn't think of that. No, it's like, oh yeah, go out of bounds there. I don't know why you didn't think of doing it for that. Alright, what's another one to look through? Look here, content farm. Do you want to look at content farm? Oh, we'll look at that one after. Look here, upcoming mobile games. Here we go. Let's go see what's upcoming.
What is going on, FG3000?
Yeah, I need to freaking make more ults and get them all Nonyan. That's true, man. I gotta make more ults and give them Nonyan.
In the place to be, and in today's video we
They
will
need
be
to get
taking a look
Nonyan, man.
at some of the more recently released mobile games and some upcoming ones that are just around the corner. So let's start this video off with the more recently released Wizardry Variants Daphne. Now this one came out just a couple of weeks ago. This is going to be your classic dungeon crawler RPG with challenging gameplay, that retro feel, which believe it or not is right up my alley. Unfortunately for FG, I have not been able to play this one because this game literally blocks my red magic from downloading it, dude. So I couldn't even play the game. What about that Samsung FG, dude? I had to give that back. so all I have is my red magic, so I can't even play this game because, like I said, I feel like sometimes there's some games out there that block
New model, no.
hardware. If you guys don't,
this is not a new model. No, this is not a new model. I have the ability to palette swap my model. Well, reality is I have like so many different variations of the same model. You like it's actually like here, like if I go in here, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 17. There are 17 different variations of this model that I have here. That I put just where I swap the colors around, change the outfit a bit. Still same model though.
Don't know about red magic. It's a Chinese hardware phone, so I think that's what's going on. So I'm
Yeah,
not gonna be able to play this one, but hopefully you guys
True. Recolor like a top 3-star. That's true. Recolor like a 3-star. It looks like a new model, but yeah. We'll look at it. Don't worry. We'll look at it after.
enjoying Wizardry
We'll look
Variants
at it. I haven't
Daphne.
looked
Today's
at it
video
yet.
is brought to you by Kabam and King Arthur.
We're doing the
Legends
React
Rise.
stuff.
King Arthur Legends Rise of camp between mobile, and you don't want to miss out. Kabam and King Arthur Legends Rise has
Very
also released
affordable
a
new
brand new
model.
trailer. Let's
I
check
make
it out.
all my models. The model that I use, I make it myself, man.
A broken kingdom in need of a king. Besieged by monsters and madmen who threaten to resurrect dark gods. But a dangerous pact with an ancient blade could save this realm from destruction.
Best video.
And be willing to
This is a
sacrifice
fucking ad for
all
King
good
Arthur.
to
The
win
fuck?
a war for the future of humanity. You have been chosen to bring together allies and enemies. You will be tested. But you are not alone. Excalibur calls. Will you answer?
What? Can you know what? Here, let me try something. It's freaking teleporting my ult inside. What the fuck? Why'd you teleport inside me, Megumi? I'm trying to fix my portal. You have to do the exploration and stuff, yeah. Can you pass my main the lead so I can move my portal? Or, yeah, I need to move the portal from my ult.
Next up on the list that
So I
just
can
came
get the
out yesterday
points.
is called Lord of Nazarick, based on the Overlord anime and brought to you by Crunchyroll. So everything that you know about IP-based cash grabs, go ahead and multiply it by 4 because Crunchyroll is here. But I'm gonna hold some of
Oh yeah, I need to get
still playing it.
the hacker one on my ult
Will be
too.
coming in the next couple of days.
Fuck.
But I will say this. The game has a pay-to-win leaderboard. Like, whoever pays to win the most gets a reward. So, I don't know, man. It looks like this game is fully Crunchyrolled out, but I will hold my judgment. We'll be playing this one a little bit more, and first impressions are on the way. The next game on this list that's already released and ready to play is going to be Pokemon TCG Pocket. This is a brand new trading card game, obviously based on Pokemon. And unlike a lot of other trading card games out there, this one's not going to be anywhere near as complicated. This one, honestly, is going to be right up the alley of a lot of gacha players out there. You can really just play this game as a side game, right? As your stamina builds up, you can use that stamina to open up card packs. So a lot of people I've already noticed are kind of playing this game more like a side game, right? Where they just log in, they burn their stamina, they open up some packs, they get some of their favorite Pokemon, and they call it a day. For the other players out there that want to take it to another level, you also have Pokemon battling as well. So Pokemon TCG Pocket, now available. Starseed Aston Trigger is the next game and the final game on this list that you should be able to play by the recording of this video. This one's brought to you by Come2Us, which has been very, I was about to say hit or miss, mostly miss, right? Like since Summoners Wars, this company has been miss after miss after miss. Hopefully this one bucks the trend with this brand new IP. Hopefully they put some effort behind it. I will say, as far as like the character designs, I haven't been wowed yet, so we'll see. Hopefully this one kind of breaks that curse that this company has been going through since Summoners.
But yeah, now at least
Grand
my
Saga
ult
almost
AFK
made
here.
its global debut, but it did get pushed back. So we will be playing this one on November the 6th, but this is an anime style MMORPG that has been a long time coming. We've been waiting for this game for so long. It's hard to imagine that this game is going to live up to the hype, especially considering how dated it already looks and probably feels. But once again, I'll be holding my judgment. I want to play the game myself. I've never played this game ever, so I'll be looking forward to playing it. So definitely looking forward to seeing what all the hype is about. Even though most of the hype is already kind of burned out, you still got this big open world, character customization, combat, Grand Saga Global. Looking forward to it. JJK Phantom Parade is also on the way, brought to you by Billy. I don't know, dude. This seems like it's just going to be a run-of-the-mill IP-based cash grab, but hopefully not. Billy doesn't put out that many games, and the ones they do, it feels like they at least tried. They haven't been very successful, but they have at least tried. So when this game comes out on November the 7th, I'll definitely be playing this one day one. Ash Echoes next on the list, releasing on November the 13th. Now this game has already gone through a couple of closed betas, so chances are some of you guys out there have already played this one. I have not, so I'll be going into this one completely blind. But what I do know about this game is that it's brought to you by Neocraft, which doesn't have the best track record. Neocraft is one of those companies that puts out a bunch of copy-paste autoplay MMOs. They do have Kimono Friends, though, so that was actually a pretty good one. Tales of Winds and Kimono Friends are some of the highlights of this game company. So, you know, so very hit or miss when it comes to the track record of this company, but Ash Echoes, it's a new game. Why not? Heaven Burns Red is coming out November the 15th. Now this game has a ton of hype behind it. This game has done fantastically well over in Japan and is hoping to recreate some of that success here on the global side. Now do keep in mind that this game is very story driven, so it's gonna alienate a lot of gacha players out there just based off
they're
that
foaming, it's not his
but for
game,
the other gacha players out there that love gachas, love collecting, and want a really robust story, Heaven Burns Red might be for you. Haze Reverb is also coming out November the 15th. Now this game really confuses me because this game is all about a bunch of gigantic waifus. However, they decided to go with chibi graphics. Chibi graphics with my gigantic
So they're giants, but they're chibis? What?
Waifus, dude, I ain't never felt so betrayed. So Haze Reverb
The
is coming
fuck?
out November the 15th. Definitely looking forward to it. And then last but not least, Girls Frontline 2 is coming out December the 3rd, which so happens to be FG's birthday. So definitely looking forward to the sequel to Girls Frontline. I will never forget in the history of all of my YouTube how much flack I received for doing a terrible job covering Girls Frontline. So I'm gonna try my best to do a better job on Girls Frontline 2. That's gonna be it. My name is FG, and I'll see you guys in the next video. I'm out.
Okay. Alright, let's go look at the Saint Tontas then. Sure. Sensor Tower reports a scam,
the
guys.
Popular gacha games on the market nowadays don't
Scam,
have a
right?
PvP game
You heard it here
mode. In a
first.
genre defined by the ability to pay for power, it's a great way to keep most players from being alienated by whales. Luckily, for the parts of the community that do like PvP, there's another outlet for that: the Sensor Tower monthly rankings and
course.
report. Measuring revenue and financial
talks about
performance across a
PvP.
30 or so day span, this report delivered at the start of each month always brings with it some of the spiciest conversations in the genre. Oftentimes, this data is just fuel for the fire when it comes to a game's biggest haters, since if the data from this website is showing that a game's revenue went down, that surely means it's reaching its end of service, right? These numbers are oftentimes treated as gospel by many members of the community, and you can't blame them either. Gacha players aren't known for their ability to read between the lines and critically think about information.
Neither
A
is
stack-ranked
Saint
list of
Tontas.
games with two numbers is easy to digest and easy to talk to others about. But what if I told you that all of this data, that all of these people are using to draw these conclusions, is just completely made up? And the funny thing is, you can confirm that this
Yeah,
data
he thinks
is
his source is
complete
more
fan
accurate, I
fiction
know.
in as little as 3 minutes on the Gacha Revenue website itself, the original source of all these garbage reports. If there's one conclusion to come to after a surface level review of the data, it's clear that none of these numbers make any sense at all, and there are a lot of reasons for that. And today, we'll be taking the time to break down what
Oh,
those
thanks for the
reasons
sub as
are.
well,
As
Cheek
always, if
Clapper.
you're enjoying this content, please hit that
Clapperwink
like
just
and subscribe
subscribed.
button. The most significant disclaimer when it comes to Sensor Tower revenue is also one that is never made known on the monthly revenue reports. That disclaimer is that a majority of their revenue estimations are completely made up. Going onto the Gacha Revenue website itself and searching up Wuthering Waves, specifically in CN, and then changing to Advanced View will show you that, wow, there isn't
You
a
woke up
single
and you
actual
look
piece
nice.
of data when it comes to Android revenue
Nice.
at all. Gacha Revenue guesstimates off of Sensor Tower's numbers, or just makes up this entire column by multiplying the iOS
Very, very
numbers
nice,
by
YOLO.
150 to 175%. When we take a look at the month of June, for example, $12.3 million in revenue, or 63.7% of the entire CN region, is completely made up. There's a reason why the Gacha Revenue website hides this information behind their convoluted interface and a tiny, tiny little button. There's a reason why they never clarify that over 60% of the actual numbers have no factual basis unless you dig into their FAQ. This data is genuinely bad,
I'd like to
and there
see,
would be far less people blindly trusting these reports if they knew how bad it actually was. People on the internet are gullible. Hardly anybody takes the time to actually validate the information that they're looking at. And this Gacha Revenue website is built on a foundation of lying through omission by not disclosing any of these massive flaws directly to the viewer on the front page of the report. It's one of the most dishonest portrayals of performance possible, and it's a shame that a report like this that can't justify more than half of its data gets so much headspace across gacha communities.
Here's something as well. You know what? Why are they only talking about this now? This thing has been around for years. Why only talk about it now? You know, why do it now? Why not do it, you know, way back in the day? Why not do it years ago, right? It's just funny how they go and complain and talk about this shit now. For some reason. It's like, as what? Right? Oh, because they want to try to justify themselves that they didn't waste their time and the thing is not garbage. That's why they're doing it, man. They want to save their confirmation bias. It's like the habit that a lot of people do is after they go and buy a product, they'll start frantically looking at reviews or whatever of their product, hoping they're positive. Because there are a lot of people that are like that too. Because they want to have their confirmation bias. It's ridiculous. Right? And the thing is too, it's like they're talking about revenue, but the numbers they're looking at is gross. Which means the real number is actually a lot smaller. Because they're looking at gross revenue. And if you understand how finances revenue works, or at least a tiny bit, there's a lot more things going on behind the scenes than you'd realize. And yeah, like, gross is like the big number you see, just to see what's coming in, but then what's actually coming out is far different, and far lower.
This information alone might be enough to convince you that these reports are garbage. But what if I told you that its problems extend beyond that, to the point where weeks of data and sales don't even show up at all?
Yeah, and why is that his problem? Unless you're an investor, you're not going to care. And if you're an investor, you're going to get even better data from the source. At least you should. If not, you can then pursue legal action.
Saw a prime example of this in Wuthering Waves with the release of Shorekeeper and the absurdly awful revenue numbers reported at the start.
And it's still going to be absurdly awful.
Which indicated that Wuthering Waves made only $6.5 million. Many believe that the first 2 days of Shorekeeper's banner were included in those totals, and the wave of doom posting and counter-doom posting dominated the community across the beginning of October. I was guilty of it myself. And then, lo and behold, less than a week later, these numbers spiked $5 million overnight to a total of $11.5 million. There's a simple explanation for this. It's a flaw in the data and how it's gathered. By taking a look at the Gacha Revenue FAQ, we'll find that the revenue numbers...
It's only a problem because of Wuwa. If Wuwa didn't exist, it wouldn't be a problem. Right? You know what? We should change Wuwa to Wawa. Because they like to cry. That's the sound they make. Right? Replace the U in Wuwa with an A. So it becomes Wawa.
For the month can't be accurately reported until at least a few weeks into the following month. Similarly to the fictional CN Android revenue data, the viewer has to find out this information on their own and come to that conclusion themselves.
You like that one?
This is simply another example of this website and reports lying through omission by not making this dynamic immediately clear to the viewer. How difficult would it be to add a small disclaimer to the top of all these reports and confirm that a majority of the CN data is completely made up, and that monthly revenue numbers aren't even close to finalized until the 15th of the following month? Wouldn't players be able to make more accurate assumptions or conclusions about the performance of their games if they had this?
Oh, wait. Here, let me cap on my points first. Let's go! Easy point cap. Out of bound point cap. This is so nice. We can just AFK here and get points. Very, very nice. I have to do the story on my alt so I can go AFK farm points. Saying Tonta should really provide us with more accurate revenue chart, yeah. Exactly! If he wants to complain like this, go and provide us. Glad you like the emotes too, man. Glad you like them.
Information? Wouldn't it be better for the gacha community as a whole if they knew there's a giant asterisk on every single number on these reports? The fact of the matter is that these reports and this website thrive off misleading an audience.
Yeah.
There would be far less trust, far less acknowledgement, and far less traffic to this website if they were upfront about the massive holes in their data and reporting. There's a reason why they hide all of the important disclaimers about their numbers deep in their FAQ, knowing that a vast majority of viewers will never actually look at it. There's a reason why this FAQ isn't front and center.
Oh, what do you mean, how's my background different? Oh wait, I forgot to show the freaking thing yet. Go back to the video, wait. You mean this? This? Oh, that's a mod. There's a mod for dark theme. I installed a mod to make it look like this. There's a dark theme mod. So I have it looking like this. Alright, we got the dark theme mod. Oh, and if you're wondering what's here, we're just in the out of bounds. This thing right here is just out of bounds. I am out of bounds over here. If you're wondering what this is the indoor network map out of bounds. You get to see how they fake all the things you see in there because we were out of bounds. Oh, I have to see if we can. Wait, where's the swimming stuff? Wait. Out of bounds. Yeah, let me go back out of bounds. Yeah, we out of bounds, man. The new flame character is decent, but if you want an upgrade over the old stuff you can get from standard banner, you're probably gonna want to get at least A3 on Asurada. He's okay. They also buffed a bunch of other stuff too. But I'm skipping Asurada. I want to get stuff like Grey Fox and everything in the future. No hacker mods to get out of bounds.
On their website. And there's a reason why you have to click into the questions to even find the answers. It's because the person curating this data and running this website is pretty much doing whatever the hell they feel like and painting what—
Like, to be honest, A0 Asurada, you might as well go and keep using your A6 Levo. Or whatever. No more NTE news. We'll have NTE news soon. Don't worry. When the beta goes live for NTE, we're going to have not a lot of news. So here's the thing with NTE. The first closed beta that's gonna happen later this month, they want people who are in the beta to actually cover it as much as possible. They want us covering as much as possible. There will be an NDA for it, obviously, but they do want coverage of the beta. The reason why I know this is because when I looked at the application to apply to the specific thing, they were basically asking us to give coverage. We will be getting more NTE news soon, very soon, like within November soon is when we'll get more news, right? Well, yeah, you gotta make sure you follow them, right, when you sign them, right? They're legally binding contracts, after all. Like, so here's the thing, right? You pull him, you are going to replace Plotty. The gameplay on him is going to be harder than playing Plotty, but he will replace Plotty. Right? What sensor tower? It's the Pepega website, man. But yeah, November beta, yeah. We gotta pray I win the 50-50 so I can show you guys. We gotta pray that I win the 50-50 so I can play the November beta. The CN beta. 50-50 chance I'll be able to play the NTE beta. We'll see.
whatever narratives they'd like. Expanding the question, Sensor Tower only reports iOS CN revenue. Where did you get Android?
Yeah, he would replace it, wondering if it would be an upgrade. Technically, it would be stronger. It's just that it's not really worth it, man. It's not really worth it. Personally, for me, I don't think it's worth it. If you're only gonna go like that, I don't think it's worth it personally. Yes, it will be stronger. Yes, the Asurada rotation is easier. But personally, for me, I don't think it's worth it. It is going to be stronger, though.
Data from gives you the answer of I saw
There's
some other
something
people
for
make revenue
4.5,
boasts by
okay.
multiplying iOS numbers by 1.5 to 2.5. So I just went with 1 3/4. That is this data scientist's justification for millions of dollars in fabricated revenue data. They saw other people guesstimating between 150 to 250% and just.
So the thing is, the test server for ToF is. I actually get my access to the ToF test server from Tencent, not from Perfect World or Hada. My access to the ToF testing clients is from Tencent, actually. Like, it's a Tencent employee that's giving it to me from Level Infinite. It's not from Hada themselves. Yeah, fair enough, right? If you like playing Plotty, you might as well keep playing her. At the end of the day, it's like you're playing the game after all, right? You're still playing it at the end of the day.
went with 175 for fun. Who cares about citing your sources? Who cares about validating your data? Just throw a multiplier on it because you saw other people doing it. Reading this one answer alone should be—
It's just funny. People have known about this thing for years, but people are only complaining now. It's not a scam. You Kurabas are just salty that you're nowhere near the top of the charts. Keep being sad that you play a game that is nowhere near the same level. Yeah, it's like... I mean, it kinda, in a way, yeah? Right? You gotta love how he's just farming that stuff there, but yeah. If you want to go for Grey Fox, you can go for Grey Fox, right?
enough to invalidate any conclusions you have from this report completely. If the creator of this website truly wanted to give an accurate overview of revenue performance without misleading the community, they wouldn't publish monthly reports on the 1st. They would acknowledge the faults in their data gathering and delay all monthly reports until the 15th to make time for accurate data, but they don't. They would make it abundantly clear to anyone viewing their reports that a huge portion of their revenue data, over 60% of their CN numbers, is completely made up in one of the laziest calculations possible, instead of hiding the specifics behind multiple clicks and categories
yeah, but
on
which
the
shows like
website.
Saint Tom
But
has
they
a truly
don't.
the
They would
yep.
put huge disclaimers at the beginning of their
Yep.
reports, indicating that there are massive flaws with its numbers, and dissuade people from making hasty assumptions with bad data, and minimize the negative backlash multiple games receive at the start of every month. But they don't. The fact of the matter is that GachaRevenue.com is only taken seriously because people simply don't know how it works, and the website's developer doesn't make it clear how to find out. Because once a person knows how these reports actually work, they'll naturally come to the conclusion that it's pretty much completely worthless and not worth analyzing at all, and that would be bad for business. To wrap it all up, all I'll say is that these reports should be taken with the fattest grain of salt on earth. When
The funny part is, people have known about this for years, but only now are they talking about it like this. This thing isn't brand new. This thing has been around for a long time. It's just only now do we have these guys coming out of the woodwork for this.
Creators
Only
making
now.
up over half their data and hiding the reason why. You know you're seeing the product of someone whose goal is to mislead people. Don't fall for the bait. As always, if you enjoyed this content, please hit that like and subscribe button. Peace out.
Oh, where was that thing I wanted to see? Where was that specific thing? I'm not gonna show it from there. I'm trying to find the... There's like something very specific I wanted to pull up. But what's going on now in the general channel here? What's going on? Fuck it, there might be something to read. Let's see. What are people talking about? You can listen to... Make desperate efforts. Wrong one. Top general, we'll scroll down. What's this here? Guys, if you want an excuse on how poor Wu is, just wait 1 to 2 days and visit their sub to see the excuse plus copium from Statistics Guy. And don't forget, blaming Sensor Tower not accurate when they're in lower. I don't know. We'll check after. I mean, you can already guess so. Jihan rerun husband, those don't sell. Everyone's saving for Camellia. Shopkeeper is just a support. She won't sell. Camellia is gonna make more. It's Hoyo's fault. They're stealing people's money and gaslighting them. Hoyo fans are brain dead. That's why they spend money. Kuro can do no wrong. It's always Hoyo's fault from them. Yep. They talk about that. Tontas is, in Spanish is fools for women. Damn. Yeah, I don't know any Spanish, so I don't comment on languages I don't understand, of course. Is it Grace Fox mod? Or something? Confirmed donation of what? Request item donation. Nemesis new life. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? You can ask to donate this. That is hilarious. It would be called the book of your life. How the fuck you do this? That is hilarious. Oh, good old Bennett. The bug was not used for all donation for eyeballs. Oh, bye. Yeah, top story isn't true, whatever, okay. That is hilarious. Oh, here was this. Fuck trash noob channel hating on Wua because you cannot handle the difficulty. Wua is an anti-spend game. You only pull 5-star because you cannot clear the game. If you spend on 5-star, that means you noob get good. Trash noob player even spend for weapon because skill issue. So cause of number of pulls low for Wua. What for compare artwork? Nobody care about coloring pictures for babies. Skill players only care about combat. Wua have little artwork prove that it is skill-based game, and nobody care about useless drawing. Find better comparison, dumb fuck channel. This can only prove Wua is elite community. If you can't match our skill, GTFO. Really now? Meanwhile, you can probably go find a bunch of NSFW pictures of, what was her name again? From Elden Ring? What was her name again? Millennia or something? You can find a fuck ton of those. I'm pretty sure you can. Because I've accidentally even seen some. If you spend on 5-star, you're noob. Yeah, that don't matter. Even freaking Elden Ring has shit. Does it mean whales and Woo are noob? Yeah. I get. Okay, guys, no point in spending in Woo, because if you spend, you are noob. Calling out whales trash noob because they spend revenue tanking. Claiming that is fake news. Get clown, truly the Hooba community. Yeah, it just sounds similar to the PGR community in CN. Entitled and always think they're a bunch of skillful players. Yeah. It is quite something, man. It is quite something. Okay, whatever. As a daughter with terminally sick mother, this story deeply resonated with me. I cried so much toward the ending, especially the part where Hancore hears her mother's voice. The music and the scenery are truly beautiful. This is hands down the best resonator story. Okay. What? This eye is back. The fuck? He actually come back? Probably another alt account. Yeah, probably. He said engage Discord back. I'm not on Discord. Will never permaban Desai. It's free content. Fair enough. Free content. Farm Desai. Fair enough. He's free content, guys. Okay, nothing there. Oh, okay, send it. Post it in my Discord's React channel. You go down to my Discord here. Great channel to look at stuff in. You send it here, makes it easier for me to find it. There's a channel dedicated to it. Right, we open the stuff on here on stream. It's just a great way for me to look through everything. Nice and organized there. Oh yeah, here, let me go check something. Wait, did BB Sum make a new video or something? Because it would be posted here if she did. That's Maggie stuff, BB Sum, apparent locations, Halloween gachapon, oh, Diable parts, the collab event. Okay, so nothing really. Yeah, just join the Discord. It makes it very easy for me to sort through everything. It makes it nice and easy. Okay. Right, it makes it nice and easy. React channel is over here. What the hell did Crunchyroll do? What did Crunchyroll do this time? Which dude? Which dude, Tepoka? Which dude?
Crunchyroll has been exposed. It's
Oh,
time
does
for the
I?
latest
Yeah.
news
He
out
is
of Japan.
quite something.
In a
He has quite some takes, man. Hey, if I ever see him again, I should tell him, what are you doing here? Go get back in the garage and fix the car. What are you doing over here? Get back in the garage and fix the car. Because I remember he told me to get in the kitchen and make him a sandwich. I'm like, if I ever see Desire again, I'm like, yeah, go get back in the garage and fix the car. There's a guy named Johnny Somali. Yeah, I heard about this guy, that someone with that name causing problems in other countries. Didn't he get arrested in Japan or something? I heard he like causes all sorts of problems. He's probably a kick streamer or something.
recent developments that has shocked the anime community. Acclaimed voice actor, ADR writer, and Crunchyroll award winner David Wald alleged that Crunchyroll and Funimation improperly handled his fan mail for several years. On October 25th, Wald took to social media to share his discovery that mail intended for him, which had been sent to Crunchyroll and Funimation, was opened, discarded, and distributed without his knowledge or consent.
Yeah, they broke the law there.
Announcement on X stated, "Dear friends, if you send me anything care of Funimation or Crunchyroll in the last 5 years, I apologize, I didn't get it. I learned yesterday that Crunchyroll opened my private mail, threw away your letters, and passed out any included items to their staff. Fans who had sent him letters, magazines, stickers, and other tokens of appreciation were dismayed to learn their gifts likely never reached the voice actor. Many followers expressed concern, feeling they had unknowingly offended Wald by not receiving a response, unaware that their gestures had been intercepted. Wald explained that this alleged mishandling of mail has damaged his relationship with Crunchyroll. He clarified that he does not hold individual employees responsible, but believes this issue stems from corporate decisions, with some items being placed on a company freebies table accessible to staff. Crunchyroll responded publicly on October 27th, stating they were actively investigating Wald's allegations. In a statement to Anime News Network, the company commented, "Anime fans have a special connection with dub voice talent, and that emotional expression is important in fueling more love of anime content. We are currently investigating the matter regarding the allegations of undelivered fan mail to a voice actor. We respect the privacy of all of our voice actors and do not intentionally open mail or packages not intended for Crunchyroll. Any fan mail should be sent directly to talent and their management." Wald's posts have resonated wildly, with thousands of fans showing support and sharing his story across social media platforms. Anime fans around the world are on a united front on this matter, and many have began pushing for the Crunchyroll employee response.
Wait, there's apparently news about... What the hell are they talking about Dragon Age for? I just noticed this. I thought Dragon Age got rid of the Denuvo. How the hell do they have another... Do they have another problem? I thought they said they weren't gonna have the Denuvo. Right? Didn't they say... Didn't we see something earlier where they said they wouldn't have the Denuvo? Does Dragon Age have a new problem? Like, I think that's something I kind of want to look at.
Responsible to be fired.
Because I'm curious, what the hell do they do now?
This wouldn't be a
They got rid of Denuvo, which is
as
nice.
They prefer for Crunchyroll executives to be arrested, or even for the company to be shut down. Furthermore, many Crunchyroll subscribers have resolved to unsubscribe from the platform and stick to either pirate sites or other anime streaming platforms.
And the reality is, with a lot of those streaming platforms, reality is pirating generally will get you a better product in terms of video quality. In many cases over Crunchyroll these days, especially if you want to look at a back catalog, because of Crunchyroll likes to skimp out on bitrate, but that's its whole other situation there.
Some even believe supporting Japanese creators directly would be a better option than subscribing to Crunchyroll. As the investigation continues, Walt expressed gratitude to his fans for their understanding and said he is arranging a secure P.O. box where fans can safely send letters and tokens in the future. While Crunchyroll has committed to reviewing the situation, it remains unclear what further actions may be taken. For now, the anime community waits for a resolution to this matter that respects both Walt's privacy and the intentions of his devoted fanbase. In other news,
maybe, who knows? It depends. If you want the better quality, that's not always the case. But for older stuff, unless you can go and buy like a physical copy or something, you probably will have a better experience sailing the high seas. Getting a private tracker and stuff, probably a great idea if you want to do something like that. Finding a way to get access to a private tracker. There are some private websites out there that you can use. There are private trackers. Like a website like this, if you know what this website is, this is a really, really special website. You cannot access this normally. This is an invite-only private tracker for cultural content. You can find all sorts of things in here on this website. This is just one example. Right, but obviously, I'm not going to tell you what that is. If you know what it is, you know what it is. You're in the exclusive club. If you don't, then you don't. Because, look, yeah, you can't get to that website normally. Nice pause. Oh, true, now we're looking at her ass. That is a nice pause. I agree.
My Hero Academia's manga story is continuing?
Okay, then. Let's get to the next one, then. Concurrent players for Dragon Age Veilguard is dropping. Oh, boy.
It's just as we suspected, Dragon Age the Veilguard is underperforming dramatically on Steam charts and on Twitch views. The concurrent players are dropping. This is just one day after release. It didn't hit the numbers that it really needed to hit to be a success given the massive budget behind this game. And this is especially shocking considering how big of a franchise Dragon Age is and how big the fan base is. But this is what happens when you hire a bunch of trans activists to insert their ideologies, their demonic ideologies at that, into these games. So, despite all of the cope that is rolling around,
all I know is I heard this game was not going to have de nouveau.
To pretend that this is actually doing well, it's not.
It's a big Lara Croft model, yeah.
It's not. And we're going to break down some of the numbers right now. So right now I have on SteamDB, we have concurrent players. We're looking at Dragon Age the Veilguard. Where even is it right now? It dropped. There it is. It dropped at 17th place. Let's go ahead and refresh, see if that makes a difference. 17th place right now. This is like one day after launch. Sitting at 66,000.
Yeah, but there's no way we could ever have a movie night. Copyright stuff is a thing. And I have no plans to ever deal with those types of problems.
And concurrent viewers, and on the surface, it's like,
it's
66,000 people. That's actually, yeah, it's a lot of people. But for a game with this kind of massive budget of, I mean, we're estimating 300 million plus budget for this game. This has been in
legally
it's just
impossible
to
do
time.
Something like
they
that.
put a lot of time and resources into this game. There's no way it's going to be making its budget back with these numbers. Now, just for comparison, let's look at Baldur's Gate 3, which is honestly sitting almost close. Like,
Damn.
62,000. This is only 4,000 less
Dragon Age is
concurrent
fallen
viewers
while
right now. Baldur's Gate 3 has been
Monster
out
Hunter
for a
Wilds
long
beta
time.
sport
Like,
players. That's a rip.
a year. Over a year.
That's a rip, man.
And it is still sitting at almost the
Oh yeah,
same.
you can see it's all the way up here at number 5. Monster Hunter Wilds beta test. 240,000 concurrent players here. Dragon Age Veilguards all the way at 66,000. This is 13 hours
of
ago.
concurrent players as Dragon Age the Veilguard, which was supposedly a highly anticipated game. I mean, it was for a lot of Dragon Age fans. Now, a lot of them just opted not to play because they're disappointed. But this is a highly anticipated release that is sitting at
2014, you waited
almost
10
identical
years.
concurrent
Damn.
numbers to Baldur's Gate 3, which, mind you, now, again,
That's a rip,
you think
man.
that like 70,000 peak concurrent sounds impressive.
You wait so
Well,
long and
look
then
at
the next
Baldur's
one
Gate
comes out as a
3,
disappointment.
with their all-time peak concurrent being almost 900,000. There were almost 1 million people playing this concurrently when it came out. So obviously this isn't even close to those kind of numbers. I mean, and this is...
Wait, Baldur's Gate 3 has like similar player count. Damn.
It's a game that you would think, I mean, these are comparable
Yeah.
games, right? So this is a game you would think would, I don't know, at least be in the ballpark of that, but it's not. And so you even look at like Black Myth Wukong right now, sitting at 59,000 concurrent viewers. Black Myth
Is
Wukong,
woke, rip.
which had a peak
Rip,
concurrent
man.
of 2.4
They got that sweet
million,
baby crap
right?
in there.
So yeah, that is what you would call a success. But what we're seeing with Dragon Age the Veilguard at 66,000, it already reached its peak. It's probably not going to reach that or succeed past that ever again. Now, people are speculating we're about to enter the weekend. Could those numbers be higher over the weekend? Hey, maybe we'll be surprised, but I just don't expect that. We're also seeing this trend on Twitch with Twitch viewers who, which of course, as a lot of people have pointed out.
Yep. Okay.
Monster Hunter the Wilds beta dropped last night, same day, night of Dragon Age Veilguard launch. And it peaked. This beta peaked at 463,000 Steam concurrent players. Again, let's remind you, Dragon Age Veilguard peaked at 70,000.
Damn.
Okay, so just a small fraction of the peak concurrent players that were playing Monster Hunter Monster Hunter Wilds beta.
Yeah, it's truly
So right now at this present time, there are 240. I mean, this is what, a Friday afternoon. People are still at work. This is at 240,000 concurrent players. And again, Dragon Age 66,000. And now again, let's go back to Twitch here and see. Here's the recommended games. What you think a day after launch, such a large title as a Dragon Age game, that it would be in the recommended games list, that it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Not even in the top 12? I mean, here's Monster Hunter Wilds. People can argue and say, there's a lot of people who are defending this game because, the cope is real. Coping and seething is real.
The cope is
real.
real.
They are coping with Veilguard, saying, well, people had to pay for that. Of course, Monster Hunter Wild, this is a free beta, blah, blah, blah. Well, guess what? It's free to watch games, ain't it?
Yeah, it's free to watch. Yep.
Why is it not competing with Monster Hunter Wilds right now? Monster Hunter Wilds with 60,000 concurrent viewers, and then Dragon Age, the Veilguard right now, sitting at 48,000.
Hopefully you can have fun with that when it comes out, right?
So it's
hopefully it's good.
Not even breaking top 12 on Twitch the day after it dropped. Now,
that's fine, but we're not looking at the JP community here. I've never played Dragon Age. I've also never finished the Witcher game. I have them, I just never finished them. When you were in Japan, you saw a 40, 50-year-old playing? Of course. Monster Hunter is what, Capcom? Or something? But yeah, either one are. I've never, played a Dragon Age game. I've heard of them. All I heard was the recent one was gonna not have de nouveau. Turns out it's still flopping.
Is this going? Did we expect to see Dragon Age the Veilguard? I mean, we knew it wouldn't be a success, but did we expect? I mean, we didn't anticipate that, but did we expect it to fail as hard as something like Dustborn or Concord that couldn't even break 600 or 700 concurrent, whichever it was? I mean, like 600, like the number 600, not 600,000.
Disney World game, yeah.
Not 6,000, 600. So did we expect it to get those kind of low numbers? Obviously not, because Dragon Age has a massive fan base, right? So, but still, these kind of...
No idea on a release date. The first closed beta for NTE, though, is going to be sometime later this month. Sometime later this month, we'll have the first NTE beta. I have a 50-50 chance of being able to play it. Hopefully I can. And when the beta starts for NTE later this month in CN, there will be more news. Because they actually want coverage. I can't show you the exact document and the stuff I looked at for the application. For obvious reasons, I won't show it to you. But I will say is they do want coverage. Did I ever try Concord? No. Hell no. Why the hell would I even bother to try Concord? They're, like, if I wanted to play a hero shooter, I got a lot to pick from. Why would I want to try Concord?
Numbers for how expensive that game costs to develop and the credentials within, I mean, being BioWare, this is definitely bad. Now, again, with people coping, well, what about the reviews? Look at where it's charting on sales right now, blah, blah, blah. I think the concurrent player base is really speaking for itself right now. So what this shows is a lot of people are likely refunding the game, but also a lot of people got the game free with like NVIDIA bundle and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Like, yeah, I guess, yeah, that's true. Is that what the NVIDIA bundle is now? Is that what they're bundling now? Black Myth Wukong, Diablo. What's the current campaign? What is the current campaign for people buying a new graphics card? Oh, let's see, wait. Oh wait, no, let me just see. Let's say I go with Canada Computers. Let's say I go buy a graphics card. I'm actually curious. Let's say I buy... Hey, what's the AMD bundle? Do they have a bundle here? AMD would get you either Space Marine 2, Unknown 9 Awakening, Warhammer 40k. Let's go see what happens if I buy NVIDIA. Let's say a 4080 Super. You would get... Star Wars Outlaw? No, it's Star Wars Outlaws. They're not getting free game. They're not getting free Dragon Age. They're getting Star Wars Outlaws still. Alright, it just says here Star Wars Outlaws. Yeah, it is. I don't know, we don't know the exact release date, if it's gonna release next year or not. But we know they're pretty far along into it, but there's still a lot they need to do. We don't need smoke on open. But yes, it is in fact... this game right here. We obviously have gameplay stuff on it. But yes, this game. Right, this one. Right, this game, yes, it's this one. We'll have to wait and see. I'm hoping I can get into the beta. I know it's gonna be in Chinese, but playing a game in Chinese won't stop me from being able to actually play through it. How we know this is because I've even done it in the past. We'll go back a couple months, like half a year. where I literally went in and played and completed. I did have 100% playthrough of the broken Chinese port of East 10. And I played through it all because, yes. I made a joke where it was delisted. This was half a year ago. I played through it. I ended up 100% clearing the game. I'm slowly replaying through the game again in English because we actually did get an official release on that, but that's its own thing. I'd be able to find a way. I have OCRs and stuff. Yeah, language barrier not a problem. I'd find a way. I have my ways.
But no, this is
Even if I
definitely
can't
in order
read
for
Chinese.
this game to really make back its budget and to really help BioWare out. They need to be pulling way more than this. Now, a lot of people also are coping in the reply, oh, look at the reviews. The reviews are mostly positive, though. The reviews say mostly positive. Now, there is a lot of speculation that said reviews are potentially bots, where people are speculating about the trends that they're seeing in a lot of these reviews. If you actually look at
There's also
3
that,
hours
yeah.
ago, Dragon Age Veilguard audience reviews have started to come in, and then you've got sitting at like a 2.2 right now here.
Yikes.
But when you look at Steam, it's last I checked, it was at mostly positive still. We don't know. But regardless, that's neither here nor there. I don't care if it was sitting at a universal perfect 10 across the board. I don't care if Donald Trump and Kamala Harris joined together, they're joined forces to say, hey guys, we're putting our differences aside because one thing we can unite on is Dragon Age the Veilguard is a 10 out of 10. Like, I don't even care if they say that. That doesn't make this trash good. We've seen the gameplay. We've seen the cutscenes. It is cringe. It is just a degenerate transgender simulator. This is a game that is trying to encourage the players to become transgender, which is a demonic thing. Don't do it. You can choose.
You probably shouldn't.
So, as you can see here too, we have Bandar Hub who put together this amazing thread. Definitely check that out. He put together a thread of he says here, a large weight of the 9s and 10s for Dragon Age Veilguard are from journalists who follow the same values as the makers of the game. So, of course, that's what they're voting based off of. A lot of these are, they're Troon allies, they're Troons themselves, and of course, they're pushing all of that. So, of course, they're giving it high reviews. So, as you can see here, like you have this guy talking about the queer community for anybody in the pervert community, aka the queer community, pronouns in bio, all this. You've got M here. There's a pervert flag in bio. You've got
goddamn
this
pervert flag.
I don't know. Yeah, you got all you've got all of this, a bunch of pervert flags in bios. A bunch of pronouns in bios. Yep, another pervert flag on the header, so on and so forth. So definitely I would encourage you to check this thread out. This is a really well compiled thread. But anyway, there's clearly an agenda here. And that's the thing, is a lot of these video games that have these ideologies inserted into them, it's demonic, it's from Satan, and there absolutely is an agenda to try to pervert people and to create more perverts and to...
We get the idea. What's this one here? Worst journal defends woke Dragon Age Veilguard trashes fans. Oh boy. Alright, here, we'll go look at this one. This is in the reacts.
I think we have a close second for one of the worst gaming journalists out there in Zarmina Khan, who about a month or so ago wrote an article attacking gamers in regards to Assassin's Creed Shadows. Now she's writing an article attacking gamers in regards to Dragon Age the Veilguard. Now, full disclosure, she's already had me blocked. I guess she didn't like what I have to say, but that's the MO. This is how these guys operate.
Yeah.
They'll attack gamers, and then when there's backlash of any sort, they will go into protected tweets or they'll block, and then they'll continue to do their attacks towards gamers. So PlayStation Lifestyle posted this right here, advertising her article. saying Dragon Age the Veilguard off to a good start amid troll attack. So if you've been following all of the coverage that we've been providing here, as well as other people on Twitter and YouTube, there's been a lot of controversy with Dragon Age the Veilguard, a lot of people giving their opinions, and yeah, the game is off to a good start. It seems like it's doing pretty good. The player base is expanding, but that doesn't invalidate all the criticisms that this game is getting, from the top surgery scar stuff to the misgender cutscene that's absolute fucking shoehorned self-insertion, woke ideology. It's all fair game. It doesn't invalidate that. And now the user scores are out, and the user scores are actually quite low. So critics to user scores was to be expected. When critics like something, that means it's woke as crap. But funny enough,
usually,
PlayStation Lifestyle
they definitely
has this
are.
block.
A lot
The
of
only
them,
accounts that they mention can reply. So that tells you everything that you need to know. Everything that you need to know about this journalist and this website. So looking at the article, you can see right here, she does it again. She tries to blame right-wing grifters and right-wing personalities and she basically calls their followers stupid and everything like that. You can see Dragon Age the Veilguard sales are looking strong despite a constant concerted effort by the usual grifters to hurt its sales. So she probably has Grom's derangement syndrome, Smash JT derangement syndrome. The usual grifters. These guys call you a grifter when you go outside their echo chamber, when you don't cater to their special needs.
Yeah,
they will call you a grifter. That's all it means. It means nothing. Don't let these people tear you down because they're miserable. They're more miserable with themselves than anything. They said the discourse surrounding the game even attracted the attention of influential right-wing personalities, but that didn't stop it from becoming one of publisher Electronic Arts' biggest single-player launches, which, good on that. Good that this is a successful launch.
They definitely have.
It doesn't invalidate any of the criticism. It does not invalidate any of it. It doesn't take away that misgender scene in the game is still
definitely affecting
games
and how people are getting.
Woke ideology is being forced into the game. So going on, this article says at the time of writing, Veilguard's not only the best-selling game on Steam globally, it's also topping PlayStation store charts in a number of regions. The game's concurrent users surpassed 70,000 on Steam alone, which is good, but for a BioWare title, they're going to need bigger numbers than that. I bet they spent millions of dollars on this game. We'll see if it makes a return of profit, especially now that user reviews are coming out and users are playing the game. They can refund it. We'll see what happens, right? If it's good, if it does solid, again, like I said, that's fair, but it doesn't invalidate any of the criticism. These people, and I've seen it where people are like, oh, these anti-woke grifters really want the game to fail. Ha ha ha, they want the game to fail. No, we just gave our opinion on certain things in the game. I've never called for this game to fail. I've never called for it to be canceled. If anything, I said I was going to be interested in playing it eventually, that I was not going to get it day one, that I was going to wait and see for the user reviews. And if they're good, fair,
we have
but again,
and shitload
it
of
doesn't
DI
invalidate
certified game.
any
Meanwhile,
of the criticism. It doesn't.
I know.
It does not invalidate any of the criticism. So this article just goes on to say that we're here to burst that bubble and point out that concurrent players mean the number of people playing a game at the same time is not a sales number, that it holds a Metacritic average of 84 out of 100 on PS5, looking at legitimate, so she's downplaying it, legitimate reviews. Critics seem a bit split on the title, especially its pacing. That said, a score of 84 out of 100 is pretty solid. After the disastrous launch of Anthem, BioWare has certainly redeemed itself with Dragon Age the Veilguard. So most of this article attacking chuds, as she likes to say, right? Smash JT made a banger article about it, where some tweets of hers, because again, she has people blocked, have come out attacking. For example, you can see right here, she says it again. Hey, worthless chuds, concurrent players is not the number of copies sold on a platform. All it means is the amount of people playing.
I keep saying the word chud. What the fuck does that even mean? They can't even, like, put, like, an actual real world word. They have to put this? The fuck? Why chud? I don't get it. But you only see it from the woke people, like, they keep saying this stuff. You know what's funny? I think I remember playing a game where it had this, and it was a game where I was sponsored to play it a couple months back. It was a turn-based game that was sponsored that I stopped playing immediately after I ended that stream. But I think people like also had complaints about the localization of that game. So it makes sense. But yeah, like, what the hell does this even mean though?
Number of copies sold on a platform. All it means is the amount of people playing at the same time. You guys are so stupid, it's mind-blowing. Dragon Age Veilguard remain rent-free in your empty heads. You notice that all these Wokies always go to like these personal attacks about people's appearances, their age, their intelligence. It's because they're miserable. It's because they're the most insecure people that they have to have labels to feel like they're a person. They have to have a label attached to who they are. Whether it's, we have to know who they sleep with in the bedroom, what bathroom they use, what they want to identify as, even though it's not what they are. We have to know what ethnicity they are. We have to have like every single fucking thing in the book labeled attached to them so that they can feel important. But they're calling us worthless chuds because we have an opinion.
It is weird, man. It is weird.
That is not invalidated, by the way.
I just think it's
regardless
weird.
of how many copies this sells, it doesn't invalidate anything. It does not invalidate anything. So Smash basically told her up, called her out, saying, "Quick refresher for those who put this woman out of your mind for good reason. She's developed quite the reputation for defending controversial gaming industry figures and stances while pushing an ideological narrative." Yeah, and she calls gamers trolls for simply questioning the casting choice of Erika Ishii, and she's now become a regular in defending corporate and ideological interest over genuine community concerns. So I got Assassin's Creed Shadows confused. It's the other woke samurai game. It's Ghost of Yote. She went on like a gamer tangent calling gamers out for Erika Ishii's behavior on Twitter, right? So basically called her out. He said that her articles lack any kind of honest balance, favoring agenda-driven narratives with no attention paid to factual integrity. Her background, which includes work for the British government prior to joining PlayStation Lifestyle, has also raised plenty of questions about her true connection to the gaming community, because to be honest, that sure sounds to me like someone who leans heavily into the area of activism, which is right. This girl is a humongous activist, just like all the other gaming journalists out there. Right, and they're raging against gamers. They're hating on actual gamers.
It truly is, man. It truly is.
And Smash basically tears down her argument about concurrent players.
Like, here's the funny part, though. Here's the funny part. I said this the other day before, too. Right? But Sweet Baby Inc. isn't the only one that's this garbage to the industry. There's another group of people, while they're not to the same extent as Sweet Baby Inc., you definitely see them a lot complaining and all sorts of things in the gacha industry there. And they don't understand why. Like, they're like really clueless there as well. Right? What's funny though is you try to use logic for them, right? It's like they're like, oh yeah, they're expecting a specific thing, when the reality is they're not going to get it because they're not the target audience, right? When you think about it too, it's like, yeah, you go to a store, right? You go to let's say a hardware store, right? Imagine you go to a hardware store and expect them to go sell you makeup or something. Or you go to a cosmetic store and like ask them, okay, so can I go buy a drill or something, or a saw, a chainsaw, or whatever, or a hammer or something? You're obviously not gonna get that there. But those people act like they are. Even though obviously they're not going to sell the thing you're looking for because you went to the wrong store. Right? At the same time though, it's like the way they ask and attack for it, it's like they want it immediately as well, but it just doesn't make any sense. But it's funny. It is funny to just watch it happen. It is pretty funny.
So she said that concurrent players doesn't mean the number of games that were sold, right? Smash says she wants to compare Dragon Age to games but doesn't mention any, as it would instantly invalidate her argument.
Oh,
Monster Hunter Wilds,
Rip,
as I'm stuttering all over, let me get some water.
Rip.
says Monster Hunter Wilds beta came out on the same day and blew the numbers out of the water.
Yeah,
Why
it's
would
a
she
weekday.
ignore that? And that's true. The beta, a beta, right, came out, blew the numbers out of the water. And I saw Alyssa Mercante come out and try to say, oh, well, a free game, blah, blah, blah. And, well, Concord was free, and it didn't reach these numbers, toots. So, BioWare, while this is successful on paper, still has a long way to fucking go for this game to profit. And just
It's
like
not
these guys try to
successful,
say,
then. They
we're
didn't make a
desperate for
profit.
this game to fail, that the chuds are desperate to get an own on a woke game. You guys are desperate to try to get an own on us. You guys don't care if this game does good. You guys don't even care if this game is a good game at all. You just want to have good reviews on it, which is why the critics are obviously paid when they're saying return to form on every single fucking review. You guys are sweating because the user reviews are going to show the truth about what real gamers think about this game. Hands fucking down. You guys are desperate for a win, so you guys could be like, oh, I gotcha. We gotcha. Dragon Age did great. And you somehow seem to think that that invalidates all the opinion about it. Nothing that I've ever said about this game had anything to do with sales. Now, if it doesn't make a profit, guess what? That's a flop. And it's been remained to see, you know, it remains to be seen whether this game's going to be a flop or not. So we'll see about a month or two, maybe 3, maybe after the holidays. We'll see how many copies this game sells. Is it going to sell 1 million? Probably. But is that going to make its profits back?
No.
No. So for them to attack and say gamers are this and that and blah, blah, blah and all this bullshit, this is just cope for them. Honestly, cope. Looking at the scores, the Metacritic score, if it's critics, doesn't mean shit. To be like, oh, it holds an average of 84 out of 100, looking at legitimate reviews. So this is, again, gatekeeping by all these political activists that disguise themselves as gaming journalists. It's literal gatekeeping, downplaying the opinion of actual gamers, the people that are actually buying the games, to where, you know, PlayStation Lifestyle doesn't even want them to be able to reply because they don't want to hear a debate. They don't want to hear rebuttals. They don't want to hear difference of opinion. This is how they act. And if you go against it, you're a grifter, guys. These people are literally the worst. Legitimate reviews. So downplaying anybody. So if you watching this play this game and you go on a Metacritic and you write that you didn't enjoy the game, that you thought it was bad, these journalists don't think you're legitimate. They think that your opinion or any thoughts that you have on this game are invalid, null and void. Don't let these people silence you. Speak up. Do what you got to do to get your...
Alright, is there another one? Let's see. We got lots to look through on here. The Android dev got worse. The fuck? Wait, there's also this one here we missed from before. PlayStation exclusive destroys Japanese devs, wonders why they're what? What's this one? Why they're broken. Oh, it's this guy.
Remember when Sean Layden was
That's a
talking
long-ass
mad
intro.
smack about how the game industry has a creativity problem? Oh, you guys may be mad at this next one. Former
Okay.
PlayStation CEO shares bleak perspective of Japanese gaming. Oh, do tell. The former CEO...
Wait, isn't that character in the background from Dynazenon or something? Alright, isn't this character that he's
Dragon
using here?
Entertainment, Sean Layden shared what appeared to be a bleak outlook on the Japanese gaming
I think I
industry in a
recognize that
recent interview.
character.
Isn't it funny that the Japanese gaming industry started...
Wait, is it? Let me see. Yeah, I think it was this one. Yeah, founder. Yeah, it's this. Yeah, it's her. I found it. Yeah, it's from Dynazenon. Yeah, I watched it a while back. That one was good.
failing the moment they started listening to Western advice. Funny coincidence, that. In a recent interview with IGN Japan, he was asked for his insight regarding the current state of the industry alongside some events during his tenure at Sony. Most notably, he gave his
Soini.
opinion on Sony's Japan studio being merged
Gotta
with
love
Team
how he
Asobi.
says Soini.
It was a sad event, but not necessarily a surprise.
They had a new film, really?
Or Alan Becker, head of Japan
Wait, did
studio,
they?
was a great guy.
Wait. I'll probably have to watch it at some point then. Let me go to my anime list. Oh yeah, you're right, they did have a movie. Apparently it wasn't good though. That was a year ago, I did not know that. Oh, that's why! Yeah, never mind, I'm not gonna watch it, it's a recap. It's a recap! Isn't it just a recap of the anime? It says it's a recap. Oh wait, no, there's a movie called Gridman Universe. Is it this? Oh, then that's a different movie. This one's called Gridman Universe. Yeah, that's Gridman Universe. Wrong one then. Yeah, okay, it's Gridman Universe. Never mind. I'll have to watch this then. It's 2 hours long. I'll probably find some time to watch it on my own time. Okay. Cool. Okay. Yeah, I was confused for a second. I thought, like, wait, isn't that a recap? Oh, wait, no. There's an actual movie.
But he was trying really hard. But the legacy was too big. It's hard when the studio doesn't have a hit for a while and the employees forget what it feels like. Then you have to start to forget how to make a work a
I'm gonna
success.
get some water, one sec.
In such a case, I think there's two possible paths. One is to make one is the path that they actually took. The other is the path of taking very strict and drastic measures out of love. So this may be what happened with Team Asobi, like pruning the branches of a bonsai tree. You cut the branches back to close the trunk, and then you watch them regrow. Japan Studio, if corporate American PlayStation let them make the hits they wanted to make, they could have been fine. No. PlayStation corporate are the ones that ruined them.
Yeah, PlayStation corporate is
fucked. How much you want
fucked.
to bet that everything they pitched, they got kicked back? Like, oh, that's not current year enough. So it's worth mentioning that Sony Japan is behind iconic franchises such as Ape Escape, Gravity Rush, Shadow of the Colossus, and more.
Yeah.
So Layden also goes on.
Gravity Rush is such a good game. Too bad this thing is dead forever, man. Right? Is Japan Studios is like dead. Too bad. I like Gravity Rush. I played a lot of it on my Vita.
Criticized Japanese studios for trying to reach global audiences, saying that they have not been successful for a long time. Who pushed them to that, I wonder? And applauds Squeenix for abandoning its ambition to expand development overseas. Now, he's not wrong about this. But remember, like, this guy was at PlayStation. He was the CEO of SIE when PlayStation was turning to shit, when they were starting to destroy Japanese developers. Didn't notice anything then? All right, back in current year -3, Sony's Japan Studios merged into Team Asobi during a time where Sony was restructuring to place more emphasis on American audiences and consolidating resources in California. How did that work out for them? They're doing better than ever, right? So while at the time Sony representatives claimed that Japan remains an important market, recent years have seen Japanese developers flee the platform due to growing censorship to appease global standards. Yeah, I actually I don't think this has been happening. Like, what Japanese developers have fled PlayStation? I know of a bunch that are no longer PlayStation exclusive.
Yeah, they're not exclusive anymore.
They're still releasing their fucking games on it, which means their games are still censored. Like, this is logic I don't really understand. Historically, Layden has shared what appeared to be pessimistic opinions about the Japanese gaming industry and gaming as a whole, especially since he joined a Chinese company, Tencent. Oh, now he's just trying to keep poisoning the... Oh, what if he was a Tencent agent all along? Ooh, that would have made sense.
That would be funny, but I don't think so.
Kagura would have survived if it weren't for Sony's global standards, yup.
Yeah, they're the reason why Senran Kagura is dead. Sony is why.
Perhaps fittingly, Team Asobi recently wowed the industry with recent mascot platformer Astrobot, proving that perhaps PlayStation isn't just a console for interactive movies. No, I disagree on that one, actually. I don't think so. So, I'm not gonna say
that's like that's the problem. A lot of the games that they put out, especially the AAA games, they end up, a decent amount of them just end up being interactive movies. Like at that point, if it's just gonna be interactive movie, I'd rather just go watch a movie. Like if that's all they're gonna be.
Thing about Astrobot itself, I know that it got massive critical acclaim. Audiences loved it. Pretty much everyone who played it said the game's fucking awesome.
Okay.
But the game bombed. It didn't sell.
Yeah, it didn't sell.
PlayStation still is a console for interactive movies. At least until they release something that breaks 10 million. The only ones on PS are Sony ponies. That's right. And I think that's a lesson that Shift Up actually finally fucking learned with regards to Stellar Blade.
Yeah.
Because they were pretty much admitting that like their next title is going to be multi-platform because they want to put it where their audiences are.
Yep.
I guess they were shocked that their like 100 million Nikkei players didn't buy PS5s to play Stellar Blade.
Yeah, they're not going to.
Like, nope.
Why would
Only
they?
People that already have a fucking PS5 bought it. Same thing with Final Fantasy 16. Yeah, they Shift Up to not become shit up. Yeah, they're still knocking it out of the park with Nikkei. But there's always the risk, like if they announce that they're selling to Sony or something in the future, that's probably going to kill Nikkei as well.
Oh yeah, it will.
Because a lot of whales are gonna move to free to play and switch to a wait and see. Unless they do the smart thing and at that point just spin Nikkei off into its own studio separate from PlayStation. At this point, Sony is dead and Japan is too stuck in the past. Yeah. Once Japan gets the head out their ass, we get good Japanese games again. No, I do think we're going to get good Japanese games again, but I think to achieve that, like in order to get those good games, they need to have more competition. So yeah, thankfully we are seeing a lot more competition from Korea and China. But like I keep bringing up, Japan really screwed themselves when they decided to go for more global standards, wider audiences.
And it's just
so
bombing.
Japan stopped making the types of games we wanted from them and started cloning what the West does. And they ended up losing all their customers. And then China and Korea show up, and all they're doing is what Japan used to do. They're like, oh, hey, we noticed Japan is not giving you what you want anymore. We'll give you what you want. So there's got to be some executives in Japan that are grilling people over this.
Yeah, it's so painful, yeah. So many Japanese companies are taking the ESG money. Yeah, exactly. We see a lot of them doing it, and it sucks. The only ones that are not are the ones that are so small that they're insignificant enough for them to even be offered it. But like, you only see that for like those extremely small companies and studios that are not taking it. You look at all the major players, they're all taking it. We know Square's taking it, Capcom's taking it, Bandai's taking it, Nintendo's, that too. We all know this, But then like the smaller companies, for now they're safe. For now anyways. But like, man, is it painful. Another one. Sega is also in it. Right,
well,
like they're also taking
Western
it.
shit was the future, and yet here come Korea and China doing what we used
Like,
to.
case in point is what with Sega in there. They literally redid cutscenes in Sonic in Generations, in the release for Sonic Shadow Generations, and they fucking nerfed. They fucking nerfed the tits on Rouge the Bat. Out of all the things, man. They redid a bunch of the cutscenes. They made Rouge the Bat's tits smaller for some reason. And for what? Why? Right? Like what the fuck? Why?
To do, and they're getting all of our customers. What's this about? Could you explain? Someone is going to be playing Sudoku over this.
Yep. Okay. We got another one here. Yandere dev got worse.
The Yandere dev will probably go down as the weirdest developer in history because not only could he not produce a game, but he was also talking to minors.
Hey yo, what the?
But before the video starts, if you guys like the content I post, please make sure to hit that subscribe button as we are so close to hitting 300,000 subscribers.
Yeah, it really is crazy they do it in a Sonic game of all things. For sure. Makes you question what will happen in the future, man. Right? Hey, for you guys who like Persona and stuff, keep in mind Sega owns Atlas. So who knows what's to come in their future? I guess.
Enjoy. So if you've been watching YouTube for the past 10 years, then at some point you've probably heard of Yandere Simulator. It was a viral indie game that got popular because of its unique concept of combining high school life with a darker concept. In other words, high school kids were just killing each other and everybody loved it.
About, you were talking to Senpai? Yeah, get in there. Hey, what are you? Oh no.
And honestly, I got no complaints. I mean, the game looked fun. However, even though the game was fun, people started realizing that the developer was kind of weird. And by kind of weird, I mean weird enough to have a sexually charged conversation with a 16-year-old that was recorded.
What?
I ain't gonna lie.
Why?
But before we get into that, let me briefly explain how he's a terrible developer. So if you guys know anything about Yandere Simulator, you would know that the game isn't finished. Like, the game has literally been in development for 10 years. And if I had to give a percentage for how much of the game is actually done, I'd say probably around 57%. And I could understand if it was some GTA 6 type game where all that time is genuinely needed. But come on now. You're telling me this takes 10 years to complete?
Are you serious right now, bro?
And yes, before y'all say it, I know Rockstar is a big company and he's just one developer doing this by himself, but he can literally hire help. He's just being stubborn. Like, no joke, this guy made a blog post talking about there was one point in time that he was receiving so many stupid emails every day, he couldn't work on the game.
It was very difficult to get any work done over the past 2 weeks. 2 days were spent at Anime Expo, and 2 days were spent traveling in and out of Los Angeles. 9 days were spent answering emails, leaving me with 1 day to make this video.
And I can't lie, if I knew bro in real life, I would have gave him a 2-piece, because what NPC logic is that? Bro, just don't respond. Yeah, officer, I'm so sorry for texting and driving. They just wouldn't stop texting me. I just had to respond. He could also just hire a secretary or just somebody that manages his emails. But then if he did that, then he'd actually have to work on the game, which is something I don't think he even wants to do. Something that I've learned in life is that when someone really doesn't want to do something, they'll find any excuse in the book to not do it. And since Yandere was such a massive hit already and he was getting a lot of attention, he probably put finishing the game on the back burner rather than to just keep people entertained for the now. Did I forget to mention that people in his community were paying for his Patreon as a way to help the game get moved along? But since the game never got finished, they were just wasting their money. And I could go on and on about things that made him a terrible developer, like him being allergic to taking accountability and him constantly blaming his fans for every inconvenience that happened with the game, even though he was the one producing it. But I'd rather talk about him personally and how he has a history of being a weirdo. Because even before all of his fame, he could be seen saying stuff like this: I've always wanted a girlfriend who acted youthful, babyish, feminine, innocent, naive, childlike. My brother, what?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Openly sharing that with the internet is insane, because some ideas don't need to be shared, which has me thinking, if you've ever had a great idea for a video but felt limited by your tools, this is going to change everything. Because with NVIDIA AI, your dreams can finally come to life. With this newest update, NVIDIA AI V3, it now includes powerful generative capabilities that let you bring your vision to life just using a text prompt. For example, you can simply ask it to create a video about a story of a robot in a cyberpunk setting that wants to escape the Matrix.
In the neon-lit labyrinth of Neo-Tokyo, a city where the line between man and machine blurs, there existed a robot named Nexus.
Now that's just a start. NVIDIA AI V3's generative capabilities allow you to create all sorts of videos with just a few words. It even has a voice cloning capability that allows you to narrate videos using your own voice. And unlike other tools that only offer short clips or fragments, NVIDIA AI V3
I'd be extremely skeptical of that, because they're just basically taking your freaking voice, man.
Produces the first cut of your complete video.
To train their
and the
AI.
best part is, NVIDIA AI V3 is launching soon, and if you haven't tried out NVIDIA AI V2 yet, just go to the link in the the name of Ali Sunny posted a 38-minute video accusing Yandere Dev of grooming a 16-year-old girl. Now, this wasn't your average run-of-the-mill random accusation, because as we know and may not like to admit, a lot of false accusations happen in this space with no proof. But this time, some of the conversations had been recorded. And before I play the recording, I just want to say, no 35-year-old man should be talking to a 16-year-old like this. Also, obviously her voice is masked for safety issues.
Am I a bad guy for talking to you? Should I stop talking to you?
No, you should stop talking. No, I mean, like, you should, but just don't. Just, like, you know, pause. I like your company.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Do you think you can call like this more often?
Maybe. I had fun. You're funny. It's fun to listen to you talk.
What if I'm not high next time? I just make it.
I would also be very interested in interacting with you when you are regular. I want to learn what regular you is like.
Okay.
But high you is very cute and fun.
Great. My hands were fuzzy.
Yeah, you do that a lot when you're high.
I do a lot when I'm sober too.
Oh, you're so cute.
You're saying that.
It's because you keep being cute. If you don't want to be called cute, then stop being so cute. It's simple logic.
Hey, yo, what is he talking about? Nah, I can't even lie. This conversation is mad weird. Why are you, as a grown man, calling a 16-year-old cute? Like, there's no amount of context that would even make that statement okay. Bro is quite literally double her age. And would it be crazy if I told you this isn't even the worst thing he said on this voice call? Because at one point, they somehow got to the topic of penises.
And I thought it was just normal.
That's not normal size.
What?
No, I think average size of one of those in the U.S. is like 5.5.
Wow. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know how to respond like that. I don't know what to say about it. I don't have one, so I'm not like a fitness expert.
Did I also mention that at one point he just
Why are they talking about
I barely meet the cutoff criteria for being a human in your eyes. What if I told you I'm only interested in girls with double D breasts? Anything less than that is just not attractive.
Well, I mean, like, that's your preference, but do you understand how top sizes work?
No.
No, they don't.
Big as a girl's head. I want them big as a girl's head.
I have what are considered, these are A cups, isn't that crazy?
Because you're so skinny?
Yep.
So it's like the ratio of the bust compared to, yeah, you're very skinny and that's kind of hot. Sorry, am I a bad guy for saying that? Should I go die?
No.
Am I a bad guy?
This, ladies and gentlemen, is called 4K, because very rarely do you find evidence on somebody like this where it comes from their own mouth in a voice call. And for anybody questioning whether or not it's really him in that voice call, he confirmed it. He confirmed that it was him. And I already know he was probably sick as hell when that voice chat got leaked. He legit thought he was gonna be freaky and get away with it. Nah, come here, boy. After he got exposed, he made a pretty stupid decision. Let's say, for instance, that you, and yes, I'm talking to you get caught for something similar to what Yandere Dev did. What do you think you should do after something like that? A, immediately apologize. B, delete all of your social media. Or C, contact the minor you were allegedly—
Wait, do you have a video for it, man? They actually not realizing it, Wait, oh wait, no, you're talking about they're not realizing it. Yeah, and ToF has had everything they've asked for, but
remain and beg them to say that it was all a lie.
Wow, man. Damn.
And if you've been keeping up with this story, I'm pretty sure you know it was C. After this voice recording and all the other stuff went public, he immediately went on Snapchat and started messaging the girl again, saying stuff like, I am being emotionally abused by you. And her response is, I'm 16, you're 35. And honestly, I couldn't have said it better myself. You're literally 35. There's no reason you should be acting the way that you do. All she did was tell an adult about the types of conversations y'all were having, and that's traumatizing. He also follows it up with, I am so lonely and miserable and depressed and unhappy. Of course, the one time a girl is actually nice to me, I got attached. You were so fun and funny and charismatic, it made me want to keep talking. I am not an evil predator who goes around little girls. I am a lonely, vulnerable man who made the mistake of being flirty to a girl who was a bit too young. And my God, imagine having the gall to completely dodge accountability and making this somehow seem like it isn't completely his fault. How does a grown man get attached to a girl that's literally half his age via Discord and then has the nerve to say, please spare my life. I haven't done anything so bad that I deserve to lose everything, absolutely everything, forever. And these messages messages should let you know the person that you're dealing with. He honestly doesn't believe he did anything wrong in this situation. And
This
even
is
if he
truly
did do something
something.
wrong, he doesn't think that he should be punished in any way. He thinks because he's lonely, single, and depressed, that should absolve him from all punishment and consequences. He also tries guilt tripping her immediately after this, saying stuff like, if you were genuinely sorry, you'd save me. You are the only human on earth who can save me. And by
Now
that,
he
he
trying
means
to
that she
guilt
shouldn't
trip
release
her
the
too.
expose video. Ichigo,
No.
please save this whole society. You're the only one who can save us. Clearly, there's something wrong with this guy, and there's no hiding it. But in the hopes to not make this video too long, let me play a little bit of his now deleted apology video that he posted earlier this year.
Hello, I'm Yandere Dev, the developer of Yandere Simulator. Last year, an extremely serious allegation was made about me that I would like to address. The accusation is that I attempted to groom an underage fan of my game. I will take accountability and admit that I did discuss inappropriate topics with a fan. However, the accusation that I deliberately attempted to groom this fan is false.
I don't like the wording on this because nobody can actually argue if he deliberately did it or not. The point is he did it regardless.
Last year, a fan of my game contacted me and wanted to chat. Usually, when a fan tries to talk with me, I just tell them that I'm too busy. But this person seemed really nice and friendly and funny, so I decided, you know what, sure, let's talk. She let me know right off the bat that she was 16, but I didn't see any problem with that. When I was 16, I had on.
So you already knew ahead of time the age of the person. It's one thing if you didn't know at all. He's just making it worse. My God. So he's saying he knew the whole time. That just makes this even worse, man. He knew the whole
Friends that were in
time.
their 20s and 30s, so it just didn't feel weird to me.
Back in my day, we used to do this. As you can probably see, this response video is going to be the same as those Snapchat messages. No accountability.
In the beginning, our conversations were normal, but she had a kind of adult sense of humor, and every now and then she would bring up a topic or ask a question that wasn't really appropriate. When this would happen, I wasn't entirely comfortable with it,
self-reporting.
but I rationalized to myself that it was no big deal and just kept talking with her. Eventually, I must have said something that sounded like a red flag to her, because at some point she started to record our conversations just in case I turned out to be some kind of predator.
Apparently, I must have said something. In the recording she posted, you were calling her hot. In the recordings she posted, you were calling her cute. So if that was recorded, I wonder what you said that wasn't recorded that made her start recording in the first place.
She showed our conversations to a YouTuber, and the YouTuber decided, yep, this guy seems like a groomer. We need to expose him. So, with the YouTuber apparently instructing the girl on how to steer our conversations in an inappropriate direction, our discussions got pretty weird. I wasn't comfortable with it, and I tried to express that, but like an idiot, I just went along with it anyway.
No, if you're not comfortable with it, you just stop. You just stop. Why go with it further? It's not like you have to.
Anyway.
So the conversations that you had with a 16-year-old girl were steered in an inappropriate direction that you claimed you were uncomfortable with, but instead of saying something or leaving or not talking to her, you went with it anyway?
Because I had gotten into the habit of being really candid around this girl and just casually responding to whatever she said, it was very easy for her to get recordings of me answering questions I shouldn't have answered and discussing topics I should not have discussed.
This apology video is honestly unwatchable and it's just annoying. As I said before, like in the Snapchat messages, there will be no accountability. Yeah, he might apologize here and there, but the entire meat of this apology would just be him trying to shift the blame on somebody else. How can someone steer you in a conversation or pull answers out of you that you don't want to answer? If a kid asks me an inappropriate question, I simply won't answer it. Nor will I be calling that kid hot. Like what? I don't know. If you guys want a part 2, let me know down below in the comments. Also, let me hear your thoughts and have a happy—
That is crazy though. Alright, hear this one. More clones and rip-off games you've never played. Right? Because we definitely play Genshin Clone, right? We definitely play Genshin Clone here, so We might as well hear about more
everywhere.
clones.
Mostly because when a good idea pops up on the scene, it becomes the new standard. This has been
Yeah.
happening as far back as gaming goes, and still today. A lot of the time, these are just derivative inspirations, but other times it crosses into straight up clone.
Yeah, one day he'll go surpass Christian, man.
Or rip-off territory. I imagine it's hard to look at something like Pow World and think about anything that isn't a combination of the words pocket and or monster, and well, it looks like Nintendo thinks so too. We're not new around these parts. We've been covering clones for 10 years now, and considering they haven't stopped coming out, there's always gonna be something. Even if that something is as egregious of a ripoff as they come, like Stumble Guys to Fall Guys. Maybe not bad, but I mean, look at the freaking thing. You can find all sorts of these borderline ripoffs on Google Play and the App Store, but only Fall Guys will get itself a Final Fantasy XIV collab. Stumboy's gotta settle for the Smurfs.
Wanna play Smurf Ball? No thanks.
So once again, this one goes out to the inspirations, clones, and ripoffs from games not quite big enough for their own video. Although at this point, there might be enough Gears of War clones for that to be its own thing. Seriously, everyone was making these on the 360 and PlayStation 3. Not even Harry Potter was safe.
Something's wrong with this thing. It keeps jamming. See?
So yo, it's Austin, and today we're gonna be talking about more clones and ripoffs that you probably haven't played, with a little asterisk because there's always someone, but hey, YouTube dictates that I fudge the truth a little bit so I can feed my dumb cats. Speaking of, before we get started, I've got a word from today's sponsor, and a good one, Rocket Money, because sometimes you just forget. I'm sure that this happens to a lot of us. You subscribe to some kind of service, be it like a digital streaming service, something with food, or a free trial that you totally forgot about. That's money being spent on something that you could be saving towards something that you really need, like a brand new car. Pixels. I always forget about just how many games were aped straight out of Castlevania. Konami's Castlevania sure was a big deal. Simon's quest to defeat Dracula was such a standout back in the day that it evolved into a huge franchise with tons of sequels, most pretty good actually. The series is divided on its gameplay though, as there was a drastic change in how things worked, with Symphony of the Night turning into the Metroidvanias that we see today. But before that, Castlevania was tough 2D platforming with a mix of whipping, axe throwing, or whatever item you can get your hand on. All that mattered was that Dracula needed to die, and this would continue for several decades. Those original NES releases were big hits, minus whatever the second one was doing, and surely it was gonna attract imitators. There's actually a ton of these, but first up to bat today is a little IREM, well, it's not a classic, but it is a game called Holy Diver.
Okay, Holy Diver.
Yeah, no, not officially Dio. However, Holy Diver was based on that album by Dio, considering all the characters are named after 80s metal musicians. Meaning we're playing as a dude named Randy, inspired by the guitarist Randy Rhoads. All of this is wild, considering it didn't actually release in the States. This was a Japanese Famicom exclusive. Randy here is a freaking mage. He's got spells and needs to go through stages while blasting dudes away and utilizing magic. This game kind of falls somewhere between Mega Man and Castlevania, as you unlock new spells for beating bosses, some of which are used for platforming as well. Holy Diver is pretty cool actually, just also incredibly hard. Like maybe too hard. Holy Diver actually caught flack for its difficulty back when it was released in 1989, which also led to some notably poor review scores. Only 822 out of 40 from Famitsu, which is pretty low. But also, when I walk into rooms like this, where there's simply no escape, I kind of understand.
Yep.
At the very least, we got, from the looks of it, unlimited continues. It'd be impossible without. Holy Diver is TLDL, that L for listen, since you ain't reading nothing except work emails right now. Even harder mode Castlevania. I think it's pretty all right. Also, you can shoot straight up. That was like unheard of. Master of Darkness. How about another Castlevania clone, but this time of the Sega variety. Coming out on the Game Gear and Master System all the way in 1993, only 2 years before the PlayStation 1, which is crazy to think of. Master of Darkness is what it looks like. Developed by Sims, who made a lot of stuff for Sega, Mod has you controlling a dude that loves Ouija boards named Dr. Ferdinand Social. This guy wants to kill Dracula. So yeah, it's a Castlevania clone on that alone, but also it's tied into a lot of ancient Londonese lore, like Jack the Ripper and the Thames River. You're hopping and slashing and even going up staircases in a very Belmontian fashion. Master of Darkness knows what it is, but has an interesting spin on things, things with the weapon system. You're not exclusively tied to whips. Mr. Social has the ability to use rapiers, daggers, and axes too. You gotta pick up primary weapons from drops as well as secondaries, though I gotta say, the dagger sucks. You gotta love when you got a nice loadout going into a boss fight, and then an enemy Castlevania bumps you backwards into a power-up, making the fight impossible because they have a ridiculous amount of health and the dagger sucks. Master of Darkness is pretty forgiving in comparison to Castlevania, and it actually lets you go backwards during stage transitions, so if you get knocked off a ledge, there's a chance it'll just go back a screen. Obviously, the soundtrack isn't up to snuff with Konami's sound teams from the era, but for something on the Game Gear and Master System, I think they did a pretty good job. You gotta love how Sega went from the little to the Genesis thump that games like Sonic and Sparkster could put out. Master of Darkness, while a pretty obvious clone, is neat. No asterisk. I think it's cool. You could really tell Sega wanted in on some of that Nintendo magic back in the day. Prior to the Genesis, when the Master System was their big shtick, I think Sega eked out a few surprises like this, and also Golden Axe Warrior. Never heard of it? Well, I'll give you 2 seconds to guess what this is a clone of. Where have we seen this before? Golden Axe Warrior for the Sega Master System, also known as, damn, I wish we thought of that. Where's its inspirations without any shame? It also isn't afraid to tell you who the villain is. Death Adder attacked. Death Adder killed your parents. Destroy Death Adder. Yeah, okay, fine. I will. This one's kind of hard too. Golden Axe Warrior is very 2D Zelda-like in nature. You run around exploring.
Oh yeah, fun fact. A couple years ago, there was a bug on Google where if you were searching for stuff, like let's say you were searching for the Death Adder snake, the actual picture that Google would suggest of the Death Adder snake was the Razor mouse. Fun fact. But also a fun fact, Google once said that that Salamence was a type of Pokemon. You would have Salamence is a Salamence type. What else? Electabuzz was a type. So Pikachu would be an Electabuzz type. Quite some time ago. The Google search was like really important. Shit was funny. Yeah, what's your favorite type of Pokemon? Is it a Electabuzz type? Or is it a Salamence type? And then I guess Zekrom would be an Electabuzz Salamence type.
This massive world, and it's
yeah,
almost
there
note
was
for
like that
note,
weird
beat
shit
for
on
beat,
Google.
the scrolling, the hidden areas, the way enemies spawn in with a poof. It is very much a Zelda clone, and it wears it on its sleeves, no shame. In fact, Golden Axe Warrior is barely Golden Axe. Basically just a name minus a few character designs and the fact that old Gilius Thunderhead, one of my favorite kart racing characters, is sitting by himself in a cabin wanting some golden apples. There's this village that was destroyed by the Death Adder in the overworld that's supposed to have some, so let's check it out.
Okay.
Could only afford a single house theme, huh? A nice little jaunt over a ton of death, destruction, decaying bodies. Oh look, the golden apple. I will give you life.
You have life. Okay, he got a life.
Yo, did this dude just give me his heart and die? Golden Axe Warrior is a pretty decent Zelda clone with a few Master System quirks that I had a decent time with. If you play it as a standalone thing, totally outside other games' influence, it's really enjoyable, but if you swing it alongside Zelda 1 or the early East titles, it's not so good. I mean, look, I'm just saying, if I beat a dungeon, you shouldn't require me to manually walk out, especially not after forcing me to listen to this noise.
Ooh.
Poppin' Twin Bee Rainbow Bell Adventures, a Japanese and European exclusive because fuck America, I guess. This little dude's been all over the place. Maybe you know Twin Bee, the vertical cute 'em up shmup icon. I love him. You know what else I love? Rocket Knight Adventures. Yeah, talked about Sparkster to set it up. Well, what happens when the developers of both, Konami, decide to smash those ideas together? You get Rainbow Bell Adventures, an action platformer with the same bouncy rocket action as one of the greatest games of all time. This game is cute, and also something I'm shocked didn't come stateside. As far as platformers go, it's not too challenging. You pick from 3 characters who are all something B, one of them being Gwen B, which just made me think of Smiling Friends. And each of them navigate these stages, jumping, punching, and rocketeering around the walls. Seriously, when you blast off with that rocket boost, you start moving. It doesn't have the speed and intensity of Sparkster or Rocket Knight Adventure, although Twin Bee does have a gun.
Okay, they got guns.
Maybe it's not fair to call Twin Bee here a clone, considering Konami made both of them, but you can absolutely see the inspiration all over the screen. Rainbow Bell Adventures is pretty good, minus the infinitely scrolling stages that are easy to get lost in. Look, if you at any point remind me of Rocket Knight Adventures, you're probably doing okay, unless you're Rocket Knight. Considering Twin Bee never made it to the States, it's definitely more on the obscure side of things, which are some of my favorite games to talk about. There's always going to be your big franchises getting clones and imitations, but sometimes your smaller franchises get a copy
what are the
as well.
clones?
For example, Metal Slug. SNK's Metal Slug is awesome. It's one of the most definitive quarter-devouring arcade titles of all time. It was a staple of just about every American arcade I went to growing up. There's a ton of games in the series. They've been ported all over the place. People know Metal Slug is pretty good. Minus Metal Slug 3D, I don't know about that one. Like the 2D's half the appeal. This series has such a unique feel to the running and gunning, and even the sound effects that I was shocked the first time I tried Dolphin Blue. Never heard of it? Well, that's because it never technically made its way over to the States. Dolphin Blue is a Sammy published and developed romp shortly before they fused with Sega, and it is, well, I mean, look at the thing. I thought the machine gun was the same sound too. It's pretty dang close.
What game is it?
Firing is pretty similar too. I'm tempted to call this one a clone straight up, but also it's got the kicker: dolphins. Hence the dolphin and Dolphin Blue. These dudes are killers. They're apparently trained to work alongside the future Royal Army to take down the Evil Empire. Literally just called the Evil Empire.
They're just called Evil Empire.
Imagine Waterworld, but anime, and that's Dolphin Blue. If you got the same formula of going through stages, collecting power-ups with ammo, blasting through endless waves of baddies with wacky, fun animations, and of course, dying. Lots of dying.
Yep.
Like, okay, wow, this actually might be harder than old sluggers. How's anyone supposed to dodge that one?
Lots of death.
There's a lot to love about Dolphin Blue. It's bright. The environments and characters are vivid. It feels good. I love the little meter on the bottom that charges up for the specials. It's also essentially the iframe dodging dolphin destruction button. That won't help you too much in the last few stages though, when it's, well, just look at the screen.
Okay then.
Humans. Dolphin Blue is a fantastic Metal Slug clone, which is already a fantastic series, so there wasn't much of a chance that it'd suck. Shoutouts to the hackers who took the Atomus Wave arcade ports and made it natively playable on the Dreamcast, so anyone can try this out. And if you like classic arcade games, it's worth it, which is a lot more than you can say for Street Racing Syndicate. You know what rules? Need for Speed Underground. I talked about its sequel in a recent video, and yeah, it's still good. I didn't realize this back then, but of course, with its insane success would come some imitators. I just didn't realize it'd be something made by Technics, the people behind everyone's favorite Pimp My Ride. All these two.
The cops popped Eddie last night for street racing. Man, if we don't run, I'm out 3 G's.
Yo, what is that? This looks like the South Park anime episode. Living it up in the underground import car racing scene, which was briefly popular in the 2000s, Street Race Syndicate is all that you see here. It's mostly nighttime street racing with customizable cars, but it actually hit the market before Underground 2, meaning it was the first with an open world to explore. It's just a shame that in comparison, it feels dreadful. Published by Namco, which was something I didn't see coming, SRS, no not on Fightful Select, is a street racer with 3 goals.
Old game,
Win money, get respect, gain girlfriends. A grand total of 18 for some reason.
18,
damn. It's time for all that. You'll get money to spend on vehicle upgrades, which aren't as fancy as the Underground series, discover new tracks, make bets against other racers, and up the ante in order to get your name out there. All while watching FMVs of women dancing. Well, you can see what this one's about. Double so since the cars left some focus on the cover. Street Racing Syndicate isn't terrible, but it's definitely trying to lean into a market that is well covered by much better games. But hey, they're not currently purchasable, and Street Racing Syndicate is on Steam for $2.99, so who's laughing now? That'd be Funbox Media Limited, actually. I guess Namco let it slip.
Come back when you know how to handle that thing, yeah.
Well, that's
Can you imagine hitting up the Bandai Namco TGS booth and seeing a remake of this? Speaking of, Tomb Raider. Did you know
Okay,
Tomb Raider has a
Raider?
few clones? And no, I'm not talking about Dude Raider or some of the literal ripoffs like Ancient Lost City Relic Hunter. Yeah, I know what you are. I'm talking about Space Bunnies Must Die. If you haven't seen this one, I understand. It apparently only sold 2,458 copies in its debut year, which is incredibly unfortunate, but the quality kind of reflects that.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Space Bunnies Must Die is a Tomb Raider clone. If you know what that means, you'd better get ready for tank controls to show up in the impact zone. There's no tombs to raid though. Instead, you're playing as Allison Huckster, a truck stop waitress and rodeo performer who is very observant.
Chicken.
It's either that, long tutorials, or terrible one-liners.
Man, this is just like an X-Files.
It's like your parent calling your Sega Genesis one of the Nintendos.
Idiot.
I actually like the concept of Space Bunnies Must Die. You're basically caught up in the middle of an alien invasion, done by space bunnies, of course, trying to save your sister who gets abducted in the intro cutscenes. Then you go level to level doing the Tomb Raider variety of gameplay trying to save her. And I do mean that variety. You need to line those jumps up and hold action buttons in order to make it work, especially because this game's got some deaths.
Those are definitely some deaths.
Yeah, this is only T-rated. Bit heavy for that, don't you think? You can tell they knew they gave this game some bullshit difficulty sequences by the insane frequency of checkpoints. Seriously, I'll save, move 40 seconds, and then there's another save point. Other times it goes for a while.
Damn.
But I don't think they cared too much about that. I think the audience for Jinx and Ripcord Games' Space Bunnies here is the people who loved that Duke Nukem and Tomb Raider Next Gen magazine cover. You can hold down a button to start dancing to some music, even during important, world-changing, thought-provoking bits of lore.
That must be the son of a bitch who's got my sister.
Don't forget to pick up the alternate outfits. Space
Well
Bunnies
then.
Must Die. I actually don't think this is terrible, but it certainly isn't good either. You have to manage a decently sized inventory on the tiny bottom bit of the screen, and you'll end up stockpiling zombie juice to heal yourself with. But it's all done in such a clunky and slow manner. In fact, every bit of movement and platforming feels like you're going in slow motion. When you make the original Tomb Raider feel fast by comparison, you know you got a problem. Seriously, it takes so long to
My
line up all
sister
these
got kidnapped.
jumps
I'm gonna
and
dance
for
in front of a
hanging animations
statue.
to
Let's
play.
go.
They even glitch out and can freeze mid-swing. Space Bunny here's got a lot of jank, and not in the fun way. I ended up having a lot of issues running this on Windows 11 due to the fact that it's an ancient PC game from the 90s, but I got decently far, or so I thought. There's a bunch of levels here, most of which look the same with no interesting cutscenes or world building. It's relying purely on its hackneyed sci-fi horror concept, and it looks like there's no real anything but the slow gameplay for the entire experience. Just a single cutscene to start and end with, then let's go home and allegedly pitch a TV show to Fox and Comedy Central. I'm
I don't
guessing
know,
that one
man.
didn't go too far. I think there's a fun game buried inside
Maybe
Space
you'll
Bunnies
need the
Must Die, but it
6090
doesn't have much personality.
in a couple
the
of
levels
years.
are bland, and the jank
Don't worry,
is
I think
too
the
strong with this
6090
one.
can handle
Allison,
it.
what are your thoughts on this?
This is starting to get scary.
Dead.
So those are a bit more obscure. How about something that's a little more blatant? Something Teach would look at and straight up accuse you of copying someone's homework.
Okay.
Video game clones are already on the blatant spectrum, but something like Countdown Vampires is doubly so.
Then we have the 69420.
Are you
Yeah?
alright?
I'm so... help me.
This is Countdown Vampires, the 2-disc bona fide Kusoge classic by Bandai and K2 LLC, who you might recognize as the developers of a majority of the Tenchu series, the not so good ones. Well, Countdown Vampires was their first release, and I've never gone through so many emotions while playing a game. This is obviously a Resident Evil clone through and through. The pre-rendered backgrounds, the camera angles, the survival horror aspects, heck, even the controls are all doing their best to mimic something real good. It just kind of fails in most of those. You take control of Rim City Detective Keith J. Snyder, who makes sure to let you know right away.
I'm a homicide detective.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? What are they? They're vampires!
You telling me that this super badass looking homicide detective, fully tribal tattooed up, guns ready to go, hair slicked back, and refusing to wear a t-shirt like Randy from Trailer Park Boys, sounds like this goofy, timid dude?
Homicide
I don't buy
detective,
it.
I
This
guess.
is Countdown Vampires, and we're here for one reason. Vampires?
They're vampires! vampires!
This game was universally shat on when it came out, 3s, 4s across the board, and I can understand why. When people like myself argue against tank controls, Vamps here is why. The turn radius is so slow, and you'll often find yourself engaged against several enemies at the same time. The kicker here is that you've got different ways to deal with them. Considering the whole vampires part of the name, you've got the option to try and cure them with your white water.
Yeah, very top-notch voice actor,
For this, you gotta knock them out with your stun fists or trank dart gun, which only takes a quick, 10 shots. It's exciting gameplay, huh? Then you gotta give them a little sauce.
Very exciting gameplay, guys.
I don't know about that sound. The amount of vampires you can save from their countdowns or whatever will also kind of determine what ending you get. So all things considered, when you enter a room with 4 dudes charging at you, I guess a little blasty shotty action's the best we can do. I just realized I'm making this sound really exciting. When a majority of my gameplay is actually just plodding between rooms, collecting key cards with the names of various strippers on it, and to open doors that all look exactly the same, being totally confused on where to go, getting lost, and just not having a good time, though a vast majority of this experience is soulless, filled with what I can only describe as fart music.
Okay.
And I'm suddenly tossed into this situation and I lose my mind.
The countdown is beginning.
Countdown? What are you talking about?
I don't like countdown vampires at all. But I sure enjoyed playing this with some friends. There's better and worse Resident Evil clones, but where else am I gonna get cool CG cats and stair climbing animations like this?
Misato, I told you to wait.
Now, a complete tonal shift. Anyone ever see that Chronicles of Narnia movie? The first one, Lion the Witch and the Wardrobe. It is what you probably expect from a mid-2000s kid-friendly fantasy flick. Safe, whimsical.
It sounds like he needs to go to the bathroom really badly, but the manager doesn't want him. Yep.
Cool, maybe a bit too much CGI. What do you mean? Aslan's not real? But with its popularity and the way licensed marketing trains go, we'd be getting a video game. You just might not expect it to be a Lego clone. What does that even mean? Well, take a look. It doesn't help that this was also developed by the same people who made Lego Star Wars Traveler's Tales in the same year that came out. Is this really a clone? Kind of. It's definitely the developer doing the exact same thing with a totally different franchise. So yeah, I guess sometimes you gotta clone yourself. Final results, it's pretty good actually. Chronicles of Narnia plays exactly how you'd expect. You pick levels, mash people around, do puzzles, Lost Vikings your way through situations, and you can do it in co-op. And I sure hope you do, because the AI is entirely brain dead. See, this is why we weren't afraid of AI. It just did this. Nothing. Sorry. Just gotta stake my position for the AI wars. I will say, seeing these Lego-esque punching animations on Peter is something else. That door is gone. So is your life. I don't think that Narnia is as good as Lego Star Wars, the video game. And it seems like critics didn't either. Lego has that hub world that you could explore, then fill with tons of collectibles you could actually see, while Narnia has a more standard stage select. There are collectibles, but they don't seem to amount to much outside of new combos for the cast. I guess since they focused on just 4 playable characters, they could expand their individual movesets, which I thought was cool. You could see Traveler's Tale would apply that to their later games. And sure enough, the Narnia sequel, Prince Caspian, also had a video game clearly built off those Lego engines with nearly identical gameplay. I think I prefer the first game's run cycles though. He's human, but hey, Star Wars Demolition. We've talked about it a few times briefly, but when you think of clones, specifically Twisted Metal or Vigilante 8 clones, Star Wars Demolition is peak that. Which makes sense considering it was developed by the creators of Vigilante 8. This game is a freaking mess. Look at wobbly little Boba Fett. Vehicle combat is probably a bad genre of video games, but I love them. All right, let's jump ahead to today. Typically, the games we've covered are from franchises that are older because they're more recognizable. However, that hasn't stopped newer ideas from getting hit with the imitation stick. Like last time with Cuphead. Sometimes a good idea is just a good idea, no matter how egregious the clones get. For instance, Vampire Survivors. AKA the Bullet Heaven auto shooter survivor likes. I have no idea what we're calling these yet, but Bullet Heaven sounds good enough to me.
Okay,
I
Bullet
freaking
Heaven.
love Vampire Survivors. I've played an irresponsible amount of this across every platform.
Yep.
Tons of co-op with different people. It boggles the mind that this is $5 full price.
the other
And that's
thing.
after the price increase. Technically inspired by a game called Magic Survival, Vampire Survivors took the concept, slapped on more random level up roguelike stuff, went full bullet hell, and a fresh coat of not Castlevania, which is funny considering it just got announced for a Castlevania collab. Well, the word survivors is now being used as a genre all over the place, and what we're seeing is more and more clones, rip-offs, and a surprising amount of H games inspired by it. Anyways, I've played a decent amount of survivor likes. There's not much to say about them considering they're pure dopamine extracts.
They
so
definitely
here's a
are.
few of them. Rogue Genesia, Brotato, Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, like a spin-off of Deep Rock Galactic. Halls of Torment, if you want to do this thing with a Diablo 1 aesthetic, goes pretty hard too. Death Must Die, Soulstone Survivors, Pesticide not required, Beautiful Mystic Survivors, and the
Yeah, there's a giant Among Us one.
Sexy variant. Oh yeah, there's a Survivors clone for that Nicolas Cage Renfield movie that came out last year. It's kind of weird.
Why?
20 Minutes Till Dawn, a game literally called Time Wasters, and don't blink,
Time
Pokemon
Wasters.
clone Temtem's getting its own VS clone.
Of
These things
course.
are pretty easy to make, I suppose, and I can't help but play all of them. Don't sleep on Whisker Squadron Survivor. It's like Vampire Survivors had a child with Star Fox, and it kind of goes hard. But speaking of Pokemon, we gotta talk about Pal World, the latest target by Nintendo's legal machine, which is really weird to me, because I didn't think Nintendo owned the rights to Ark.
Yep, they did not.
Ha ha. Pocket Pair's Pal World is what happens when you let a
Time
Roblox game
Wasters is a
designer
10 out of
team up
10
with
name,
a
yeah.
5-year-old to create a concept
It
that will
is.
inevitably sell millions. Survival games have been steadily popular for a decade now, especially multiplayer ones. Now, why don't you toss in a breadth of what I can only call collectible monsters of the pocket and ball variety. Put them to work in the mines and give them guns to do the whole survival thing. It is insane that Pal World mustered up well over 15 million sales worldwide.
Closer to
People were
25
crying
mil.
in the streets over this, proclaiming Pokemon ripoff, and Nintendo didn't do nothing. Not about the designs and premise anyways. Patent lawsuit it is. Very cool. I mean, imagine if Capcom went after all the Monster Hunter clones out there, because like these are pretty obvious too. I literally thought Wild Hearts was a new entry in Monster Hunter for a solid minute into that debut trailer due to its similarities, and you know what? I actually really enjoyed playing it as well. Omega Force teamed up with Electronic Arts for this, a bizarre combination, and gave us a pretty cool hunting title with a big twist of the Karakuri, these little machines that you can input combos of for special tools. I played this for a solid 50 hours before I hit that Monster Hunter wall of grinding sickness, but Wild Hearts is simply one of many. The Tokiden series goes with Japanese folklore where you can fight Oni, the God Eater series takes place in the distant apocalyptic future where you fight Aragami. Heck, this one was so popular, it's got its own anime, toy line, and several sequels. Freedom Wars, Dauntless, Soul Sacrifice, even Square Enix hopped on the lobby-based monster hunting genre that was dominating Japanese handhelds with Final Fantasy Explorers. These games know what they are, and they're mostly pretty good too. So how's about a weirder, more modern, and very specific concept that I got
Splatoon, of
cloned
course.
recently? Look, all I'm saying is if you're gonna make a Splatoon clone, it's kind of hard to hide it. So as you can probably guess, I sat down and tried Foam Stars out and kind of liked it. Square Enix wants you to stop comparing Foam Stars to Splatoon.
Why?
Well, too bad, John Squeenix. It's really hard when your movement mechanics are nearly identical,
Yep.
although it's not bad. Out of the gate, yeah, Square was found using generative AI with some asset creation.
Of
They're claiming it
course.
was only used for some of the in-game icons, specifically album covers for the soundtrack. There could potentially be more, and I'm not about it. They shouldn't do this again, but I want to talk about the game itself. It's one part hero shooter, another part Splatoon, slapped together with an emphasis on KOs or lane control, depending on the game mode. Thankfully, they didn't go full on Splatoon with the map percentages, but the inspiration is clearly there. What I don't get seeing talked about are the aesthetics. Foam Stars feels like a freaking fever dream. I think the trailer sold it short. Each of the stages, the characters, the music, it feels like I'm dipping my toes back into that incredibly video gamey Sega vibe that you don't see much of these days. It's
Yeah, I
so
miss those
bright,
vibes.
colorful,
Yep.
goofy, and the character designs aren't aren't too bad either. I like that the foam you can shoot can compile on itself, so when you're surfing through it, you have a landscape created by the battlefield. It reminds me a bit of Worms or Ace of Spades, where you're in a familiar map, but it can change depending on you and the enemy team's loadouts. And some of these weapons are wild. You got foam pistols, foam shotguns, and even foam rocket launchers. I like Mel T because she can do a literal foam airstrike. Foam Stars knows it's dumb, and I appreciate that. I played this with a few friends for footage, thinking we'd get like 3 to 4 matches. We ended up playing for 3 hours just for this video, and even dabbling a bit in the co-op PvE mode, which was a little underwhelming, but I can see the potential. Foam Stars is foaming with potential, and it's a shame that the controversies and blatant cloneness prevented it from being more. It's also a little light on content. I totally forgot about this game until I got an email saying that the 8th season was about to begin with it going free to play, which just makes me think this entire year has been a time warp, but also how I can see this game going away sooner rather than later. There's a couple of cool small details too. Characters dance to the beat in the lobby screen. The multiplayer lounges let you pile up foam to test weapons and dick around with the physics, and you can customize how it all looks. I haven't followed the progression of this over the last year, but in its current new free-to-play state, I did not have a bad time. It's just also hard not to look at it with hesitation due to the generative AI usage and claims. Although it's probably difficult for a machine to come up with this. The world is foamed up. Where my foamers at? Honestly, I don't think a rare PlayStation exclusive Foam Stars is gonna last much longer due to the way that these things pan out. So if you want to check it out before it inevitably goes the way of Marvel's Avengers, I did have a good time. I am tired of saying the word foam though. I can only say the phrase defoam me in a voice chat before I don't want to do that anymore. Next one? But for now, we got one more game to talk about. Everybody knows Sonic, and I mean everybody. And I've been wanting to tackle the sequel to one of its more popular clones for a good while now. It took a long time to get fully developed, but Freedom Planet 2 sure came out swinging. It's hard to look at Freedom Planet or its sequel and not immediately think Sonic the Hedgehog, and I don't think it wants you to feel any other way. The original was an indie title by a developer called Galaxy Trail that achieved all sorts of prestige on its own, and the sequel seems to replicate that success. If you haven't played Freedom Planet, it's absolutely worth a shot. The cast is mostly likable, and while some of the dialogue isn't my thing, it's got a great feel to it. The sequel, Freedom Planet 2, let's be real, gameplay-wise, it's better in every way. It's also got some drop-dead gorgeous sprite art. Like, everything is so detailed, which might be a bit of a detriment to me specifically, but more on that in a minute. This time around, you get to pick between one of 4 characters. We've got Lilac the Dragon, Carol the Wildcat, Milia the Hound, and new to the bunch is Nira the Frost Knight. All 4 of them follow your general Sonic-like movement and run speeds, but have different movesets to set them apart. Lilac has a dragon charge to zoom forward, Carol uses a spinny top to jump, and a motorcycle. Like, okay, yeah, motorcycle platforming. Sure. Yeah, why not? Milia uses a magic orb gun shield thing, and Nira has a magic wand that she could do ice stuff with. And just shoot things. The experience of playing as the 4 of them is different enough to stand out on its own in each of these levels, and frankly, this feels like a decent direction to move Sonic into, not whatever Superstars was. The scripting and dialogue seem tighter, overall improved, although not necessarily my shtick. It's got a nice lighthearted feel to it, while occasionally dipping into serious moments, but keeps it brisk. The presentation, story, aesthetic, all Gucci. Really? I'm just drawn in by the gameplay, and playing this feels like I'm stumbling upon a PlayStation 1, Saturn, or Dreamcast 2D platformer that I missed back in the day, like an import. Absolutely no complaints on that end. Well, except the fact that there might be a little bit too much going on. The environments and character sprites are so detailed that on my TV and computer monitor, things get a little blurry when I'm moving fast, especially in the first few stages. Is this a sign of me getting older and melting? Potentially, but also after a few hours, I got used to it before I could really play with no issues. But hey, the kiddos should have no problem. If you want to play a fantastic Sonic clone, more so inspired adventure romp reminiscent of the olden days, there's not much better than Freedom Planet 1 and 2. No jokes here, but it gets bonus points for wrestling references.
Then come on down to the Battlesphere for Mayhem Monday! I want to be the one that does the yelling here.
So there you have it, more clones that you may or may not have heard of.
I mean, the one I was thinking of was this one. For Sonic clone. This one. Oh, that's the 3D one. Wait, let's see if we can... Here. This is the one I was thinking of. The freaking loop kind of made it obvious. This thing. The time thingy, whatever. I was thinking of this game, not the other one, the Freedom Planet one. And like the more recent one, the third one. I mean... We literally have gameplay of it right here. What does this make you think of, man? Alright, what does this make you think of? Kind of reminds me of like Sonic Adventure 2. Yeah. I don't know. I wonder what this is. I mean, they had the bigger roads there, but like... You do go faster on the rails. They didn't put a damn safety net. What safety net? They're in space! They're in fucking space in this! Alright, this is in space. I don't know. Oh, here, don't worry. Here, we got the shadow version. The final chase is the shadow version of this level. The final rush is Sonic. The final chase is the shadow one. Yeah, I don't know, man. They got the power of the Chaos Nachos. Oh yeah, I should have used this one as the example. I should have used Final Chase as my example. Yeah, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure they're not on the atmosphere. Yeah, with Shadow you can probably excuse it with the Black Doom stuff, but... Yeah, I don't know. This is in space. Maybe they ate so much chili dogs that their gas and is their oxygen. That'd be something. You know what's funny though? Like, you know what's funny? In Shadow Generations, they don't use a remix of Final Chase for the Space Colony Orc stage. They use Final Rush, which is the Sonic stage, instead of the Shadow stage, right? Cause what? Right, this is Space Colony Arc. Here. Right, Space Colony Arc is this one? I with the name Space Colony Arc. Yeah, I wonder where it is. It's in space. That's some interesting tech for speedrunning. What the fuck did he just do there? My god, this speedrun's insane. This speedrun's insane. This shop's a Gucci. Yeah, probably. Wait, didn't Sonic have soap shoes back in Sonic Adventure 2 though? Didn't they have the soap shoes? Yeah. Like, the Sonic Adventure 2 model was a collab, if you didn't know. You didn't know? Yeah, you know why? That's the point! Yeah, you know why? Because it's supposed to be that. It's supposed to be reminiscent of this. It's supposed to be. It's intentional. It's purely intentional. You know why? Because he's on the Space Colony arc. This is also on the Space Colony arc. The stage name is different. The only difference is this one is the name of the actual stage. Oh look, here you go. Here's the thing. Here's Eggman's dong that pissed on the moon. This is the thing Eggman used to piss on the moon, right there in the background. That's why it makes a ton of sense. Like, the whole point of the generation stages, right? Sonic Generations, Shadow Generations, you know, is they have old stages remixed and brought back. That's like the whole point. That is the whole point. That's why it looks familiar, it looks similar. Because it's done on purpose. But speedruns of this game is insane. Yeah, here you go, here. Here, I guess you need to see Eggman's announcement.
I come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch-ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking wife. That's right. He took his hedgehog fucking quilly dick out and he pissed on my fucking wife and he said his dick was this big. And I said that's disgusting. So I'm making
Wait,
a call.
that's not the right aspect ratio.
We recommend the use of the parental lock system.
The Hedgehog's a
Whatever.
bitch-ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking wife. That's right. He took his hedgehog fucking quilly dick out and he pissed on my fucking wife and he said his dick was this big. And I said that's disgusting. So I'm making a call-out post on my twitter.com. Shadow the Hedgehog, you got a small dick. It's the size of this walnut except way smaller. And guess what? Here's what my dong looks like. That's right, baby. All points, no quills, no pillows. Look at that, it looks like 2 balls in a bong. He fucked my wife, so guess what? I'm gonna fuck the earth. That's right, this is what you get. My super laser piss. Except I'm not gonna piss on the earth. I'm gonna go higher. I'm pissing on the moon. How do you like that, Obama? I pissed on the moon, you idiot!
Oh, it gets better.
You have 23 hours before the piss droplets hit
The way he rolls it when he rolls his tongue when he says droplets. The way he says droplets, man. How have you not seen that before? How have you not? How have you not? Yeah, there's not supposed to be. Why would there be a molten core inside the moon? It wouldn't make sense for there to be a molten core in the moon. Of course there isn't one. The moon is just a big rock. Yeah, so of course there's no molten core. But yeah. Right, like the whole point of like the Sonic or Shadow Generations one, like, wait. Let's see if we can find other stage comparisons. Let's say... Do we have Kingdom Valley comparison? No, we don't have Kingdom Valley comparison. I mean, there is a comparison of Sunset Heights. But you get to see just how sad Sonic Forces is by comparison. Left is Sonic Forces, but look on the right. Yeah, Shadow is slower than Sonic. Who would have thought? Don't worry about that. The fact that Shadow is slower than Sonic. Because yeah, Shadow is slower than Sonic.
This is the ultimate power.
Shadow's skipping leg day. You know Shadow doesn't run, right?
Let's do this.
Shadow doesn't run.
Chaos control.
You know Shadow does not have a running thing, right? That's why he got a gun. But also Shadow just doesn't run.
Alright. This is the ultimate power. Yeah.
Not quite. He doesn't really fly. He skates. He skates around. Shadow skates.
Let's do this. Chaos control.
Right. That's not what I was expecting to look at. Right, he'll walk, but then here, look. Sonic vs. Shadow finale here. I guess we can look here. From Sonic Adventure 2. We'll go all the way back.
Never cease to surprise me, Blue Hedgehog. In space.
What can I say? I die hard. You actually saved me, you know.
It was a Chaos Emerald, wasn't it? But there's no way we could have activated the Chaos Control using an emerald that's fake. So, there's more to you than just looking like it. What are you, anyway?
What you see is what you get. Just a guy that loves adventure.
Wait, he...
Sonic the Hedgehog.
When they speed up... Wait for it. You can kind of see here. That's how he runs. The animation's so scuffed. The animation there is so scuffed. But like, yeah. Yeah, after this you would get your final chase or final rush, depending on if you're playing as Sonic or Shadow. Sonic gets final rush, Shadow gets final chase. But for some reason, right, like... Right, like... Not this one, the music here. In 2001, the last stage. 2024, the first stage. Yeah, that is actually kind of true. The irony. The first stage in Shadow Generations is the final stage for Sonic Adventure 2. Meanwhile, the last stage in Shadow Generations is the first stage in Sonic Adventure 2 for Shadow. The first stage is the final, and the final is the first. Yeah, but then, like, you can hear this one. This is from Shadow Generations. But it's weird that they choose the Sonic one for Shadow Generations instead of the other way around. Right? The same song there. Oh yeah, where were we going with this one? Yeah, here. And then you have this game, the clone here. Right, you have this one. From Spark Electric Jester. Right, if you want to go fast. Because, like, yeah, this is a game. So no real grinding here. Oh yeah, it's 5 AM now. Makes sense, it's already 5 AM. Not yet. Of course, yeah, the trope there. Too bad there's no quick step. So you can't have the quick step stuff. But at least you got that speed here. They definitely got the speed. They definitely got the speed there. But goddamn the freaking roads. And then you launch yourself up. Then it lands there. I mean, hey, at least this does look pretty fun, but like, you can definitely see the challenge there. Different paths there. But man, keeping track of where you need to go on this stage looks crazy. Imagine trying to keep track of where you need to go on this stage. On a stage like this, imagine. Right, imagine trying to keep track on that. That's crazy though, like, but at least it's fast. At least it's fast. Okay, what else we got here? We saw the clone and ripoff. We saw the journal. Oh, here we go. Patent infringement. Memento Mori has patent infringement, guys. Oh boy. Sega suing.
We knew this was gonna happen. The floodgates was open, and now it's been lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit that's been happening in the game.
Oh boy.
World. Yo, what up, guys? The Game is On, bringing you your daily gaming news. And in today's topic, we have a company suing another company, with Sega suing Memento Mori for patent infringement. So without further ado, let's get into it. Sega sues Memento Mori developer claiming patent infringement. Developer Bank of Innovation says it doesn't believe it's done anything wrong. Sega has sued a mobile game developer claiming its games infringe on 5 patents. The company has filed a lawsuit against Bank of Innovation, the Japanese studio best known for its game Memento Mori. According to Otaku's research institution, Sega is seeking 1 billion yen, $6.6 million in damages, as well as an injunction to prevent Memento Mori from continuing to operate as it currently does.
Yeah, whatever.
The lawsuit
That's
alleges that
something.
Bank of Innovation infringes on 5 patents held by Sega, with the infringement taking place
5
in
patents,
Memento
man.
Mori and the now
That's something.
defunction mobile game Phantom Beast contract Crypt Track. One of the patents covers a game mechanic that eliminates the conflicting psychological challenges that arise when using game items with a low drop rate, such as rare cards, by enabling players to play a game without carrying a lot of items with them at all times. Industry consultant Dr. Certain Toto appeared to refer to the same patent on X, referring to it as a specific system for fusing character cards of the same kind more easily. According to Toto, Bank of Innovations is rather small, and $1 billion of yen in damages would significantly hurt BOI financially. He also suggests given Sega's lawsuit follows Nintendo suing Power World's developer Pocket Pair for patent infringement, this might also signal a new trend in big Japanese studio looking for damages for smaller ones that surprisingly launch hit games. Responding to the lawsuit, Bank of Innovation says it doesn't believe its game infringes on the patents and says it intends to clarify the validity of its claims during the legal process. It also says it will continue to make Memento Mori available regardless of the outcome of the lawsuit by taking any measures necessary. So what do you guys think? Me, personally, I believe that since Nintendo opened up this can of worms,
oh yeah, more is gonna happen. More of these things are gonna happen.
I might have mentioned it on one of my older videos, but we knew this was gonna happen. The floodgates was open, and now it's been lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit that's been happening in the gaming world. I've been trying to keep up with as many of them as possible, but I can only see this spiraling out of control until some other measurement is taking place to prevent all these lawsuits from happening, even though I'm sure that is what got us here in the first place. But yeah. But again, what do you guys think? Please leave your comment down below. If you made it this far in the video, please subscribe and hit that like button. If you made it this far in the video,
yeah, it's just, well, it's something, man. Nintendo opened the floodgates. We're gonna see more of these things happen. Nintendo opened them though. They're like, yep. They opened the floodgates. What else is there here? Yuri bait. You guys like Yuri bait? Here, we'll look at Yuri bait. I was sent this one as well.
Yuri bait. The act of showing two girls be super close and say, Lamau, they were best friends.
Okay.
There's so much of it. Starting a new anime showing two girls depicting a very special relationship is almost guaranteed to leave you disappointed. Well, if this is what you're looking for. Yes, even if Yuri is explicitly in the tag sometimes. But why? Why would they do this? Wouldn't people be happier if you just show the chisataki? Today I present the unfortunate circumstances of Yuri bait. Why bait? Let me give you the short answer. Business. Hey, look, I like to imagine a world where everyone creates what they want to, but at the end of the day, anime is a business. And Yuri just financially doesn't seem to do as good as Yuri bait shows. Think Licorice, Hibike, Love Live, and the 10 billion cute girls doing cute things shows. While the only Yuri that went even remotely mainstream popular in Japan, I'd say, is Bloom Into You. But that sounds counterintuitive. Like, are you telling me I like Chisataki because they're never gonna get together? No, not me. But unfortunately, yes, this one psychological trick does work. Here's why. From an engagement perspective, it's actually surprisingly simple. It's bait. And it works. We really are animals. See, when attracting you to watch a new anime, they need something, some substance to hook you in. And gay girls is exactly what 90% of guys and lesbians like. It's a pretty big market. So when you start an anime with two girls getting a little too touchy-touchy, wishy-washy with each other for being friends, you think, oh my god, they have amazing chemistry, and we just tend to ship people who have good chemistry together. This is now ingrained in your mind. You ship them. You love watching them together. You love their interactions. So you're like, I want them to do more. And guess what you do when you want to see them do more? You watch the anime more. You don't drop the show. And that's exactly what the producers want. Yes, the show also has to be genuinely good. But by not giving a conclusive ending to to their relationship, you essentially are setting up even more bait for future viewers. Like, look at Licorice now, right? All of us are going, I hope they get together or at least a kiss. Guess what we're gonna do if we want something from the show? Watch the fucking show. This is simply a very common way to farm engagement shows because viewers stay excited.
Farming
they have
engagement?
a question they're looking for an answer to. They have something to look forward to. Side note, this is also exactly why when you watch many big YouTubers, they will always leave some small question lying or say things like, but there's more! It gets even worse! Nah, shit, I leaked the business strategy. But there's even more! You have the other strategy, where the show doesn't really lean on Yuri until what the fuck? Basically, the Yuri shock. By having an episode in the middle of the season where a kiss or confession happens, aka something that doesn't usually happen, something that pushes the boundaries between gay and besties, unexpected twists makes fans go crazy and they go online, hyping the show up and getting people who didn't start watching it to get interested. Like, wait, two girls kissed? I know I saw the kiss in Jellyfish before binging it and was like, huh? Seriously? Of course, nothing happened in the end, but we were wondering, like, surely that would lead somewhere. It did not lead somewhere. And we all finished watching the show. There's a reason they kept the event just being a kiss or ambiguous confession. Like, they could still be just good friends. Imagine if two girls just got together as a couple at the very beginning. If they don't scale it up over time, you simply lose that bait factor. You lose that will they, won't they idea you could plant in people's head.
Fair enough.
The moment the show has a dull moment, the moment the show doesn't just escalate more and more, if there's nothing else the audience is really looking forward to in the show, then yeah, they stop watching and rip. That's also why no romance anime goes anywhere for 10 billion years. They build the suspense up for engagement. So unless you have a batshit insane formula like say 100 girlfriends, this is simply the easiest way to straightforwardly get engagement. And we will keep coming back for it.
Yeah, it's engagement farming.
Why? Because you keep smelling the syrup.
But it's not just for engagement. No. What are we, YouTubers? Wait, actually, the second reason is a reason I think applies to a more Japanese audience, but regardless, is the male fantasy.
That it feels like the male fantasy?
Okay, unfortunately, she wins in this case. It's a common thing in Japan where these weebs won't want their precious cute girls doing cute things, anime girls, dating anyone else because they want to fantasize that they can be with the girl. Yes, I know, it sounds delusional, but think of idol culture. Think of how some of these idol fans would suffer from mind break if their precious idol went on the nefarious mission of dating someone. Now convert that to waifus.
Sounds about
Plain and
right.
simple. Hey, at least you can marry your waifu, technically. I'm not encouraging it. Unfortunately, escapism is a pretty big reason that many Japanese people who watch waifu shows and
it's
part
okay,
of
there's
the
WoW
escapism is
community,
wanting a girlfriend. The worst part about the cycle is what I call the super escapism group, aka the middle-aged men who have plenty of money to spare but no one to spend it on, so they do it on their waifus. Of course, this doesn't apply to everyone, perhaps not even to most people watching the show, but because these are the kinds of people with the most disposable income and dedication to their waifu, they're the ones spending the most on these anime franchises. They're the ones buying every single figure that comes out. They're the ones buying the 200 REM figures coming out. And well, yeah, business 101, don't piss off your #1 customer. You and I might love Chisataki, but to ruin your day, remember this. Somewhere, somehow, there is a man who doesn't want Chisataki together simply because he fantasizes of dating Chisato. Oh, horror. Okay, I can't find the source no matter how much I search, but I swear to God, I once heard some news of a guy who spent an absurd amount of
Casino
money on
Night Zone,
gacha games.
guys.
I think it
Genshin and WoWCCs are like the one SpongeBob meme when he's getting punched with by a green fish. Oh, that one! Yeah, I remember that episode. That one's a classic. That's the one where he had the bodyguard one, right? Was it? Was that the bodyguard one, I think? Yeah. Except that's the funny part. SpongeBob paid the guy to be his bodyguard, and then he's punching him. He didn't realize he forgot that he was a sponge. Yeah, I think I remember that episode. It's been such a long time since I've seen it. I haven't watched SpongeBob in over 10 years, but I still remember it. Like, proper. That's how you know they were cooking when they made SpongeBob, man. The fact that we can remember this shit after a long-ass time.
was FGO, I'm not sure, who deleted his account because he found out his waifu wasn't a virgin. And I think there was another Chinese gacha game where a bunch of people were super pissed off because it was implied one of the girls was dating a guy or something. Please do tell me in the comments if you know of these incidents. I swear I'm not making this up, but I can't find it for some reason. And hey, don't forget the VTubers. I don't have to explain the parasocial relationship, do I? Point is, people who are obsessed with their waifus would sell their kidney for a limited bikini costume of their waifu. They are obsessed, and they are what give these companies the most money, and so it's good for business and we keep getting baited. The last reason, well, it's less of a reason and more of a coping mechanism, but I do think that we, as Yuri fans, sometimes push shows that aren't even meant to be Yuri as Yuri. Like, alright, I really ship Bokita. The moments and songs are cute, but unless there's something more later on, I don't think Bochi was meant to be this kind of show.
Not.
Like, I'm not actually expecting it to be canon, I guess. Wait, no. I'm not an imposter. No, I swear, I love Bokita. No, it's gonna be canon, I swear. Obviously, there are actual bait shows like Hibike, Aquatope, and Jellyfish that end up not really going anywhere, but I do think it's a little bit over-exaggerated. This is like watching My Hero Macadamia and unironically expecting a Deku x Bakugo ending. Like, yeah, I love the relationship, but that's not the point of the show. You know it's not gonna happen. Take your dream goggles off. Obviously, again, what can be considered bait is a very gray and thin line. We might disagree what is bait or shippable, but at the end of the day, you can ship whoever you want, I'll ship whoever I want, yet let's not try to push or force everything into Yuri, shall we? Can't believe I'm the one saying that. Not every single cute girls doing cute things anime has to be about Yuri, and not every shonen needs canon gex pounding. Hey, you can fanfiction all you want, I'm not gonna stop you, but let's not be delusional and call some things that were not even meant to suggest Yuri bait. Unfortunately, with how close-minded Japanese companies can be, I don't see this business model changing anytime soon. It's proven to work time and again, and well, why fix it if it's not broken? That being said, there is a slither of hope. In a never-before-seen gamer move, D4DJ, a popular girls DJ series, had their first canon Yuri ship. Yes, canon. I cannot believe it. It's in a gacha game. Can you believe it? If I get a canon Chisataki, I will stream myself saying Chisataki for 10 hours. You can hold me to that. I really hope that this starts to pave a future where more actual Yuri becomes mainstream popular and we see more amazing titles get animated with A-grade animation. The day we get a ufotable Yuri is the day you'll see me running down the street celebrating, parading, barking for more. Okay, so what I'm really trying to say is, bloom into you season 2 when?
Okay, sure. Well, that's something. That's definitely something. But hey, you know what? Maybe we need to look at the brain rot. I was sent a video about brain rot content. Alright, here we go. Brain rot.
Every video is live, not age restricted, fully monetized, and this channel is just profiting off of kids watching this.
She will fully steal popular videos, crop out the watermark, not give credit, and then often steal the top comments from that video and call it her joke.
On LankyBox's evil quest to monopolize kids' YouTube, they decided one channel wasn't enough. They've created at least 5 channels to flood the YouTube recommendation system with garbage.
YouTube content farms have gotten out of hand because a new standard of entertainment now looks something like this. And this. How did we get here? When did content farms take over the platform, and why is this something we should be worried about? I'm Visual Venture, and I'm sick right now, so bear with me because I gotta get these videos out for you guys. Content farms. Content Farm is a YouTube channel that cares more about quantity than quality. They use the same style, editing, and concepts over and over to create an endless supply of videos to upload. Since they're able to post hundreds of videos a year, YouTube then rewards these channels for their consistency by pushing their content.
Oh, don't worry, it's gonna get even crazier when the AI stuff gets good enough.
Viewers and put
They'll just automate it all with AI.
This type of content is
if they're not doing it already.
With kids. But what YouTube doesn't seem to understand is that they've given creators a cheat code, because there are so many of these videos being pushed out from the same channels.
They were just talking about being baited all the time, and there's like one gacha game where they actually made Yuri canon. That's all.
probability of going viral increases dramatically. And since these content farms only care about
Content
making
farm.
money, they could care less about creating good videos and just want to maximize the money flowing.
Maximize the
But what they
brain rot
don't
instead.
consider
Easy.
is how damaging this sort of content is.
You gotta
for the
maximize the brain
platform,
rot.
especially for kids. Brain rot content for kids. The easiest ways to get clicks on YouTube, target those who don't know any better. The kids. Kids content is the easiest to mass produce. That's because kids like familiarity, and all it takes is one popular superhero or Disney princess to get them to watch a video.
It's actually a technique that has helped a lot of games like Fortnite gain so much popularity with younger audiences. Kids just like gravitate towards things that they recognize.
As we've learned from the Elsagate situation, not all kids content is made with good intentions, and especially not from content farms. Since these channels want to make as much revenue as possible, they use questionable methods to keep kids watching. If you've been on YouTube lately, you've probably seen these characters.
Yeah, it's on my
These are
Discord
some of the most
server.
recognizable animated faces on the internet. The Amazing Digital Circus is an indie web show that started airing in 2023. Since its creation, it's become a fan favorite. The show has over 342 million views on its pilot episode, and all the other episodes also have tens of millions of views, which is insane. With such a massive viewer base, a ton of fan-made content has started popping up on YouTube. Animations of the Amazing Digital Circus have flooded YouTube, with some channels gaining millions of subscribers just from these fan-made videos. Although the Amazing Digital Circus is more suited for a slightly older audience, it's become insanely popular with the kids. That's because of the fan-made animations who use clickbait titles and raunchy thumbnails to draw in younger viewers.
This channel has 2 million subscribers, and it's all just comic dubs, content farming, digital circus. Dude, what is this? What the hell is this?
Another fandom facing the same problem is Poppy Playtime, which is a horror game that went viral online, earning it over 77,000 reviews on the gaming service Steam and a rating of 9 out of 10. But like Digital Circus, its online reputation was ruined because of fan-made content that's turned it from an indie success to the face of brain rot. These content farm channels post almost daily, if not multiple times a day, and all of their videos show these animated characters in inappropriate scenarios. Most commonly, these include shipping characters together or having characters fight each other. And all of these videos are animated in a way that is extremely disturbing for kids.
And pretty much every video is live, not age restricted, fully monetized, and this channel is just profiting off of kids watching this. Look at this. Jack's palm knee because of Gangle's magic sketchbook.
Not only are the videos and thumbnails suggestive, but the characters themselves are too. The original characters from Digital Circus and Poppy Playtime are usually
this is what
aged
people
up
end up
and
watching.
redrawn in ways to make them seem more human-like, specifically more grown woman-like, especially when it comes to certain features. And these two fandoms aren't the only ones that are dealing with this. Almost every single popular form of media has its own disgusting, kid-centric content farm. You got Minecraft, Fortnite, and Five Nights at Freddy's. While some can argue that this is all just another category of brain rot, the reality is much worse, because not only is this content inappropriate, but it's also encouraging kids to develop some horrible interests.
These are all you see on websites like DeviantArt. There's no way that exposing kids to weird content like this isn't contributing to that in any way.
These content farms don't just ruin YouTube, but they also ruin the innocence of kids watching their videos. Since they're so accustomed to seeing inappropriate scenarios on screen, they've started to accept this kind of behavior and want to see it more. Once adults started finding these videos, they began reporting them to YouTube. But the problem is that even if YouTube deletes the videos or even the channel, other ones are created and post the same content again. These content farms have mastered how to get the most out of the algorithm, so even if they start from scratch, their content just pulls kids in. By using questionable thumbnail and retention techniques, they manipulate kids into increasing their views, comments, and likes. This causes YouTube to push their videos out to more and more people.
What? Help me!
A call call to action is
Oh,
me
yeah,
asking
call
you
to
to
actions,
check out
yeah.
my video on the disturbing rise of brain rot content, where I dive deep into these creepy animations.
Oh, yeah, I
But
think
what
we
these
saw that
other
one.
channels are doing is something else entirely.
Before.
They know that their audience is primarily kids who will
Yep,
do almost
kids getting
anything they say if they make
getting
it
abused.
convincing enough. That's why these content farms are able to rake in so many views, because they put in stuff like this.
Help me, help me.
By creating CTAs like these, it makes
Oh,
kids
boy.
think that they have an impact on the video storyline, kind of like in Dora the Explorer, where you say swipe
Except
no
no.
swipey. As a kid, I
It just
genuinely
pushes
thought
the
that I
video
was helping
further in the
Dora by
algorithm.
saying that. These likes boost their videos to even more feeds. It's an endless cycle. These content farms even use their comments to their advantage. On alternate accounts, they'll make comments like if this video should be banned, or use my comment as a WTF that I just watched button. By pretending like they're criticizing the video, they're able to get people to upvote their comment. I think their idea is if the algorithm sees any sort of interaction on a video, even negative, the video performs better. And it seems to work for them. The harm of content farms isn't just restricted to animated content, because this next form of content could be just as damaging. The dark side of reaction content. Reaction content has grown to become one of the most well-known categories of content on YouTube, but not everyone agrees that it should be. In fact, countless creators, especially smaller ones, have spoken up about how reactions are not content, but rather theft. Because some reactors, not all of course, don't add anything to the video, but rather just freeload off of someone else's content.
That is
and to
true,
be clear, the
unfortunately,
YouTubers that react to my videos are awesome. You guys provide value, commentary, and insight. What I'm focusing on are the react channels that provide absolutely no value. The war on reaction content farms has been raging on for the past few months because of popular influencers like XQC and SS Sniperwolf.
Oh, yeah,
These
those
two have
ones.
kickstarted a debate on whether or not reactors are putting enough work into their reaction videos. On YouTube, reaction videos are only allowed if they fall under fair use. Fair use is a copyright law that decides whether or not people can use other people's content.
Here's the thing though, you have to be careful, because like, fair use has to be proved in court. That's something that people forget.
And without
it's not that
for
simple.
Permission. React videos only fall under fair
It's
use
not
if
that
the
simple.
reactor has transformed the content enough to make it their own. Usually they do this by adding a ton of original commentary. For a while, reaction content has been considered fair use, but now that's changed.
Yeah, because some of them are a bit more sketch. They're not like really going to just break things down and actually go over and add commentary. There is a lot of that stuff out there. That is correct. Yeah, and the thing is, like, YouTube likes to push it around. Some cases, you'll find reacts being pushed far more than the original video, right? They'll get pushed far more than the original video that people are reacting to. That is also another problem they have to be careful with.
Some YouTubers are now arguing that some of these videos don't transform anything. Instead, they're practically re-uploads from the original creator. With almost 35 million subscribers, SS Sniperwolf is one of the most famous YouTubers ever, but she's also one of the most controversial. Many content creators believe she's the face of content theft on the platform due to her low effort and repetitive content. One of those content creators being Jax Films. Sniperwolf has become known for her daily reaction videos where she reacts to compilations of TikToks and memes. But while she's built a huge audience, she's also grown a community of critics who believe that her videos are not original enough to be considered fair use. She doesn't make many comments on the videos that she's watching, and in some cases, she doesn't even react at all.
And we're all trying to predict what Sniperwolf will say, how she'll react, etc. Here's my real-time reaction to what happens next.
That's why in 2023, Jax Films took to his own YouTube channel to call Sniperwolf out
he
for
did
her
that,
lazy
and then
content.
he got
This
doxxed.
feud brought up a lot of issues surrounding reactors on YouTube, with content theft being the main one. Creators are complaining that they lose views and money because Sniperwolf doesn't credit the original videos she reacts to.
You're getting exposure from this, right?
No, because if someone posts a video on TikTok, they pull the full video on there, sure, you've seen the video, maybe you'll look me up later. Why would you go rewatch the video?
But despite this, many of these creators can't even fight back because of Sniperwolf's massive fan base.
So for everyone claiming, Well, at least Sniper Wolf's not hurting anyone. She very much is.
Not only does Sniper Wolf steal content, she also steals her jokes and her reactions.
She will fully steal popular videos, crop out the watermark, not give credit, and then often steal the top comments from that video and call it her joke.
She hit it with a Hadouken.
The powers of my theft are infinite!
Although many have spoken up about how Sniper Wolf is a bad example for content creators at YouTube, it doesn't agree. They actually see Sniper Wolf as a proud representation of the platform, to the point that they even praised her on their official Twitter account. Many YouTubers were unhappy about this tweet, pointing out that Sniper Wolf isn't exactly the most innovative content creator out there. And even though she posts daily, her videos are repetitive and predictable. Which brings us to why zero value reaction content can be damaging to the platform. If Sniper Wolf can take 5 minutes to watch a video that took someone 5 months to make and get 10 times the views, it's really discouraging for the original creator.
Why should people spend months writing, recording, and editing high-quality videos if someone with a lot of subscribers can just clog up the watch page with derivative gunk and be patted on the head for their ingenuity?
On the other hand, I will say that reaction content does help push out the original creator, but only if the creator is properly credited in the video. This is just an overview of the Sniper Wolf situation. Check out my other video, Innocent Lives Ruined by Influencers, if you want to know more about the questionable things she's done. In the height of all the Jack versus Sniper Wolf drama came another controversy about reaction content. This time it came from famous live streamer XQC.
What did he do now?
Hello chat, I'm glad you just tuned in.
On July 24th, 2023, XQC uploaded an almost 2-hour-long video onto his YouTube channel, which has over 2.3 million subscribers. The video was clipped from his Twitch live stream where he watched the video called The Kennedy Assassination by YouTuber Lamino. This controversial video once again opened the floodgates about whether or not reaction content is real content. Because in the 1 hour and 13-minute video, the most transformative part about it was him leaving to take a bathroom break.
He left and just go to the washroom? Goddamn. He leaves to just go do that. The fuck? The fuck? So he just leaves. Truly transformative. Now you get to just watch the video without him there.
XQC's video is almost exclusively just him watching the entirety of another person's 90-minute video. This triggered an influx of backlash from other YouTubers who accused XQC of free riding off of another creator's hard work, all while reaping financial rewards via clicks and ad revenue.
This controversy stirred a debate between streamers and YouTubers, with XQC and Mudahar from Some Ordinary Gamers at the forefront. On July 28th, Mudahar posted a tweet calling XQC's Lamino reaction video garbage. This launched an entire internet feud between the two creators, with XQC defending his actions by saying he was simply watching a video that he liked with his viewers. Mudahar wrote a lengthy reply explaining that the problem wasn't that he live streamed the reaction, but rather he uploaded it to YouTube with the exact same title as the original, barely adding any commentary. By doing this, XQC could take views away from the original creator.
Because he was a fake lawyer without certification. Oh boy.
While other creators started choosing sides. On August 1st, 2023, YouTuber Neo Explains posted his own tweet about XQC's pattern of content theft. He uploaded a clip of XQC doing a reaction to his own video. In the clip, XQC leaves the room 5 seconds into the video, leaves it playing, and comes back 10 minutes later to make a parody reaction.
Do not post this to YouTube for the lack of react. Boom! Metal pipes, cement, football, goal at the back. Wait a minute, chat. Hold up. I think this is a very rare copper alloy right there, chat.
3 days later, Ethan Klein from H3H3 also joined the discussion, tweeting out that XQC is a content thief. This led to a live stream debate between Ethan and XQC. In the debate, XQC brought up other live streamers like Hassan Abi, who also re-uploads their live stream reactions to their YouTube channel. But Ethan was quick to come to Hassan's defense, reading out a message he got from a content creator that both Hassan and XQC have reacted too.
When XQC does it, it's different. When he watches my video, he always re-uploads the whole thing on his YouTube channel with his insightful commentary as, wow, chat, isn't this crazy? Compared to when Hassan watched my stuff, he shouted me out and he says he loves my stuff and he sent a bunch of subscribers to my channel.
The debate dragged on for over 3 hours with little progress, and things got personal and heated. Frustrated, Ethan left the stream abruptly and soon after shared DMs between him and XQC. No matter how lazy reaction content can be, there's still a human element to it. Unlike this next content farm, which takes the creation out of the content. AI is taking over.
The AI stuff.
AI has
I
become
did
a
say this
tool for
earlier.
many content creators, including myself.
The
It's
AI is
super
just gonna
helpful
make the
for
brain rot.
brainstorming. But there's a fine line between using it to help you create content versus using it to farm content. Quibblecop is a YouTuber with over 15 million subscribers. With over 10 years on YouTube, he's been recognized as one of the first gaming creators to really make an impact. But over time, Quibblecop's vision for content changed, from one that comes from genuine dedication to the craft to one that's only focused on making cash.
He wants to automate
He's ditched
that?
everything that's gotten him to where he was in pursuit of one thing: AI.
Oh my god, the block origin rate. This is insane.
No way. So there is literally an animated version of him. Also, the voice. So as far as I'm aware, that isn't Quibblecop talking. That is either an AI voice. Or someone else talking.
In August of 2023, Quibblecop returned after a break from YouTube with a completely different look. One that was almost fully computerized. Using AI technology, Quibblecop created a VTuber-like character paired with an AI voice that's meant to act and talk just like him. Unlike most creators that use AI, Quibblecop didn't only use it to help him. He essentially used it to replace him.
If I want to continue the dream, if I want to build tons and tons and tons of channels that will flourish and shine forever, we need to remove the human element.
With this new AI technology, Quibblecop
the design is very human.
Hundreds
He had to remove the human element to make it very human, because because it's supposed to be very human, right?
Of AI-generated videos a
So he
week
made an
that would
AI of
replicate
himself.
his entire persona. Using old footage, the AI learned his speaking style, recreating him through a virtual avatar. When this video was released, it created an outcry in the YouTube community. There were a rare few who praised Quibblebop for being innovative, but most people were upset. If content can be made completely from a machine, then what's the point of a content creator? Where was the passion?
It's such a evil dystopian concept to have all of humanity replaced by AI counterparts that replicate their personality.
Long-term fans of the creator
Yeah,
were
Benz.
disappointed to see what his channel has become. Many
We've
of the
been doing
comments
the React
shared the
stuff
same
after we
view.
finished what we were
Quibblecop
doing earlier.
changed, and not for the better. Other YouTubers criticized Quibblecop for focusing only on profit instead of working on making quality content like YouTube was originally intended.
It is fully completed work without him ever actually being present for it. If he can just crank 20 of these puppies out every day, it's going to add up and probably end up being more lucrative and significantly less work, obviously, than if it was him behind the camera.
After getting a ton of backlash, Quibblecop took to Twitter to defend himself. Instead of addressing the concerns of fans, he continued praising his own invention. Eventually, Quibblecop took down the original Minecraft video. But a month later, Quibblecop made a bold move that went down in internet history.
I made a mistake.
Quibblecop posted a video called The End of Quibblecop AI, where we talked about how his original AI launch failed. In the video, he also gave viewers a behind-the-scenes look at the development of his AI technologies. But rather than apologizing for causing a controversy, Quibblecop didn't seem fazed. He was so sure about his vision. At the end of the video, he revealed that this video itself was created by AI. People started pointing out that the lip syncing was off and that his face looked a bit robotic. This wasn't an apology video. This was another launch video. At this point in time, Quibblecop is continuing to work
It does
on
so
an AI
bad
that
that
can
he's making
replace him
another
on
one.
YouTube. He posts regular updates on Twitter bragging about just how far the technology has come. He hopes that by the end of 2024, the world's first truly AI influencer will be ready for the spotlight.
Damn.
But is that really what we want the future of YouTube to be? So I understand the vision. his dream of having his legacy continue even when he's gone. But I don't think replacing yourself with AI is the way to do it. And this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to AI content farms.
These shorts generated over 500 million views. So today I'm gonna start a similar channel only using AI. From editing, doing titles, and the channel branding.
AI can make hundreds of videos a week.
Oh boy.
No human being or even an entire production team can match that speed. The quality can't
just have the
compare, and
AI
at some
do it.
point, the quantity becomes the star. AI content farms flood YouTube homepages and recommended sections because they can make videos on any topic or in any niche they want. They can also easily copy existing videos. There are tools out there that allow people to rewrite entire YouTube scripts. Pair that with an AI video editor and voiceover, you can now copy someone else's content and run an entire content farm just using AI.
I watched through it and it was basically the same video, but it was different. The visuals were all crappy stock footage. The writing was stilted, and it felt like he was just reading Wikipedia.
Yeah, you
YouTuber
obviously
Duncan
wouldn't
Clark
be.
shared the story about
You're just
how
watching
he
an
found
AI
an
at
content
that
farm that
point.
was copying his channel. His
You're just
original
watching
video
a
had over
hallucination.
1 million views. The
That's
channel
what you're
at
watching.
Perception copied his entire video, only slightly changing the title and the thumbnail. After going through the copycat's channel, Duncan realized that all of their videos were stolen from other creators. That channel did end up getting deleted, but this is a widespread problem on YouTube.
That is true.
On Reddit, there's been a rise of smaller YouTubers complaining about their content being stolen by AI content farms. Truth is Fiction is a YouTuber who runs a zoology channel with 23,000 subscribers. On his Reddit post, he talked about how he created a video on a very niche topic but found a copycat just weeks later. Upon watching it, he realized that the video was almost entirely filled with AI generated images, and his script was stolen with only a few things reworded. At least in Duncan's case, he has an audience to back him up when trying to take these content farms down, but for smaller channels like Truth is Fiction, they may not be able to do that. I feel his pain. I mean, there are people that copy our content all the time. Literally, they steal exactly what I say in the video. I mean, we put weeks into one video for someone to just steal it so fast. But there are other channels that don't use AI to steal. Instead, they use AI to farm stories.
It has got more than 4 million views in the last 30 days.
Oh boy.
The channel has uploaded only 70 videos, and it has gained almost 100,000 subscribers in just 4 months.
AI story times have become one of the fastest growing genres of
Yeah, there's a lot of those.
These channels can pump out
Especially if
hundreds
you
of
look through
videos
shorts.
just by using ChatGPT chat prompts and AI voiceovers.
And it's not like with Ray William Johnson where he has AI generated images but still implements his own narration. No, these videos are entirely generated by AI.
By using AI to fully create their content, these content farms are able to focus on mastering YouTube's algorithm.
Content farmers spend a lot of time on SEO optimization, watching trends, finding niches, and scanning analytics, the boring stuff. And they're able to spend a lot more time doing this than ordinary creators because they don't actually have to do anything else.
AI may be the latest problem, but there's a long-running channel that blends all the worst parts of content farms we've covered. LankyBox, YouTube's biggest content farm.
LankyBox is easily one of the worst channels on YouTube, and it is the place where dignity goes to die.
With almost 40 million
Yikes.
subscribers and over 12,000 uploads, you would think LankyBox has been here since the dawn of YouTube. But in reality, they're just the platform's biggest content farm. They upload multiple times a day using the same clickbait titles and thumbnails to keep their viewers coming back.
I subscribe to the LankyBox YouTube channel to see how much content they upload in 24 hours. The
How bad is
results? In 24 hours, LankyBox uploaded around 10 individual videos.
And that's just the amount of long-form videos. They also upload multiple YouTube shorts a day, which feature those popular characters I mentioned in the brain rot animation.
Oh boy. How the hell are they doing it so fast?
The problem
They
with
gotta be
LankyBox
using some
is
AI
that
in
it's
some of
clear
it, right?
their channel is entirely made for profit. Not only do they upload hundreds of videos a month, they also have multiple channels.
On LankyBox's evil quest to monopolize kids' YouTube, they decided one channel wasn't enough. They've created at least 5 channels to flood the YouTube recommendation system with garbage. Basically, they're trapping kids in LankyBox jail.
Their videos, like most brain rot content farms, have no actual substance audience to them. The duo behind the channel, Justin and Adam, use every tactic possible to appeal to their kid audience. Despite Justin and Adam's popularity with younger audiences, their videos provide little to no value for them. Their content is characterized by screaming gibberish words and an over-the-top editing style that's meant to keep a kid's attention.
Think we should call Garden a Bam Bam? Emelina will actually talk to me.
But it's not just their low-quality content that puts a target
did
on
they
their
even
back.
say? I'm
LankyBox
so
is also
confused.
notorious for stealing from other creators.
LankyBox copied the exact thumbnail of I Am Sana's video. I built a secret attic mansion on top of my best friend's house.
Oh, this is definitely AI generated. That is definitely AI. Yeah, the human race gets replaced by AI. Big company will stop receiving money, and the economy will collapse. That time won't happen as humans are needed to give them money to let them spend. That's how the system goes. Oh, we'll see. We'll see.
And Adopt Me Roblox.
In all of their videos, Justin and Adam promote their shop, which sells merchandise of the channel's cartoon mascots. They use the likeness of famous franchises like The Amazing Digital Circus and Poppy Playtime to promote their products.
Here's an upload to LankyBox World, role-playing with Amazing Digital Circus plushies combined with LankyBox ones to sell LankyBox merch. And to add extra scumminess to the situation, the Amazing Digital Circus ones are cheap knockoffs.
There are dozens of videos on YouTube criticizing LankyBox for ruining the platform with low-quality, spam-like videos that are bad for kids. There's still one type of content farm that's the worst of them all. They aren't just low effort, they're no effort. No effort content. Scrolling through YouTube Shorts, you'll see a ton of videos featuring popular influencers. Usually, these come in the form of compilations or highlights,
shorts.
but 9 out of 10 times, when you click on the video, it's not from the actual influencer. That's because the biggest content farm on YouTube is not low-quality content, it's stolen content. Many people have found that the secret to success on their platform is to use a popular person's likeness. That's why many YouTube Shorts channels have started combining other people's content and AI to mass produce viral videos. Using this method, there's practically zero work needed to make this type of content.
I made 100 podcast shorts in less than 10 minutes using AI, hoping to crack the YouTube Shorts algorithm, go viral, and start making that easy YouTube money.
It's funny because like multiple people were like, oh, your videos popped up on my TikTok feed. I was like, I don't even use TikTok. And sure enough, someone stole our video and got millions of views. And small creators aren't safe either. When their videos go viral, content farms often swoop in, re-uploading the videos without permission to make easy money. This hurts small creators because they lose out on views, revenue, and recognition, while these copycats profit from someone else's hard work. Even though these content farms were in the wrong, some were completely out of line. This creator, Hoops by Harry, posted a video that went viral on both YouTube and TikTok. When content farms stole his video, Hoops by Harry fought back by issuing copyright strikes. But instead of apologizing, the channel who stole his content turned around and threatened him. In the Reddit post he made on r/newtubers, Hoops by Harry revealed that he received 3 emails from one of those content farms threatening him. The channel claimed that they uploaded the video unintentionally and that if Harry didn't remove the copyright strike, they would take legal action. Creators spent countless hours working on their content.
Ah, yes, you unintentionally re-uploaded someone's video. How do you unintentionally re-upload someone's video? You unintentionally re-uploaded someone's video. Like, how the hell does that happen?
I'm working on these videos for you guys 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, even when I'm sick. But if their time and effort isn't rewarded, then there's no reason to keep going. They can't sustain their livelihood.
When you're doing YouTube as a side project, you can afford to make the videos you want. But when this is your full-time gig, like it is for people making these goodbye videos, your art has to take a back seat to putting food on the table.
The rise of YouTube content farms is a problem that affects creators and viewers alike. They steal from genuine creators, push low-quality videos, and most importantly, harmful content to kids. As YouTube grows, it's important to remember what made the platform great: creativity, effort, and originality. If we lose that, then what's the point? Visual Venture. If you guys like this video,
but yeah, like accidentally re-uploading someone's content and putting a watermark over the watermark by mistake. Yeah, like how the hell do you do that by mistake? No way you do that by mistake. No way do you get that happening by mistake, man. That makes no sense. We gotta sort this stuff out. There's still a couple more we have to look at. But we did go through a decent amount. Yeah, it's just crazy though. It's like, how the hell do you accidentally re-upload someone else's content? You can't just accidentally re-upload someone else's content. No way in hell do you accidentally do that. That just does not make any sense. You can't just accidentally do it. Right, actually there's, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I don't remember. Did we end up looking at that same Tontas video? I forgot if we did or not. Before we ended up looking at the stuff there. I don't even remember if we did or not. I used as an example. Oh yeah, no, that's... Yeah, there's the Gacha Enjoyer one. That was when I accidentally clicked the other thing by mistake. Oh yeah, we did. The freaking copium thing there. What was the thing I wanted to see? I wanted to bring up for you guys. I'm trying to remember what it was. There was like something. I'm gonna see if I can find it. Oh, where is it? Oh, let me see. Where is that video? Not video, picture. There was like something I wanted to bring up. I'm like trying to find it. Where was it that he posted it? I forgot when or where I saw it, but like... Oh yeah, what was that thing with the... What was it? What was it? Video contest? Let me see if I can find the information on when they had that. Where was it anyways? Because I remember like looking at this freaking thing here that was a screenshot. Maggie's controversial vid got the second prize. No, it was a Zehi video. Where was that from? Where was the contest? Where was it? Do you know where I can find the stuff on that contest? Because I'm curious to see. Apparently, Mr. Cake reacted to it. And like the #1 video was the stupid Saint Tontas video. Which was just Pepega. Where was it? I'm curious. It'd be funny to just see. The hell was the freaking things nominated in that contest? Do I just look on the website? Maybe we can find it on the website or something? Let's check it here. News. Event? No. Oh, fan creation event. Okay. Was it this one? No, it was a different one. Never mind. Where was the event thing? It's like actually hard to see how to keep track of where it was before. Right, that was end of September. It's like there was a Maggie had her own video or something. That was the duration. Because Maggie got like second place in something. Where do you see that? Would you find it on their Twitter or something? Maybe? Where do I even find their Twitter? I don't know where you find the thing. No, I don't need to see the event. I just wanted to see... I don't need to see what video she uploaded. I don't really care that one. I'm just curious on how the hell did they do that thing with their contest, if there's like information on that. Event. Oh, it's probably on their... Maybe it's on their Twitter. Where they announced Maggie won second place. Oh, here we go. The winners list. Oh, these are the categories. Lucky draw. These are short videos. Maggie doesn't do that one. Long videos. Here we go. Here we go, yeah. You can't even like really look through it because like you're not gonna fucking type this whole thing out. Some of these are freaking links to timestamps. They fucking link a timestamp in this video. From whoever this one is, that's a timestamp link. You can even see it here. 331 seconds in that video. So this is what? 6.5 minutes in? 6.5 minutes in? No, 5.5 minutes in. Yeah. 5.5 minutes in this timestamp right here. Because what? The YouTube URL thing, right? You have the video ID here. And then you can put an and mark. And then you put T and then equal sign and you can put a timestamp. That's just YouTube video formatting. That's what they have going on there. And then the rank one is just being glazed. That's something. Mickey's like, look mom, I'm on the thing. Best creator program in Gacha Gaming. He's only saying that because he won. He won by glazing them so hard. He won by glazing them so hard. Like, actually, the video that won was the best one, whatever. He glazed them so hard, that's how he wins. Like, here's the thing, right? They're the ones who have... They pick. Obviously, they're the ones choosing. Of course, they're gonna put the number one is the one that glazes them. Well, Maggie's is just a guide on something. Maggie's video is some sort of guide. That we know for sure. And of course, first place from OSCC contest is a video shilling on the... is shilling Kuro and shitting on Hoyo. That is the #1 video there. Of course, Stick's nowhere to be found. Imagine. Imagine. Where's his sponsor? That's never gonna happen. That's never gonna happen. When am I gonna look like next month? But that's what they got there. What, did they have one for a previous one? Did they have one for a previous one? That's 1.2. Do they have 1.1 or whatever? Do they have 1.1? Probably not. My guess is they don't. Oh shit, I accidentally clicked on a post. I did not want to click on a post. Why is Smarties trending? Why is that? What? Oh yeah, this. These are Smarties, the other things are rockets, yes. Yeah, we got rockets. Freaking American Smarties, yeah. Fun fact, in Canada, Smarties are called rockets. Because Smarties here are basically M&Ms. No, they're not. They're not M&Ms. They're not. There's a chalky texture. The difference between these and an M&M, this thing, imagine if M&Ms were shit. Then you have a Smartie. These are basically just worse M&Ms. They're a lot more. The candy coating on these are thicker than on an M&M. They also have this chalky texture to them. They're basically just bad M&Ms. They're basically bad bootleg M&Ms. These ones. It's like the M&Ms, but like the things are bigger. Each individual piece is bigger than the regular M&M pieces. They're bigger, but they're like the candy coating's a lot thicker. And it's chalkier. You think if Genshin released 2.x character plus HSR power creep and generosity of HSR blur rates? What do you mean? They're making way more money than Wuwa regardless. It don't matter. 2x character plus this one. Genshin already has that power creep, man. People are just too papega to notice. You don't realize Genshin already has insane power creep. Heck, the mobs in the game are heavily power crept too. Like, I can go bring up this thing again. Here we go. This is a freaking... We're gonna go look at a data mine on here on enemy stats. Oh, look, let's look at a boss. Oh, look. The first weekly boss in Genshin. You can scroll down. You can see its stat table. Right here, right? You can fight it at level 90. It'll have 121. There's stats for level 95 and level 100, but you cannot fight a level 95 and level 100 Dvalin. So we're just gonna use level 90 value. 121,000 HP is the highest HP stat you can fight this Dvalin boss. Right? Okay, cool. Let's go look at a non-boss. Let's go look at some random human NPC. We can look at treasure hoarders if you want, but like, let's go look at a random human trash mob from Sumeru. Okay, we scroll down, look at level 90 stats, 160,000. Level 100 stats of this random humanoid trash mob literally has double the HP pool of Dvalin. There are literally trash mobs in Genshin now with almost double the HP in their just regular health pool than actual bosses in Genshin. As a trash mob. Mind you, we're talking trash mobs. Right? And of course, in Abyss, what they do is on the final stage of Abyss, on floor 12, they will scale all the trash mobs to level 100. You can only get your character to level 90, mind you. And that has its own thing on the damage formula. But yeah. Can we find the older version, 1.1 or something? Yeah, I don't know. Did they even do one for 1.1? Doesn't look like it. Why do I have notifications? Okay. More higher budget. Yeah, I have no budget. People with me with no budget. But yeah. But if you're wondering though, the freaking Saint Tontas video that got #1 was his glazing video. It's something, man. It is something. To win, they have to... you have to praise them. Quite funny. Anything else before we end things off? Wait. Here, like, let's look at NT Discord. Let's see what people are farming here. Wait here. Okay. Here, let's scroll up. Yeah, I made the joke here. Happy birthday, Sussy! You gotta love the happy birthday Sussy on the cake. Right? Wait, we all love the Mr. Cake joke here with happy birthday Sussy on it. Don't we all? Right? When will global beta most likely come out? Yeah, we have Afro here saying so far unknown. End of 2024 or 2025. I don't think... probably 2025 for global beta. I don't see them doing global beta this year. Right? It's already November and CN hasn't gotten it to open yet. They're still going through the applications probably as we speak. For people who have applied. In the meantime, you can download the other beta. It's called Tower of Fantasy. Right? Tower of Fantasy beta, yeah. Best gacha game in industry. Insane updates, quality of life content. Multiple instance endgame, easy clap. HSR, nope. G game, nope. Wu1, nope. ZZZ, nope. Trash can't compete. Yeah, put respect on your authors. Funny stuff, man. Funny stuff. HSR dorm, nope. Are Pokemon Gacha? Nope. Oh, you mean ToF? Paper Airplane Gacha? ToF? Basketball? Wait. We have basketball? Wait, when do we have... I don't know about basketball, but we have volleyball. Not basketball, we have volleyball, not basketball. Yeah, we got racing, yep. We got bowling. You can go ride a roller coaster if you want. You can go ride a Ferris wheel. You can go ride a train. This guy's cooking eggs. Okay. Well then. We have football? Oh, you mean, yeah. That weird one. That weird, the weird training stage in Asperia. Yep. The training thingy. The scuffed one, we do have that. We do have that. Anything else here? Nope. Nothing there. Okay, cool. Okay, someone got a Switch game. Good for them. Okay. Yeah, hi ToFLive. Man, we've been live for like 7.5 hours. Is there anything else we do? I guess we can quickly do my dailies, so I don't have to do them later. Alright, especially since now we can go. We have a way to go out of bounds in the map. Alright, let's do the dailies. Advanced combat mechas. Okay. And what does my ult have? It needs the aberrants. And the turrets. God damn it, my ult has the worst dailies. Yeah, it wants me to go there. I want to see if I can... Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go out of bounds and just swing to where I need to go. It's annoying because of just where things are. It's because the map is like very narrow. The map is quite narrow and closed off. Okay, we're out of bounds here. At least if you're out of bounds, it's a lot easier to get to where you want. Yeah, once you're out of bounds, it's not that big of a deal. It's no longer a big deal once you're out of bounds. Because, like, you can just do this. What's going on here? Wait. Easy! Found a shortcut. I found a shortcut, guys. Right, it's like, wait, we have technology. Yeah, it just fits the thing perfectly, yeah. Nowhere to out of bounds, yeah. Alright, I need to get to the next one. Alright, let me get to the next spot for dailies. I need to get to my next spot. Because my ult needed the aberrants, so I had to do that, go there. But don't worry, there's a... I'm gonna get to my next spot. So much better when you can just go out of bounds. And just get to where you need to go. Just gotta be careful I don't go in. Place them in corners, use them as... Yeah, to teleport. That is definitely a big brain move. I wish we could make more Nonyan portals, man. I need more portals. Now I'm over here. Again, it's convenient, right? You just bring yourself over. Very convenient. The design is very human. Right? The design is very human. Alright, that's what people say, right? The design is very human. Alright. Your profile is very human. I think I should be careful against showing that because of how human it is. It is too human. It's probably not a good idea to show it. It's a bit too human. Yeah, you do that because I think it's a bit too human, and I want to be careful because of how human it is. It's way too human. Yeah. You'll have to look in Waifu's Grace, man, or look it up in game. Because the design is way too human. The design is very, very human. It's extremely human. Just make a ToF account on any NA server and look up Mimigumi. You'll be able to see it, his profile card. It is very human. It's so human that it might break TOS. It probably would break TOS if I showed it. That's how human it is. It's just way too human. Yeah, fair enough. Because it is very, very human. Making an alt account just for spicy human content. Yeah, the design is definitely very human. It is definitely very human. Yeah, it's not YouTube friendly, it's not Twitch friendly. It's very human. Which means it's not friendly. Right, that's why I'm like, yeah, I probably should not show it. Because the design is way too human. The design is very, very human. Okay, cool. Daily's done. The main dailies there are done. Oh yeah, I forgot to check the drug market. I'm gonna go check on the drug dealer, one sec. I need to check on my drug dealer. Gotta check on my drug dealer. You definitely went beyond, alright. Oh, I already bought all the drugs from the drug dealer. Never mind. Okay, Nightmare Scourge pricing got worse. Okay, we're not selling Nightmare Scourge. What am I selling? Just turn king into queen. He's no longer king, he's now queen. You know, maybe you just need to make him turn him from king to queen. You know, you can give him the ability Queenly Majesty to block all priority moves. Could be a potentially useful ability. Would block extreme speed and fake out, as well as prankster moves. If you don't want them prankster. Alright, let's do today's join up, which is Hyena's Arena. No, but that ability is actually pretty good. It's part of why people actually use the evolution to Giraffe Rig in VGC, because of the ability it has. Actually quite useful in blocking priority. Amongst other things it has, but yeah. Alright, time to kill Lucia. Yeah, that's yeah, you gotta love my mod there. We got the original version of Lucia. The beta Lucia model. You gotta love the mod for the beta Lucia model, man. I don't know who the fuck was like, yeah, sure, this needs to be a thing. But they made it a thing. I'm still waiting for Playable Palace, man. I'm still waiting for playable palace. Yo, if they ever make a unicycle as a weapon with a hammer, someone's gotta tag Maggie for it. Because like we had the whip from Umi and then yeah, the only Lucia model you want is Dory's figure. Oh boy. Oh boy. We need the fat character research, oh boy. Maggie Palace mod. Gotta give her Palace. You don't know the old joke, man. It was the old joke from Ida Cafe. Back during the time of Umi release. No. Because like what happened was Umi release, and then like CN was about to release Ganano. Ganano got the chainsaw, whatever, the leaks for that, right? So then like someone made the joke. It's like made the joke of because Mega used to be a Fizz main, about them being like, next we're gonna get a motorcycle, a unicycle. the unicycle thing. And the biggest reaction after. Honestly though, they missed the opportunity, man. They should have given us the unicycle hammer. Right, the chainsaw, we got the chainsaw, we got the whip, we just needed the unicycle hammer. Then we could have had, you know, the Lucian Palace. If only, man, if only. If only. Palace, we need Palace, man. We need Palace Simulacra. And you gotta get the Lucia Simulacra with the Lucia Hog Culture. It should be one. Well, you would need to get the model somehow. Maggie's in Cake Server joining Lua PVP. She watched Gacha Enjoyer vid and said 10 out of 10. Really? Wait. Can we actually find it? Let's see. Mr. Cake Server? I've never actually looked in the server. I think I joined his server once to get a mod, but I never looked in the actual server and read stuff. Alright, we're in the dungeon. Where is it? Where would it be? There are more mods there. Cetus Cafe? Okay. Oh, Desai's talking a bunch in here. Oh boy. I just watched Gacha Enjoyer content. Actually, peak content creator, to be honest. 100 out of 10. There you go. Maggie got the Maggie approval. There you go. And yes, this is the real Maggie here. There we go. Stop talking about Wua, guys. Don't make me post the number. Make you join the dark side. That doesn't count. That's just Twitch. People aren't watching because there's no content. And there's no content because Wua respects your time. Hashtag dev listened. If it isn't Twitch, then where should I watch Wua? xdgdvideos.com. Okay. They slowed down banners to 25 days in just 5 months. Top banners started to slow down on network after 2 years. They will keep dragging the patch and by dragging with no new content equals filler patch. or respect your time. We should just put spiders in Moogle. That will spike the views for sure. Yeah, give him Spider Thomas. The cursed Spider Thomas would be perfect. Would be perfect, man. Oh boy. Really? These guys are fighting like this? Damn, there's a lot of design in there. No content equals rising PvP, yeah? Oh boy, is this one of the freaking design bot accounts there? Instead, he should just play another game, touch grass. Idiot design. There's no friend. Is this Babel? That is Babel. Oh boy. It's design agenda. He's just doing his job. Design alt arguing with himself. Yep. Of course. And this is a satire account, I guess. Of course. We could take a billionable save move from US. Well, that was a joke. Yep. It's just funny, man. Midoya is already dead. Stop, it's already dead. The fuck is this? The fuck am I reading? Idiot design defending his alt. This is definitely something, man. This is definitely something. Care about when the nearest building to jump off. Yeah. Building, I'm on an airplane. Okay. Look, guys, game alive. Look. See? 287k, right? Oh, wait. Never mind. Hey, guys, stop saying Wu was dead. It has almost as much as Mitch viewers. Almost as much viewers as just chatting. 7 viewer difference, right? 7 viewer difference, right? Oh yeah, what are you gonna watch? Right, fake news, yeah. I have to watch yours because it can hurt people as a mod, yeah. You receive too high responsibility. Surely the 3.0 PC client. Yeah, surely, maybe. My mother got a heart attack when she found out her daughter's a Kuroshil. RIP. You got brown dust, whatever. The fuck? The whole channel's full of Kuro bots. Yep, of course. they're posting the copy pasta. Well then, that's something. This was last Firefox talking about some sort of politics, I guess. But shows cope too much, like their Pepega free-to-play account, especially global launch of it with so many uploaded video on TikTok. Their skills is superior, clearly. Basically, like this content. Okay, what are they talking about here? Yeah, what skills? What skills? What's this a clip of? Wait.
Okay. Inside Team Eggs, besides me, everyone else is like highly skilled, whatever, military personnel. I was the only.
Oh, this is when he was doing the story for 4.4. We already played that when it was translated. You play PGR and MUA and you're shrill, but you're going to defend it to death. Okay. But yeah, it's something, man. And there are people talking about lore here now. I think we went so far back, we went to actual lore. Okay, we got Dark Magician Girl mod. Wait, where was the NPC that gave the hacker profile? I need it for my alt. My alt needs the hacker profile still. Yeah, my alt needs it. I have it on my main, but not my alt. Because I have it on my main, but I don't have it on my alt. Yeah, I'll pass it to you. Because then I can AFK get the points now. Right, we found the perfect spot. We now have like the perfect spot to get. Oh. Okay, now I have the profile on my alt. And then now I can do the hacker man. I forgot where it was, but there was a quest NPC here. I'll warp over. Oh no. The thing froze for a second. You need to go out of bounds. I don't know how you get out of bounds on this map. I don't know how Mimigumi did it. But this guy over here, you need to talk to this guy down here. This guy down here, you need to talk to him. This guy here. His name's Bert. He will give you the ability to become a hacker man. And then you need to get out of bounds somehow. Right, you need to get out of bounds somehow, and then there's this really cool spot if you get out of bounds. I will show you where that out of bounds spot is. But there's this really cool spot. If you go out of bounds here, in this spot, you can AFK farm points here as the hacker thing, as a hacker man. And then once you have enough points, you just walk through this part of the barrier, or you just walk inside. You probably want to put an onion portal right here on the map. In this spot of the map over here out of bounds. This corner over here out of bounds. You want to get it. Right, you want it to be out of bounds in this spot of the map. If you can somehow do that, then you're set. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Better for it to not happen. Oh yeah, you just AFK here and then you walk through once you have enough points. Great way to farm AFK farm the stuff you need for the shop there. But yeah. You can just chill there and AFK for points. Alright, what's this one here? Let me add more stuff. When player can't play game due to unoptimized game, they will say get a better device. Your device sucks. Which to be fair, Genshin was like this at first, but then they got labeled as elitist. But now that game fandom can do the same, it's okay. Cherry picking every single bug that the competitor games have, although it's just a minor bug like a visual bug, that doesn't break the gameplay. To counter argument about that major bug that affects the gameplay is that game. Oh boy. Looking at the copy pasta. Okay. Man, I don't know why they even bother, man. It's not like they need you to defend them. Yeah, the cope, I'm impressed. Sure. Sure. The goalpost moving they like to do. Sure. Love how Megan joined in the PvP, yeah? Gacha enjoyer seeing Will fall every month. Yeah, it's just funny, man. Oh yeah, they do this. Total pulls, yeah, we do total pulls in Apex. Yeah, we definitely pulled it in Apex. Maybe it's just funny, man. It's just funny. Oh, you want to see the Gacha Enjoyer video again? Oh, here's the revenue number. Here we go, October 2024. Genshin Impact, here you go. Wait. What was it? Well, just look at the actual website, Gacha revenue. Recap. Alright, wait, how do we use this website? Total revenue, here we go. Alright, here we go. Love in Deep Space, 33 mil. Monster Strike, 32. Genshin, 28. Naruto Mobile, 27.5. Genshin, CN, 24.8. HSR Global 24. Puzzle Dragon 22. HSR CN 19.3 mil. FGO 17 mil. AFK Journey 11 mil. Summoners Wars 10 mil. Gaku and Idol Master 10 mil. ZZZ Global 10 mil. Hatsune Miku Colorful Stage 9 mil. Beyond the World, whatever that is, 8.25 mil. Nikkei 8 million. Dragon Ball Legends is 8. Blue Archive went from 6 to 7. Uma Musume is 7. Wuthering Waves 7 for global. CN is 2.75. So now they're definitely below 10. But we have to wait for them to update it properly. And be in actual 30 days like these guys like to move the goalposts to. Because by waiting a few more days, right? If we go by what they like to say is, oh, it's inflated. I mean, it's not inflated. It's too low. It's gonna be higher in a few days. Just check back in a few days. We'll have to check back in a few days then, when it gets updated again. But yeah, that's where they are. And of course, there's the Gacha Enjoyer video again. Everyone's favorite CC, Gacha Enjoyer, right here.
Hello. I'm sure all of you have seen the latest revenues and are shocked by the numbers, but get the fuck off with the fake mobile revenue and let's look at numbers that include PC too. That's right, the poll tracker. This video will dive into Genshin, HSR, ZZZ, and WoA because I can only find data on these games. But before that, a word from today's sponsor, Pure Ugandan Copium. Ugandan Copium is sourced from a clean renewable farm and is focused on effectively giving you high-quality delusions to escape from reality.
High quality.
Get yours today through my associate link in the description. Now
yeah,
back to the poll
Gacha
tracker.
Enjoyer
I will
now.
only show the banners that have ended, and here are the results from Genshin, HSR, ZZZ, and WoA for the entire banner. This obviously does not make sense because Shorekeeper is a broken character, must pull, hype trailer,
must pull,
flashes
guys.
her boobs, marketing is unreal on top of that. Many people skipped the nerd girl and saved up hundreds of polls from the free dude, so there should be many polls saved for such a huge hype character, right? Don't worry, I have an explanation. This statistic only includes players who have submitted their polls.
Yeah.
And only the hardcore players who are invested in the game will go through the effort of doing so. Since WoA is a very casual game, it makes sense that majority of its players are casual players who don't even know this exists. That is why the number is lower. Also, casual gamers don't own a PC, and so most of them are on PlayStation.
Oh yeah.
As you can see, WoA
There's
is
no
top
WoW
seller in every
PlayStation
region.
version.
Therefore, the actual number of polls is much higher for WoA. Next, let's take a look at interest based on fan arts on Pixiv. Here are the number of fan arts in the past month from 25th of September to 25th of October for Genshin, HSR, ZZZ, and WoA. Now, the reason why WoA has so little fan arts is because of the very casual fan base who don't take the game seriously at all.
Yep.
But maybe
Clearly.
they're trying to appeal to Six with how they sexualize their characters.
Maybe.
In that case, let's check the R34 art. As you can see,
Oh.
WoA have such a large player base, but nobody liked the character designs at all. WoA also has the most toxic community in the world. For the amount of shit they spew out of their mouths, you would think they have a large community, right? Well, unsurprisingly, on social media sites such as Reddit, they are quite small because nobody wants to join a group full of toxicity. Even their NSFW group is pretty much dead. For such hyped game, and a loud community sucking up to it, they sure have some pathetic numbers, huh? Should Kuro Games just release straight-up naked characters to salvage their situation? Leave your comments below.
And there you go. There you go. Right, they like to cope and move the goalpost. This time, Gacha Enjoyer was like, you know what, fine. Let's go move the goalpost for them. You know, Genshin Killer, males don't sell, but wait for Yinlin. The sales were bugged. Wait for Changli. 30 mil actually good for Kuro. So what if most hype banners can't beat dead patches? Zehi, whatever isn't hype and dead patch. Game is fine. The Shorekeeper barely upgraded over Verena, so people aren't pulling. Yeah, sure she isn't. She's barely an upgrade. Even though you go look at the freaking stats and you see something otherwise. Okay. I think it's okay as long as we survive, right? At least devs listen even though WoA has the worst story out of any mainstream gacha. the worst music, the worst writing, and the worst voice acting. I'm glad Wua is as niche as PGR. It just shows that Kuro only cares for their players and not profits. Camellia will save Wua. Revenue is fake. Okay, here's the other thing too, man. You have no idea how expensive it is to whale in PGR. If you think whaling in Genshin can get pretty expensive, you should see how expensive whaling in PGR is. Like, the irony is, like, it's cheaper to C6 R5 in Genshin on a 5-star. Even before the recent change to the weapon banner, where they made it so it's only 1 fate point, back when it was 2 fate points. That was still cheaper than maxing out a full character in PGR. If you're going to go for triple S plus with triple resonated, I think it was 6-star weapon plus a triple S plus cub, because of the sheer amount of crap you needed to pull to actually achieve that. It's like actually nuts. The people who know and understand how PGR works, you can probably figure out the math on that. Despite the banners being guaranteed. Because of like what, you need how many copies of an S rank to hit triple S plus? Like, at least 10? You would need to at least pull 10 extra copies over base. So that's 11. Technically you can get 1 copy from dupes for free, so you don't have to make it take 12. But that's only if you actually do it that way. But if you pull in raw, you would need to get 12 copies. Right, your pity is at 80, so you have to roll the 80 12 times just for the character. You then have to do the same for the cub. And the cub itself, pity's at 20. But again, you would need 12 copies of the cub in total. So, you know, yeah, and then the weapon banner is what? I think I remember correctly, it was 70-30, but then if you lose it, your next one's guaranteed. You just need 4 6-star weapons, with one of them being the actual character's weapon to max that out. But even then, the weapon banner pity's at 30 for the 70-30. But if you lose it, your next one's guaranteed. So let's say you're getting the weapon you want, at least one of them, within 60 there, and then the other 3 weapon copies you would get in 90 pulls there. Then 20 banner pity is for the cub, but you need to do that 12 times. So that's 240 pulls there. On top of your thing. So we're not even looking at the character pulling the character. Like, we're already at like 400 pulls. The character isn't even being pulled enough. Right, and then you look at pulling the character, right, 80 times to get the guarantee. And you need to do it 12 times over. The amount of total pulls you need is nuts. Like, if what, we do 80 times 12? 960. We do, and then the other one is what? 240 for the cub. Plus, the weapon is, the first one we're gonna say, you got that in 60. You have a weapon you can use as fodder, so you'll need another 60. We're at 1320 pulls. Right, but you look at the freaking thing where, like, you could probably find videos, like, a ton of them out there. They're like 1,000 pulls or whatever for, like, a max Genshin character. There are, like, a ton of those videos out there where people are like, yeah, we'll do 1,000 pulls. Yeah, it's funny. The people who are talking about PGR as if they understand what whaling there is funny too. Because they don't know the math on that one. It's even worse. It's even worse than Genshin. If you can imagine that. That's for maxing out though. Getting the base copy in PGR is very easy. But maxing them is where it becomes absurd in that game. Maxing in PGR is absurd. Getting the base character isn't too bad. But that's only because you don't have to pull that many times over for a base. It is funny though. Imagine if like they actually knew it full hand though. Knew it in full first hand. Oh well. It is what it is. It's unsalvageable. Wow. Ditch at the end of the year. You know, maybe, who knows? Well, it really depends on how long the investors want to keep it going. Yeah, we're gonna end it soon. It's already 7 AM here, goddamn. We've been live for over 8 hours. Yeah, and I really should get some sleep as well. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. Alright. But yeah. As usual though, thank you guys all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. You guys have a good day or night or whatever. I'm gonna leave my alt account to AFK in that spot, of course. Did I even do it properly? Oh yeah. But yeah. And at least, hey, we've at least found a spot there to do the AFK thingy. But yeah. See you guys. See ya.